I'm stuck inside of these walls with you. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope in getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where is the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone else. I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just second hand. And now I'm beside myself, no one in hell. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is
Championship Sunday of the Verizon Ultra Cup has arrived today. We crown a champion, but that's in a little bit. We got some talking to do, so let's get to some talking. I'm LeafX, and alongside me, we got Gibbs, Stacks, Daz, and a little friend joining us here for the show.
Buster, let's go!
New analyst.
My dog Buster's here. He's gonna be on my lap while we go through today. He's just as excited as I am. He felt the hype coming from the chair. He said, "I gotta sit next to you." So
who is Buster picking?
Yeah, we're gonna build a bracket later. We need Buster's bracket.
I know, right? I'm gonna get some treats and put it in a bowl with different team names to see which one he has winning the whole thing.
I feel like we're in for a good day if Buster's joining us along here. So let's start talking about some Rocket League. Let's take a look back, of course, to get to Championship Sunday. We had to play some games. We had day one on Friday, day two concluded yesterday. Let's look at day two. Well, I can't remember what happened past like an hour ago, so I'm not going 2 days ago. Let's look at yesterday and get some recaps. Let's get some highlights up on the table here. Gibbs, start us off with one of the matches you think we should break down.
You got to look at the upper bracket, of course. G2 versus Ghost. Talk about Chicago throughout this tournament. We're going to crown a Verizon MVP later, and he's a front runner. 56% shooting, over 1.5 goals per game. G2 looks unbeatable right now. Ghost was that underdog story coming in, the 12th seed. G2 just winning a major. It didn't matter. Like, G2 just looked full control throughout the series.
Yeah, this G2 roster clearly shown that, they have their play style. They know what works. And for Ghost, I mean, they had a great run leading up to this point, and it just felt like they hit a wall in G2.
At the same time, they're still in it. They're still on the run. Let's keep maybe focus on them, Stacks.
Yeah, Ghost then had to drop down to the lower bracket. Their life on the line. They had to play against Envy. And this was kind of a weird series because it kind of devolved into a lot of solo plays. I say that as there's a good pass going through the mid there. But with Ghost and Envy, it didn't feel like a kind of series we'd normally see from these guys. I thought Envy was going to be much more team-oriented, and it just kind of turned into Mist trying to win the series by himself. Lion Blaze trying to do the same on the Ghost side. And in the end, it really just came down to Lion Blaze being able to outplay most of Envy, and I think Ghost was the better team overall.
Yeah, Lion Blaze looked fantastic throughout that series. Ghost, that's a big win for them because they come off a loss, and everyone expects that 12th seed to just bomb out at that point. But no, they're still here. They're top 14.
Then there was one matchup I was specifically had my eye on all day, Daz. It was the Faze SSG match. Let's break that one down.
Yeah, I mean, we can go into this. This one was definitely, I'd say, one of the interesting ones because, you have the Faze clan roster. You have First Killer, who's been doing a lot of work out in front, but then you also had SSG, who, again, Daniel coming off that land. You wanted to see, okay, how do these guys look again in another head-to-head? Well, Space Station started things off on the good front, but then it came back down to it, and First Killer stepped up immensely. A lot of people were talking about his performance coming in as well, and I mean, FaZe Clan just completely kind of turned things up to another level, and it was really tough for SSG to kind of stick in there.
The most amazing part of that series, too, guys, is that FaZe and their defense, understandably under question after we saw them at the major. And then they come in, they call that timeout, and they allow the same SSG squad that goes on to outscore V1 like 15-3, hold them to just 2 goals the rest of the series over 4 games. That is an incredible defensive effort that I was not expecting out of FaZe.
We're going to have highlights for them, but let's look at the bracket, just see where that ends us at the end of the day, and look at some of those other matches, because there were a lot of games yesterday, 6 in total. A lot of Rocket League. Started with our best of 5s, move on to best of 7s as we went through, Gibbs. We had a quick ending to the day, though. Those games were over fast.
Yeah, very, very quick. We have our top 4 teams. All the teams that were in the upper bracket have made it to the final day, which, again, doesn't happen that often. A lot of times there's momentum in Rocket League, and those lower bracket teams will make some runs because they're coming off a win that they're feeling good. But you have to give credit to Space Station and Ghost. Space Station has looked fantastic. The 3 seed coming in, playing V1, the 4 seed in the lower bracket, and absolutely destroyed them. Whew. And on the other side, Ghost, 12th seed coming in, and let's not forget they took out Energy to begin this tournament. Energy didn't even play on day 2. Sorry, Daz. But
you didn't have to say that.
But Ghost coming in and Lion Blaze looking fantastic. A roster move, one of the few we saw in North America, paying off right now for Ghost.
I really like the roster move too for bringing Hoxer on the Ghost here. I think that it's paying big dividends for this roster, and it's kind of pushed them up to a new kind of tier. And like I said, we want to see how far they can go over the course of this split. They look really good right now. Both Ghost and SSG ended up dropping to the lower bracket, and Gibbs talked about teams going on runs. Like Envy could have went on a run, V1 could have went on a run, but they cold stopped when reaching those teams, which I think says something.
And let's not forget that we're going to talk about London points and the top 5 that will make it there. And Ghost is one of those teams where it's like, all right, they're having a good tournament, and we don't know how many of these they'll have. So get as much points as you possibly can. Right now, they're top 4. They want to creep up, top 3, maybe even a grand finals appearance. Get as many now as you can while you're hot, because in 2 weeks, who knows what happens.
And Stacks, looking at that bracket, obviously we just talked about the teams that are amping it up and looking good on the day. But, a team for me specifically, I would expect as of recent is V1 to be able to push forward. But they had as mentioned, a cold, hard stop to the end of the day. Do we feel like this is troubles for teams like V1 that were on the top? Or is it just this North American scene maybe starting to branch out a bit in how many teams could compete at the top?
I mean, V1 are never going to be great for an entire split. I think that they're going to have their road bumps along the way, but I think they'll be fine. It's just Com's got to get his mental back. He'll have those series where he just feels like he can't do anything right, and then he'll come back the next day, and unfortunately they're not here today, but he'll come back and he'll be unstoppable. Beast Mode, I think, had one of the worst days I've ever seen him have, where it just nothing was going right for him. He had one big play in that series with SSG, and then everything else, he didn't seem to have it going on the defensive end. And that's what they need. They need to be able to stop teams from scoring, because V1 is not a team that's going to light up the scoreboard themselves.
But then you got to worry about V1. It's like, all right, but we got a tie for 5th appearance here. But everyone knows there's still a team named NRG that didn't do well here. They're very likely going to be competing for a top 5 spot as well. So V1's going to feel like they let one get away to gain even more points on teams like NRG. And then you have teams like Ghost, again, a top 4 appearance here. So now they're ahead of V1. So it's going to be a tight race in North America for those 5 spots.
What I do also believe, though, is I don't think V1 is going to repeat the same kind of struggles they had yesterday. Like I said, Beast Mode having one of the worst days ever.
Sure.
He's not going to repeat that. There's just absolutely no way. So as good as NRG is expected to be throughout the rest of the split, I would expect V1 to rebound similarly.
But I assume Regional 2, it's going to be the 4 and 5 seed again. It's going to be Energy and V1. They're very likely going to play as long as they win. So that could be an interesting matchup.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, but the stack said big plays before, and I can't get my mind off of big plays right now. So we got to get on to the next part here because we got some big plays. Chat, you're going to get involved with this conversation. We're going to list out 7 plays. You know what it is. And you're going to spam them in chat when it's over, not before, because we're not counting until the plays are done. Your favorite play out of this list. And analysts, I'm going to get you guys to tell me your favorite after this too. So let's start looking at them. Let's take a look at the 7 plays that took it to 11. And of course, starting us off at number 1, it was Illusion. Jumping in here, showing that maybe this roster move is the right one because this was just dirty. The fake reset to the ground to beat 2 defenders. And this was an overtime too, Gibbs.
It was crazy. What a clutch goal by Illusion. And then coming out, we got some passing plays. I always like a good infield pass. And we see Atomic. He fakes, going for a shot. So Shock's like, uh-oh, I'm on the wall. I can't do anything about this. Brilliant infield pass. Moving on to Lion Blaze. And this is just mean. It's just mean because it's a clean shot, but it's a 0 second. You're already winning 4-1, Lion Blaze. What are you doing, buddy?
Oh, that was just adding insult to injury. What a catch. And then my favorite player from yesterday. This is Astro dropping one down, lounge back in his chair, keyboard and mouse, knees up, just not a care in the world. I love this kid.
I think it's just keyboard, that there is no mouse involved, and then Arsenal comes out. Look at this. What is this? It's like it looks like a gold aerial, but it works.
Oh my goodness. And look at this. This one. Woo, that's that beast right there. You love to see it. He lines it up, gets the double. You talked about the best plays. That might have been the best play you had all day. But, of course, this one. Oh, just watch. First, watch. Look at the slot. But second, look how early he's in the air. You got to believe Daniel's going to get you that ball, and he does.
And that's classic Space Station, right? They're just rolling in matches, and they're like, all right, now we're just going to pre-jump across the entire field at this point, and it's going to work. And that's what Space Station does. That momentum, and we're going to talk about it a lot today through that lower bracket. Space Station is to be feared.
Yeah, no, it was funny because at the end, we're like, oh, all right, we got to get these plays together. And by the end of it, the last series, like, oh, there's all our plays from Space Station alone. But I'll read them back out to you guys. Start spamming away now. First one, number 1 was Illusion's reset fake down to the ground to beat 2 defenders in overtime. Number 2 was the Atomic pass. 3 was the Lion Blaze carry. 4 was the Astro double tap. 5 was the Arsenal ceiling gold flip fake thing. I don't know what's going on there. 6 was the Beast Mode double tap. And 7 was that Arsenal pre-jump. Just styling, just to put a cap on that series. So start spamming away. Analyst, I'm curious, which was your favorite one? Are you writing them down?
I'm ready.
Okay, Gibbs wrote it down. All right.
Yeah, I wrote it down.
All right, let's get the flips. Let's just do them at once, and I'll take a look here while we count up chat. 3, 2, 1, flip. 6 and 7. Okay, 7. Yeah.
Okay.
Why the double? I'm with Daz on this one, to be honest. When you get a team pre-jump like that, I think that.
But Beast Mode, the read on the ceiling to get the touch into a double tap, and it was almost a pre-jump. It was like pixels away from a pre-jump, so it was pretty nice. And Arsenal, yes, I get it. It's a pre-jump, but it's not about Arsenal in that play. It's all about the pass. It was a perfect pass, so I don't know. I'm going.
Okay, wait, relax. If that is a pre-jump pass, Daniel, yes, he has to get the ball. Arsenal has to keep straight so Daniel can line up. That is a beautiful team play.
So Arsenal has to fly straight. Is your argument?
You can watch the play again. He didn't fly straight, so to speak. Okay. Daniel gets the pass. He caught it, and of course, and just because I'm feeling petty, he did it on Beast Mode as well. Who
had a terrible day.
Was his only play.
I'm more impressed by the fact that Beast Mode did it when V1 really needed something to go their way. That goal from Arsenal was like, I think that was 1 out of 7 in that game where they were just dominant.
It was game 1, Stacks. Everybody needed something to go their way.
Now, I need Twitch chat to not fail us here. I want that gold aerial. I want number 5. That's what I want.
You want number 5? No. Well, I'm going to tell you right now,
like
you're going to be disappointed. Chat made a good decision and went with Daz on this one. They went with number 7, right. Arsenal, that pre-jump. I don't know how you can be against this one. Sure, he did not fly straight at all. Look at how much he had to redirect to get that in place, and the placement too to put it in.
But we're talking about Twitch chat, and their memory is like a goldfish. It's unfair that was the last play. All right, unfair.
Oh, that's beautiful. That just showed you how one-sided the series was. I mean, you're able to do that in the midfield. Even Torment, one of the best defenders in the game, can't stop that shot. I mean, you got to chalk it up.
It was a solid shot. Yeah. It was a solid shot.
I think the two in the middle dads are just wrong, and I don't know. I want them off the show now, but we need them here for the next part. Keep those whiteboards ready. It's time for What Are the Chances? We're going to play a little game show here. Chat, you can get involved if you want. We're not going to tell anything up, but I will be keeping an eye on chat and just seeing what your answers might be here. Basically, I'm going to ask some questions of what's more likely to happen. I'm going to give the analysts 3 possible outcomes, 3 possible scenarios, and they're going to write down which one they think is the most likely out of those 3 options. So let's just start diving into it. Let's get on to today. Let's keep it in today for now. I'm going to ask you what style of series here is more likely to happen today. A perfect sweep, B, a reverse sweep, or C, a 14-game grand finals. It means a bracket reset. That's a long end to the day then. We're going to get a reverse sweep, perfect sweep, 14-game final. Chat, these are in there too. A is the perfect sweep, B is reverse sweep, C is a 14-game final. Looks like you guys got your answers pretty quick on this. Well, maybe not Daz. Daz still.
I'm ready. Oh,
you ready? Okay.
But that's just his normal resting face. It's just
he's always thinking scheming something.
Yeah.
All right, let's get them flipped all together in 3, 2, 1. We got A, C, all
wow.
Okay, I want a quick explanation from each of you then.
All right. I apologize, Roll Diz, but Space Station versus Ghost, that's looking like a possible perfect sweep. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, Dad or Stack, sorry.
Yeah. Well, look, I think maybe I'll go spoil something for you here, but I think we might have a G2 SSG final, and it would not surprise me if we get 2 7s out of that.
Yeah. So
okay, a little more reasonable. Okay. Yes.
Again, sorry, World Diz. I think Ghost might. There's a chance Ghost could be reverse swept here if they don't close out the series. I just feel like that's the most likely one to happen. It's like some team goes up. Like these are all really good teams now. We're in top territory. I can see a reverse sweep happening from one of these.
Okay, interesting. I like that they're all different answers. It means we're in for a great day of games today. Let's open it up a bit to the split in total here for the spring split. What is more likely to happen during the split? A, NRG makes London Grand Finals. B, Turbo plays a game in the spring split, not a whole series, even just a game. Or C, Cloud9 comes back.
Okay.
All right.
Chat, get yours in there too. A, is NRG making the London Grand Finals? How perfect would that be? B, Turbo plays a game in the spring split at some point. He's substitute right now for the team. Or C, Cloud9 comes back. We're all up. Okay, C's definitely taking over in chat right now. Analysts, let's get your answers in 3, 2, 1. Flip the boards. The general answer.
Wow, okay, all different again.
Guess we knew his answer though.
Right.
Come on, man. Come on, it's the general.
Gibbs thinks Cloud9 comes back.
I plead the 5th. I will not comment on that.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, Cloud9's not coming back.
Yeah.
How about that?
Okay.
Cloud9 is like the kid at the pool that's like dipping their toes in the water. It's like, do I want to jump in? No, it's too cold. Everybody's telling them, dude, it's like 80, jump in. And they just, no, it's too cold. I don't want to. And so they just keep kind of waffling back and forth, and then party's over and they just leave.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I like the Turbo pick, to be honest, because anything could happen where he has to sub in for a game. Right?
Yeah, and if they struggle and don't have a good result in the next regional, then you get to that third and you just go, all right, you know what? Why don't we just let Turbo finish the split? Let him finish the season and call it a day.
And we don't need to hear comments about energy from Daz. I think we can just move on.
I wasn't going to ask anyways. Let's get the next one here. Who will be the number 1 seed from an NA entering into that London major? Is it going to be A, G2, B, Faze, or C, SSG?
And it's
Who's
out of these
going-
three. There's
Out of these
obviously
three,
other
yeah.
choices, but
Okay, we're only doing 3. I can't count higher. Okay.
yeah, sorry, Ghost.
Out of
Let me
these
just
3.
spoil Daz's answer right now. D, the general, NRG.
We have A, G2, B, Faze, or C, SSG for who is the most likely of those 3 to be the number 1 seed entering the.
of
London.
those 3. Okay,
those three,
that changes
of those 3.
things.
Yeah.
He did have it.
He did.
He didn't change
He
his
didn't
last
even
answer.
change his answer. Yeah.
All right, Daz. We have A, G2, B, Faze, or C, SSG. I'm going to get you guys
ready.
to flip in 3, 2, and 1. What do we got here? We got 2 A's, 1 B for Gibbs. Chat's going A as well, Gibbs. You're going to have to explain yourself real quick.
So I'm going to argue it later because we're going to see G2 Faze later. So I'll do the argument then. All right. So we'll save it.
Okay.
We'll save it.
That's fair enough. Okay, that's fair enough. I'll do one more here, and then we gotta move on. Who is most likely to make the major out of these 3 teams here?
Oh.
A, NRG. Okay, we got Daz's.
Okay,
B,
Daz, right.
Ghost, or C, Complexity.
And we probably got Staxes there and C.
Gibbs, are we gonna divvy the desk up with a B here? All right, we'll find out. Looks like you guys might all be. Ooh, Stacks is still thinking.
Yeah.
Chat's going NRG on this one, so there's some backup on that one. I think that's a fair pick, in all honesty.
Yeah, but Ghost top 4, hey, it's a lot of points to be made up.
Hey, y'all ready, man? Like, let's get this over
Let's
with.
flip it. All right, flip it. Flip it. 3, 2, 1. Let's see
I'm
it.
with Daz. Oh, we're all with
General
Daz.
NRG.
There it is.
It's
There it
painful
is.
for me to admit it, but it's impossible. I don't think they have a Vitality-esque collapse here. They're just, they're too good, especially in NA, to not make one of the 5 teams going to London. There's just no way.
And then that commercial will curse them forever if that happens. So,
Oh, Lord.
yeah, so
Hey, we had a couple B's in chat. I don't think there was a single C. Oh, I saw 1 C. There was a couple B's, but it's all energy.
I think they were still talking about Cloud9. Yeah.
Oh,
With a C, so that's a little delayed.
Stream on a delay right here.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're gonna move on. Enough of these questions right now. We got to split the desk apart here. We gotta get us into teams here. So Gibbs and I are gonna team on this side, and Daz and Stacks, you guys are gonna team on this side. We're gonna build a bracket together here. We already built our brackets. We're gonna show them on the screen here and see if we have any differences when it comes to how we think the matches are gonna go today. So let's start off with us 2 here.
Yep.
So
what's our team name,
was
Leaf?
The
Yep.
better half.
Yes,
of the desk.
exactly.
What?
That's brilliant. Brilliant right there. The better half coming out. Now,
What
I want to
am
go
I
over this.
looking at?
So we got Faze playing winning the whole thing. Now the reason is because me and Leaf couldn't decide on who wins this, so we did a coin flip. I did the coin flip. Obviously, I
didn't
won.
see the coin flip.
Yeah, exactly, I won. So
I
Faze
did not
Clan
agree with this.
is going to win this tournament. They're going to make their first grand finals as a team, and they're going to come out and they are going to deliver the ice. They're going to take down Space Station. G2, yes, they've looked fantastic through days 1 and 2. But they're going to fall. They're going to fall. We need more interesting stories than the G2 winning everything.
Oh,
Faze
my
wins the whole thing.
goodness.
Sorry, Ghost. We're not even going to talk about you.
They called themselves
let
the
me-
better half.
Yeah, well, it was until he actually got to make a decision on something. I got to pick the bottom half. So I've just seen the way SSG was playing. I thought for sure they were going to make it to. I thought Faze would drop down and then SSG would beat them down there and it'd be a
No,
G2
Leaf.
SSG
We see
final,
it
but
on
I'm not
paper
allowed.
here. Yeah, Faze wins. Leaf said it.
See, no, y'all should have let Leaf do this because, oh my goodness.
No.
You guys
Can we
just
show
wait.
them the correct answer,
Listen,
please? There we
Let's
go.
show
Here's
them
the correct
right
answer.
one. This is the bracket for the Vibe Tribe, okay? My goodness. Listen, I understand you want FaZe Clan to do well, but they're just not going to do well. They're going to run into G2. And listen, I'm not going to go on the base tirade. I'll save that for whatever Wednesday
Yeah,
comes
I'm
along.
shocked that you're picking them because Bates will then be right.
He's like crap.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for now. Look, Ghost, Stacks. Even though Stacks loves Lion Blaze, we ran the numbers, the SSG dominance. It looks like they might not win that. And then of course we're gonna have FaZe Clan at the bottom because it's like FaZe are doing great, but then they're gonna run into G2. You're gonna see SSG versus FaZe Clan. I mean, you saw how Arsenal's feeling. Oh my god, if he gets in that mode today, it's gonna be a done deal. And then
FaZe ain't shutting down SSG again. There's just no way.
See, I'm
I mean,
hearing
they
a
just
lot
did
of,
it
like,
yesterday. They just
logical
did it.
thinking
They're
right now.
not doing it again. That's
Okay.
what I'm telling you.
All right.
I think the end of that series yesterday was a fluke, and SSG finally got it going against what I still consider to be a very good defensive team.
I am glad that our team names aren't on those brackets, so I can screenshot theirs and say that
that was your bracket. Yeah.
that was my bracket. I'm switching teams here, guys. I'm coming over. Gibbs is on his own now.
One of us.
I can't say. I mean, maybe Gibbs is going to have the last laugh at the end of the day.
There's a reason why I'm wearing red. All right, it's Faze all the way today, man.
Oh goodness.
All the way.
He's trying to bring everything he can. 'cause he knows he needs
Isn't the
it.
one in the red shirt always the one who's kind of expendable and doesn't make it in the end?
No comment.
He's don't count. He's like, I don't know. I'm over this. I'm angry now. Let's take a look at the bracket, how it actually stands right now, so you guys can get an idea of what you're expecting for the games going forward here. We don't have those matches done. Those were all predictions. We had a lot of games to get to this point. Look how massive this bracket is. As a lot of these teams had to fight tooth and nail to get to this point, but we end up with G2, Faze, Ghost, and SSG.
Yeah, this is so important for a lot of people, right? G2 wants to continue on that hot streak. FaZe Clan wants to kind of build off the success from the major. Ghost, again, this is just their best performance yet. They want to see how far they can go. They're trying to go all the way. SSG kind of in the same spot as FaZe Clan, coming off of a good major performance, just trying to keep up that momentum.
Yeah. And here's your schedule for now. We only have 2 matches scheduled for the time. We have to find out who's going to play in those finals going forward. Of course, coming up first is going to be G2 versus FaZe Clan. Let's start breaking this down. This is the one that has divided the desk. Well, it's made Gibbs look crazy, so he has to start explaining himself now why he thinks FaZe is taking this over G2.
FaZe versus G2. We got G2. They are looking red hot, winter major champions, and they're looking like they're going to continue on the #1 offense right now. But on the other side, FaZe Clan. Now, this is something we don't say a lot. #1 in defense right now. That has always been a weakness of them, but at the winter major, they looked pretty good there. And then we want to talk about FaZe Clan. The other thing that's always missing is the ice, the clutch factor. Well, when we went to the winter major and we played in front of a crowd, they perfectly swept BDS. Then they go to Champions Field overtime versus version 1 and get the win. The ice is there. Sure, they did lose to Queso eventually, and G2 beat Queso, but we're not going to talk about that. But FaZe has shown that they have grown from the beginnings of the winter to now. And I think now is finally the time that we see FaZe Clan shine and become the #1 team in North America. And I think it starts here.
Well, to your credit, you've got a player in Sipical that had, all the question marks, right? It's like he gets added to the team in the winter, and then
I had a lot of
they have
questions,
another. Yeah, they have another top 4 finish, and FaZe is incredibly consistent. They haven't finished outside the top 4, I think, since sometime in the fall. So, they're obviously very solid, whether it's Alu or Sipical there. He's doing a great job alongside First Killer. It is hard to argue against them, but it's even harder to argue against Chicago is literally putting up historical numbers right now. I mean, you don't shoot, 50 some odd % through 4 series. Nobody does that except Chicago. And granted, that kind of makes them a bit of a glass cannon, but I don't see Chicago slowing down anytime soon, especially against a team that, yes, while they're playing good defense, they're still FaZe, and I think Chicago will get his looks.
So I fully agree with you that FaZe is the underdog here. I just think there is a shot. I think no one's really given them a shot, and I think there's a good potential that they can show up here.
Des, did Gibbs sway you at all with those stats?
Honestly, a little bit. Hey, Stacks didn't help. I'm be honest, Stacks. Just because, Chicago's shooting for 50%, but those could be just simple tap-in goals. You got J-Naps throwing the assists left and right. Is Chicago shooting on good defenses, or is he just putting in open net shots? That's the biggest question here. Obviously, that still does dividends to G2's offense, but of course, if it comes down to FaZe having really good defense in this series, then that means that Chicago's not going to get those easy looks, and then that shot percentage goes up a little bit more. So it's really tough because, we really won't know until we know. But
listen,
I'm kind of
listen. They both scored just under 40 goals. I think they're both actually on 39 coming into this through the bracket. Thing is, G2's done it with 2 fewer games, and that kind of offense can be incredibly difficult for FaZe to slow down. And again, I think we start to see more of the old FaZe when they go up against a team like G2, because Atomic, is the biggest difference maker over the past couple of splits.
And that's a big question mark. FaZe Clan is one of those teams that they literally beat everyone in North America outside the top teams. They don't lose to any of them. Through all of winter, they only lost to Space Station, Energy, and G2, and then V1 at the major. So that's it. So FaZe Clan knows that this is their last hurdle. They got to beat these top teams. They know they can easily beat everyone else. It just comes down to, all right, we're in the top 4 again. Let's make a grand finals. They need that experience to go into London, to go into the World Championship. They need games where they're in heavy pressure, like in a grand finals environment, to help them grow.
What's actually impressive to me too about G2 is they have that big moment at the Winter Major, and then they don't just rest on it. We've seen so many teams throughout the history of the RLCS, going back to world champions, who then come back. I mean, Northern Gaming won a world championship, and they were in the promotion tournament the next season. Flipside won a world championship, and they couldn't even get to a final and anything during the offseason the following season. G2 did not just sit back and go, okay, we did it, now let's rest. No, they are just still going, laying the hammer down on everybody. And I'll tell you what, that is the kind of competitive drive I love out of a team.
And they have a 1-point lead, like over NRG, like going into this tournament for the #1 spot in all of North America. Yeah. And that lead is going to greatly expand at this point, just how much. And G2 definitely wants to win and get a nice cushion to get that #1 overall in Worlds.
Okay, well, the only opinion that truly matters is right now the Verizon fan vote is on the board. Chat, it's your turn. Let us know how wrong Gibbs is here. Hashtag FaZe or hashtag G2. Maybe you sided with them. Maybe he swayed you. I think, of course, there's foundation. Do we think it's actually going to happen, though, is the real question. Hashtag G2 or hashtag FaZe in the chat. We'll tally them up. We already know our predictions, but, maybe we throw them on the board anyways and see if maybe anyone was swayed. Did anyone get flipped? Let's get him in. So Gibbs is going for sure
FaZe, yes.
With FaZe. We have for sure G2 down at the other end. And Gibbs.
Well, Daz was in the middle, right? Daz was in the middle.
He's thinking he's flipping.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Daz, don't you dare.
Hey, Daz, I'm going to make it easy for you. I'm going to get mine on the board. I am going against Gibbs. I did not. He's got foundation, but I am not swayed by his beautiful, magical words here. I am still going G2 on this one. I don't care what that bracket said, what team I was a part of. I have to go G2 on this one. Daz, hard decision.
You're going to betray the Vibe Tribe? Or are you going to betray the bracket?
You can't do that. Not the Vibe Tribe, bro. The Vibe
I mean, that's
Tribe.
what it is. That's what it is.
I wish I could talk to Turtle right now. I need a
mentor.
I'm getting a message from Turtle.
Choice. I can't believe this is a choice, Daz.
Just throw it up there, man. Just throw it up there, man.
He even brings the prop.
Baby.
That's better than a shirt. Look at that.
We're going to phase it up, baby. Come on.
I can't believe he has that in his house.
I got like 3 of these.
My disappointment is immeasurable right now. Unbelievable.
Chat, at least you have a little sense to yourself.
Yeah, but we just crept up a percentage. I'm just saying.
Right,
8%. Good job.
Well, now it's dropping. Yeah, hey. We'll take anything we can get. We're the underdogs here, all right? We'll take anything we can get.
Oh, my God. The desk is in Discord right now. It is literally and figuratively here. It is just everything is falling apart. Hopefully, we can get some actual sense when we see what happens on the field. It's time to head over to the Verizon Skybox. Jorby and Turtle are looking to start off Championship Sunday with energy. FaZe Clan is looking to change their fate and nab a win over G2, keeping themselves a second life in Grand Finals.
It's been a while for FaZe since they've beaten G2. G2 2-0 against them in the winter split, but this is a big chance for FaZe to start turning the script and get into the grand final, Turtle.
Yeah, and I'm spoiled, okay? I got to cast the Space Station Gaming versus FaZe matchup yesterday, and then now we come out here, we've got G2 versus FaZe, which is going to be another nail-biter. And if you remember back to the previous series, Jorby, FaZe Clan, they started out poorly, but they have this mental strength with them that they've been carrying ever since the major, and I think that there's a valid reason why the desk was so split here, even when G2 seemed like the clear favorites.
For FaZe, I mean, it's been a good road for FaZe, but a difficult one in terms of getting into the grand final. Since they switched to Sypical, they have not made a grand final in any online regional, so this is a big chance for them in the upper final to finally get one over G2 and get into a grand final with Typical. Faze have looked pretty good so far in this tournament, but this is by far their biggest task yet.
Yeah, and they're up against the G2 that's hungry, and they've got a lot on the line. Winning this series, of course, securing a world spot if they're able to beat Faze fans. So much on the line for G2, a lot to fight for, which is going to drive them even further here in this series to be aggressive and to keep up that peak performance that we've been seeing. But hold on, they're going to have to block a couple of shots. There's one from AJ, saved away from Chicago.
Not the best, oh my goodness. Nice save there from Typical off the bar. I was going to say AJ's shot not as powerful as he was probably hoping. JNAB's able to get that touch away. And Atomic and Chicago were finding a way to fuse their cars. Nice pass over to AJ from first killer, but nothing materializes.
And there's a double commit here on the play from G2 Esports, as JNABs does get a demo on the play, allowing a little bit more space. But then here comes Chicago getting bumped down, and Atomic, he's been third man for quite some time, forced to get a couple of saves. Another demo from first killer onto Chicago, but JNAB's carrying it by himself, and he's able to take this one all the way down to the other side of the field.
The boom here for first killer. Atomic wins the 50. Still Faze's ball. And again, G2 just getting in front of another opportunity for Faze. Typical. Opting for control. He was able to dump it down to first killer. Atomic still got the 50. Chicago up next. And Faze are going to cover that backboard nicely. Try to control the ball out of their own half.
Ooh, AJ. Nice mechanics here, coming out with a flip reset. And if we do think back to yesterday, what worked well for Faze Clan was their ability to read the play and dodge a lot of demos. Space Station Gaming were so aggressive. So for G2, the physical play won't be as effective. We're going to need to see, of course, Atomic popping off on the offense. We need Chicago to keep up that star striking performance. I mean, the dude has been insane. I talked about on the desk, over 50%. I believe he's sitting at 56% shooting accuracy here in the tournament so late. And they're still getting saves like this on their own half, somehow keeping Faze Clan at bay.
Nice little loft there from JNAPS, but Atomic has to stay back as Chicago rotates to midfield. No one really able to grab an advantage over the other. G2, only 3 shots on net, but that's the same for Faze. Here's Atomic, flip reset available, drops it down, but no pass is going to come. Faze got every angle covered, and they get another clear.
Chicago, nice control touch there. Keep things forward. They're moving out of their own half rather well, Jorby, but when it comes to offense and getting that final opportunity, Faze Clan have got them pretty well read. They're getting in front of the shots, not letting anything float towards their half or even towards their net.
Ooh. This one does come towards them, but I mean, like you said, even when G2 do get to those corners, Faze lock down the options, and it's difficult for G2 to find anything. But I mean, same goes for Faze. While they have had a couple of chances in front of the box, they've been awkward opportunities. And G2, while they've looked maybe a bit uncomfortable in front of their box, really nothing has phased them as much on offense.
Yeah, it feels like the striking is a little bit weaker here for Faze Clan. Might be warming up. There's a good bump from Chicago in the air, but didn't have the follow-up. But like I was alluding to earlier, or just now actually, I just feel like the striking, if it gets picked up a tidbit for Faze Clan, things could really work out for them. We've seen a couple of weak shots from AJ. First killer, not the best here. Here's another pinch from Typical, and first killer, AJ's downfield, doesn't take the boost, and instead opts out to leave it for Typical. And a couple more chances for Faze Clan, but nothing too threatening as G2 are reading the play well.
G2 protect their own boost. First killer having to rotate out, and Atomic winning the next 50. We are in lockstep right now.
Yeah.
Another boomer for Typical. AJ's up for this one. What's he got?
Oh, what a
straight
touch.
down off the backboard, but nobody comes in for the shot. It was Typical who came in, but didn't even get a touch on the ball as JNAPS brings it back down with Chicago.
A good transition, Chicago. Maybe forcing a 50-50. Atomic hit the brakes, looking to get another solid challenge there in front of the box, but it doesn't work out. And oh my goodness, Jorby, we are literally back and forth. The defense from both teams standing so strong. Ooh. It's going to take a lot more than just a simple shot from the midfield to break through that goal line.
It was nice from JNAPS there. Got the initial bump onto Typical and then finished the job to make sure he got control. But now Typical pushes downfield.
Here we go.
Got through one on JNAPS. Chicago's up for the defense. He's got it against first killer. G2 going to keep the ball close. No, JNAPS just gives it back to Typical. AJ's in the air. And first killer coming back. We're looking like an overtime in game 1.
I thought maybe we get another Faze Clan buzzer beater, which we did see yesterday, but fortunately enough, we do get OT, and we'll see what G2 have to offer. They're the ones winning the kickoff, but first killer immediately reads the situation, and we're back down the other side.
There's only been one real opportunity for G2, I feel, the one from Atomic near the start of the game, but hang on. Faze getting something set up. AJ just missing the touch, but he gets it away. Forces JNAPS to go to the opposite side, and he'll boom it downfield.
I like that aggression, though, from AJ, having a very tight rotation, cutting in early. That might be necessary against G2 if it's a difficult position now to break down the defense. You're going to need to have somebody being aggressive like that from AJ, maybe cutting in early on. That's not the best touch, though. Hold on a second. Here's Chicago. Might lead to something off the backboard. Let's see what Atomic has.
Nothing's breaking right now. Faze got the backboard still on lock. First killer trying to set something up in mid, but AJ playing a little farther back on that. He will get the touch off of JNAS, but Chicago pushes it forward. Chicago waiting for the next touch, but Turtle, again, Faze really not relenting here on defense, and AJ gets right up there for the challenge. Might have been the one chance you think, okay, G2 are going to get the clear shot, but then AJ comes up with the 50.
I mean, I think we gotta, hopefully everybody has some snacks, to be honest with you, because this might be a long overtime. It's not just FaZe who aren't letting up, it's G2 as well. Back and forth, clears down to each side. I'm not seeing any open mistakes or big gaps that these teams can take advantage of. It feels like at this point it's going to come down to maybe a double commit like that one out of G2, or something stellar like a couple of flip resets, something mechanical to break through that line.
And there's been a lot of talk over the course of the season as FaZe ripped one towards the net about FaZe's defense, but it has been working to excellent effect against G2 so far. AJ getting back in time, got the save. JNAPS and Chicago gonna wait, but AJ gets both of them beat as Atomic flips it downfield. First killer's got no boost, and so he has to let the ball hang.
Such a good read from Atomic, and he stays forward off the ceiling, maybe a follow-up two, crashing on top of it. Atomic, a highlight play there on the defensive side. Everybody reading the play so well, and here he is again, staying in position, making sure that they can keep some offensive pressure. The best we've seen out of G2, I'd say, throughout the whole overtime, but it's given away right to FaZe Clan.
First killer pushing the ball out to the side. There was another chance for G2 that was taken away by Sypical, and when G2 do get down the field on that last push, just didn't have enough boost to really force FaZe to feel the pressure, but Sypical just got caught out, and he makes the touch. It was off the post, probably wouldn't have got the rebound, but still, that one a little close for FaZe.
Yeah, Sypical's so thankful that that was not on target because he was overextending his rotation just a little bit too far forward. Caught off guard. Atomic, here's another early shot on net off the backboard. AJ is in position, and we got a 1v1 first killer against Chicago, but Atomic bails him out and keeps his team in OT.
AJ pass in front, taken away by JNAPS, and he'll collect his own boost. He's got Chicago on the wing. JNAPS coming up for upfield, got first killer beat, 2 touches. No, he doesn't get there. But the rebound is Chicago's, and G2 take the overtime.
And it's just when you think FaZe Clan are going to be the ones to break through the defense. Nope, it's going to be G2 off that beautiful air dribble from JNAPS all the way down the field, off the backboard, and setting his teammates up.
Wow. I mean, FaZe had a couple of really nice pushes there. That solo effort from first killer in front of the box, fakes out the first defender, puts the shot on net, but then somehow Atomic rolls in with the save at the very end. And then they get the transition, they hold on to the ball, and JNAPS putting that ball above AJ, or onto AJ rather, bumping into AJ. There's no chance he was going to have to get back to that ball. FaZe trying to make up for it. It didn't happen. And G2 really survived. I felt like FaZe were controlling most of that game,
And it's the follow-up. First killer, he got around the first player, and he had a clear opening at the net, but the shot was too weak. And I think that's maybe the third or fourth time, Jorby, that I have noticed the striking from FaZe Clan. It's a little bit underwhelming, a bit watered down here whenever they're going for the shot. They're not getting the proper connection, and the power slightly weak in that situation. First killer, he got past the first player. All he had to do was smack that ball in, couldn't get contact, and it ended up to be the biggest punishment there for the entire game.
It really feels like that's the only thing not working for FaZe, because defense, they were able to get the
everything else great.
They even made the double commits work. They got a couple of pinches out, forced G2 to respect that clear potential, but they couldn't come up with a goal. So they got to find a way to get their shot, really not accuracy, it's with the power. And sometimes a little bit of physicality will get you what you need. AJ gets the first for FaZe.
Oh, and they have activated the beast. Look at this man go. He missed that other opportunity, but he's making use of this one and all that open space off the kickoff. The air dribble, leaves the ball, gets the bump, and then, of course, you've got a follow-up from AJ. That's the first killer we know and love, and we like to see him come out here and come alive in Game 2.
After over 7 minutes of scoreless play, FaZe get almost 2 at the start of the game, but the dunk can't happen. Chicago picks up the save initially, back over to Atomic. And
look at him go. They've activated first killer, man. They have done it.
Thought he might have had it on the pass. Yeah, first killer. There's something about this player when You need him to turn on that extra gear, that final gear. He's got it. And even when you feel like he's playing well, he can somehow take over a lobby out of nowhere. And that's been the kind of force that he brings to Faze, and why people regularly call First Pillar one of the best, if not the best player in North America. You see why people are so high on this guy. He pushes this one down for a save. AJ gets caught out, and Atomic ties the game.
And we got the follow-up here from Atomic. It was a very awkward situation for the defense of Faze Clan. 2 players in net. First Killer, we were just talking about him on offense and how detrimental he can be towards the defense, but here he doesn't get the first touch that's away from the net. Instead, it goes right to the hands of G2, and they've got an easy follow-up.
Chicago gonna roll that ball back to the corner, but Faze get the boomer downfield. Sipical got the catch, got the dribble, got the flick, got the goal. Sipical takes it in.
And it's beautiful timing here from Sipical, because there's a couple of different options he can go for. He can either try to flick this one on early. He knows that another defender's coming. But if he waits too long, Chicago is crashing the net. You've got First Killer taking out the defender. So lovely timing out of that flick from Sipical, and they take back that lead.
Better of this kickoff. Faze missed the ball. Jay now
what is going on
the side, but it's taken away by Sipical.
I like how the first game was just picture-perfect defense, and now it's getting a little bit sloppy here in game 2. But this is what we want to see. More space given to these players, showing us what they can do with that extra ball time and extra space.
G2 trying to withstand Faze pressure, and still it's coming. That shot just above the net. JNAPS gets a little bit of time to look at it. Atomic almost pre-jumps that ball. Chicago gets it back in time for the 50. Bails JNAPS out. They can push the ball downfield.
AJ, what does he got? Oh my goodness, First Killer. He's already downfield. Nice touch back into the mid. Doesn't connect. And you know that G2, they're reading the play so well on defense. They know exactly where Faze Clan are trying to pass the ball, but what they haven't been able to read is where First Killer's going for those demps, the physicality from this player whenever he gets in a 1v1 situation. They can't stop that right now.
Chicago, light shot, JNAPS. Nice redirect in front of the box, tying it up again.
And I got to see where, I believe it was Chicago landed here. No, he passed. It was JNAPS landing forward and then cut himself in front of the defender and got that first touch initially. It's such lovely positioning for him to get in front of him and make sure he can find that first touch.
Faze can't keep a lead for more than what feels about 30 seconds. They're gonna get another chance here to get the clear, but JNAPS cuts them off. Hard touch back over to Chicago. They made the clear difficult for First Killer. With a little bit of space, Typical ends up giving the ball up. To commit, Chicago just gotta keep it away from the Faze rotation.
Yeah, and that's such a good touch from Chicago. He knew that both his teammates had double commit, so instead, what does he do? He sends it to the corner, buys some time, and lets everybody rotate back.
Ooh, nice little touch there from Chicago, but it's cut off by First Killer. And AJ's got space, drops it back to First Killer, but it's actually Atomic who cuts right in, and he's gonna have another read, just misses the touch. Atomic trying to harass that back line. First Killer trying to recorrect. He does get the backflip, but it's G2's push here. Nice pass from Chicago again, a nasty setup, and Atomic delivers the pain.
And it's all about the speed of this setup. Chicago, it's a routine midfield pass. AJ had it read. He was positioning himself for that exact same pass. But because of the speed that Chicago hit that ball with, there is no intercepting it, Jorby.
Just the power on that pass. You have to be able to react instantly to it.
You can't get in front of it. It's impossible.
It was a dime to Atomic. That was just absolutely pristine stuff from Chicago. First Killer setting up another chance, but JNAPS jumps in front of it. And G2's defense, Turtle, you talked about it earlier, and they're holding firm again, finding a way to get by every single Faze opportunity. Even this one, Chicago's ready for the save. And JNAPS is going to get the clear.
What is that touch from Chicago, too? The risky, soft one right in front of his own net. The composure for him to go for that. When you've got 3 players of Faze Clan hunting for a goal, oh my word, it's insane right now from G2. It seems like nothing is forcing them to panic on the defensive line.
Chicago ripped one up. Maybe JNAPS goes for it. Maybe he doesn't. Either way, Chicago still got the ball. Getting in the way of the Faze rotation, or now having a lot of issues breaking out. You see Typical with no boost, but he's got the 50 to AJ. And Faze can get out, but they're in a position again, down by 1 with a minute left. They got to find a way to tie it up.
Oh, it's a good 50-50. There's space for Typical. What's he going to do? Go off the backboard. He does win the challenge, and now sets up AJ with a pass in the midfield for First Killer, and they're connecting a nice string of passes here, Jorby, but nothing quite in front of the net yet. And as I say that, here comes AJ with the best look he's gotten all game.
That was good touch here from First Killer. You saw in the net, Atomic, he comes up on the back wall and ends up getting destroyed on it. I think he thought that First Killer was going to give that touch up a little earlier. So he gets up onto the back wall and it ends up taking him out of position. And it was already they were going into the corners constantly against Faze, and eventually they just whittled them down.
Dude, I need to see that replay again. I think I saw a First Killer land with the back of his car on the wall, and then he used his boost to get in front of it and get the touch here. Hold on, is another follow-up from Faze Clan. After this game is over, we can take a look at the replays, but for now, we've still got some crazy action in front of us.
Chicago pushes that ball out. Might be headed to an overtime on Aquadome. Faze are pushing right now. They want to end this in regulation. G2 going to get the clear out to the side, and it's Chicago who lobs it back downfield. They might even have a chance. Sends it up once. First Killer puts it down in front. Probably the only touch that would have worked because all of G2 are waiting. Pass in front. Shot wide. Time running out. Atomic. He wants one more chance at the net with control. Gets the touch up back to Chicago. Denied. We got overtime.
And it was a golden opportunity for JNaps. He's going to want another look at that one. Couldn't find the accuracy. And right off the kickoff, we've got Faze Clan getting aggressive, doesn't take the boost, but First Killer, of course, winning the 50-50. And all momentum seems to be in favor now of Faze Clan after that previous goal.
Chicago, not a lot of boost, just trying to protect the ball, and does it for Atomic to get back in time. AJ, pass back to First Killer, over to AJ, cut off by JNaps.
It seems like G2 a little bit more aware that Faze Clan are trying to string together passes close to each other. That's what led to that initial goal. And we'll see if G2 start to position themselves a bit more on man coverage, trying to keep themselves in the same position, same space as where Faze Clan like to position themselves on offense. Here we go, another 50-50. JNaps moving forward. Doesn't find the touch, and we got Typical winning some challenges. This ball staying in the half of G2, Jorby.
Atomic having to rush in, help out. JNaps on the push. Chicago just got caught a little bit, but nobody was there to punish. And G2 could get out. Atomic avoiding one bump. Able to avoid another defender. Can he push this towards the box? He does. Gets the bump. Chicago drops it down, and First Killer picked up the save. Not over. JNaps got the pinch up. AJ has to come back out. He's got the clear. The rest of G2 back ready for the transition.
And that's what the initial weakness was from Faze Clan, was the striking. But now that's what's the issue for G2. They can't seem to get a good touch or solid contact on the ball whenever they need to make some shots on net. It's not going in. Here's Atomic off the crossbar, or excuse me, the post. And again, the shooting accuracy plaguing G2.
That one a little tough, but that demo should have opened up the opportunity, and you saw third man was just a little too far back, had to go for it. That one just misses the mark. He had no boost, had to beat the first defender, excuse me. Typical winning the next 50, but Atomic just punches it downfield. It's gonna be wide. AJ gets in front, but Atomic gets in the way. JNaps, another setup, off the ceiling. One more touch, got the 50. AJ scoops that one up again, and Faze are hanging on.
But it feels like this is G2's overtime. Things have shifted. It's not accurate with the shots. JNaps, there's space here moving forward. What's he going to do? Go for the 50-50? Indeed. Out to Atomic, who misses it. But JNaps does stay forward. A fake, potentially. But Faze Clan, the defense, looking so solid to get this ball out.
Chicago diving in front to stop that transition again. Faze still moved downfield. JNaps wins one touch, but nobody's ready for G2. They just caught them out!
Oh, that's
Faze
it!
take Aquadome!
G2's positioning a little bit greedy here. Everybody pushing up. Chicago looking for a potential bump, and AJ doesn't want any of it. He just has one free shot from the midfield, a sinker, and that one just drops in.
That overtime lasting almost on the dot as long as game one's OT lasted, and well, you probably weren't expecting anything less from G2 versus Faze. But Turtle, you were talking about G2's accuracy issues, not able to put the ball on target,
so tough,
but even getting physical as well. Like G2 continually trying to bump Faze off the play, trying to make those demos happen. And you were also talking about Faze and those soft touches and the passes. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's the goal I wanted to see. I couldn't even see it because the angle, the ball was like covering First Killer's positioning. But he landed with the back or the top of his car on the wall and then just kept boosting and slid across. It was some of the craziest play, one of the craziest play I think I've ever seen so far. But you're right, Jorby. G2, the defense was there. They started connecting here on offense a little bit. Of course, the passing was there. You remember the Chicago pass in the midfield. That was such an immaculate pass, right? Of course, there's no missing that. But the shooting after that play, it just went all downhill.
This one has the makings of a long series. 1-1, 2 overtimes so far. A half a game of Rocket League played in both of those OTs. And I mean, you expect no less out of these two squads. Faze, they weren't without their criticisms over the course of the season, but they're really trying to make the push happen, and they get the first goal here in game 3.
They're starting out on fire again. This is how they did in the previous matchup, or in the previous game. And here's one for Sypical. Early lead from the midfield. And that's something that worked for them against Space Station Gaming. There were a lot of shots that were taken far outside of the box where you'd wait, if you're face gun, you're waiting for somebody from the opposition to overextend, to maybe force a double commit, and then an early shot, you can punish it from the midfield. That's what happened in the previous game. That's what happened just now off the kickoff.
Chicago, pass cut off by First Killer, but he's going to get back to the ball. Now G2 have to wait for Faze to push downfield. Atomic
Another early
boost,
shot.
and he gets punished for it. Atomic leaves the play, and he gave Faze a free goal.
It's almost like nobody expects this. You see AJ and Sypical up in the air, and you're expecting maybe an air dribble, a flip reset. They're waiting to get in front of the box to shoot.
Well,
No, never mind. They're just going to take early shots, Jorby.
But even if you think that, why would Atomic leave that play? Go get that boost.
You think I got the answer, okay? I don't know what he's doing. I don't know why he's
Even if you don't see Sypical there.
He's in the Bahamas, bro. I don't know what he's doing.
Either way, it's 2-0 Faze. Gotta cut the ball back out in the corner. JNaps can't do anything with the ball there. Faze get another clear.
Weird positioning so far. I mean, even the OT goal last game felt awkward. Like there shouldn't have been an early shot and then another one. It's just early shot after early shot. The defense is fumbling the bag here on both sides.
Oh, and you see First Killer, he gets up the wall, and that pretty much was the death knell as far as that shot was concerned. JNav's easy shot placement. First Killer trying to anticipate that 50, thinking it's gonna put him in a spot where he can read it off the back wall. Instead, it was a free shot for JNavs. G2 get the goal.
Ooh, lovely first touch from JNavs around the opposition. Now looking into the midfield. Atomic's there too. He's gonna take his time and try to get around AJ. In this game, we've seen so many different types of play styles. It started out so defensive, Jorby, and then it got insanely aggressive now here in this game, but people are taking early shots from the midfield. We're seeing all types of Rocket League.
Naps in front of the ball again. Opting for control, back over to the corner. No one really available for the pass, but the whiff is going to give Atomic the ball. Pitches it hard to Chicago, and that one saved for now. 2 saves come out. AJ and First Killer picking it up. Atomic gets kicked into the ball. First Killer finally getting what semblance of a clear, but G2 still have control.
Oh, JNav's looking for Chicago downfield. It did connect off the backboard. Here's Atomic, but it's read by Sypical. Faze Clan, they're getting in the way of those shots and making sure a defender can at least find a touch on anything that comes their way.
Again, still felt like that opportunity from Chicago probably could have been better placed to make Faze uncomfortable. Instead, it was easy for Faze to clear that ball, and that's when, Chicago comes over from the sidewall. He's capable of sinking those. That one comes across. JNaps looking for a clear with Chicago.
Even something higher off the backboard, something to make Faze Clan work harder to get those reads and find interceptions. That's another one that's a bit routine for G2. We'll see what JNaps has. A flip reset attempt, but it's easily cleared away from AJ. Nothing special so far from the offense of G2.
Chicago coming up on this ball.
Oh my goodness.
AJ is right in the point. JNaps tries to push that ball forward again, but that by Faze on the challenge. Small ball play here for G2. Atomic. Little dribble into a hard flick. No touch here. Sypical slips it underneath. JNaps, not the best touch. He ends up giving it up. First Killer might have a race here, and he's got Atomic beat, but he makes the save. Coming up high for the rebound. Sypical got the catch. Atomic slips around him, and G2 able to keep the lead 1-2 for now.
Oh, and that's another moment there for JNaps off the backboard. First Killer didn't have a touch. I don't think Chicago expected First Killer to miss it and didn't have the follow-up, but even thinking back maybe 30 seconds ago, you saw JNaps have a softer touch, Jorby. The mechanics a little bit off here for G2 in game number 3.
They do have pressure right now. Chicago playing keep away. Got the ball back to Naps, but you saw Atomic playing it wide.
Here we go.
Takes the shot and just couldn't find a way through Faze, but a decent shot regardless. JNAPS pushes it forward again. Back to Chicago, and he's missed the ball. A lot of opportunities for G2. Faze are willing to give him the pass, but G2 just have not been able to collect.
Yeah, and that was another situation that needs to get punished. And finally, you get the answer you've been waiting for if you're a G2 fan. Maybe the third or fourth pass in the midfield. Previously, it went unanswered, but Chicago, he's there for this shot.
Yeah, it comes down to like where you think the 50 is going to go. Faze are expecting Typical to get at least a follow-up touch, but then the ball is just snuffed away from him, and it's a quick pass from Atomic again. This time Chicago can connect. I think the thing Faze could probably hang their hats on is they've been able to prevent a lot of these G2 opportunities, but now they're in a position again where they have to respond.
Yeah, and you can only imagine, though, what the scoreline would be if G2 were able to connect better on some of these shots. Even in that previous game, it felt like G2 a bit weaker. Here's a bump from Chicago, leaving some space for, I believe it was JNAPS to go for the air dribble, but back down the other side is Faze Clan looking to take things back to the lead.
Chicago carrying that ball very carefully downfield. Got the 50, and Atomic in a bit of an awkward spot. Comes straight back down for the reset.
Ooh,
fake out one. Wants another one, but first killer's going to take the ball away.
And that wasted a lot of time for JNAPS in Chicago to get some boost. Faze Clan stepping on each other's toes a bit with the rotations, but they're still looking solid. 10 seconds left. Faze Clan, they could end things here. Otherwise, G2, maybe they're the ones to end it. A nice early shot from Chicago, saved from first killer, and now the possession keeps it close. And this should drop down, Jorby, but maybe not.
Faze looking for the chance, drops down, and 3 straight overtimes, Turtle.
Here we go. This is what you wanted. This is what we expected, and thankfully, it's a pretty intense matchup on both ways. I wouldn't say one team has the momentum here. It's just been a dogfight on the pitch.
First killer pushing that ball back to the corner. Chicago. Oh, it gave up the ball, and Typical got a free shot, put it high. JNAPS, not the best touch. First killer's going to be able to get back to it. G2 having to play extended defense. Typical trying to wrap around that ball, but Chicago has been really difficult to deal with on the defensive end. JNAPS also getting in front of that in midfield, and Faze got to try again.
Look at that speed from JNAPS. Push that clear down field. I haven't seen too many demos here from first killer. And speaking of demos, Chicago taking out first killer, but I would like to see some aggression from that man himself, first killer. What got them the previous win. And here comes AJ getting a demo. As soon as I talk about it, we've got Faze Clan looking to get aggressive.
Ooh, Typical. Good idea on the touch. First killer had to wait. And it gets pushed out again. Nothing really developing for Faze despite being able to push down the field.
Look what those demos
typical
do.
solo play. Here he comes over one. Atomic can force the ball back out to the corner, but it's not done. Off the back wall. Next up was JNAPS. Atomic hoping to get in front. No one from Faze committed yet. First killer staying on the ground. And Chicago trying to push this downfield, and winning that 50 might set something up here for G2. Atomic waits. First killer coming out. JNAPS has to get the clear out, and both teams trying to fake out the other with these challenges, forcing them to give up the ball to their respective third man for a chance for a quick transition. But it hasn't really worked out because the third man on both teams have been clutch getting the ball back downfield.
And at this point, it feels like who can read those challenges better? And who can read this pinch? Oh my word, from first killer down to the other side. That could have been crazy. A nice midfield touch from Typical, but nobody was there. And Jorby, what I was talking about is there's a lot of 50-50s, and you know, it's going to be difficult to read these, but that's what it's coming down to. Like right here, Typical and Atomic. Who's going to read that 50-50 better? In this situation, it was Faze Clan to keep the ball out, but G2, if they can somehow predict where that ball is going to end up and get in front of a Faze Clan defender, that could be the end here for this game.
No one from G2 was able to commit on the ball. Faze trying to regain control of midfield, but now it's G2 pushing down. Get the shot, just a little high. 2 touches in, and Atomic delivers the strike and gives G2 the Game 3 victory.
And it was a handoff. What a touch from Chicago. Talk about creativity, using the bottom side of his car later in the flip to get it into the midfield. And it's followed up by a double tap from Atomic. You can't ask for anything more if you're a G2 fan.
Chicago was really looking threatening with those 50s. Again, on defense, almost able to shake the ball out every single time and even get a couple of midfield challenges, but things started to die when they got back onto offense. We talked about how many passes they missed early on in the game, but then they started to connect. Then it started to get a little more difficult. And while they weren't able to put consistent pressure on Faze's half, a breakout opportunity like that from Chicago, and then, I mean, Atomic as well. That was, 2 players had to make an insane play there, and they both did it.
I honestly don't know how you can even save that. Like, as I'm watching that replay, like, we have gotten to a level in Rocket League where it's, I genuinely don't think that you can have a position on defense where you save that, because with Chicago's angle towards the ball, the best possible situation was what I believe First Killer was doing on the backboard. He's staying there, anticipating a touch from Chicago that'll smack against the backboard. But with the way Chicago used his flip, he somehow got a touch into the midfield, and then you get a double tap from Atomic. I don't know how you get in front of that, Jorby. I seriously.
You're seeing that prediction from both teams' third men. Whoever's in that third position is picking where this play is going to go so far ahead of time to try to read it, because both of these teams are so fast and they're capable of switching things up on you so quickly. So it's like, who's going to take advantage of the mind game there, right? Who wins the chess battle of the positioning between the third men?
Yeah,
it's just absolutely crazy. And sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes Atomic just styles on you, and you say, GG, go next.
Or maybe you get First Killer. I mean, we're talking a lot about G2. Sometimes you can get First Killer being aggressive with the 1v1 plays. I seriously believe that he's the reason why they got that first game here in the series for FaZe Clan, and I want to see more of that. That's what we need to see activated, and we'll see if he can have that same level of performance that he had on Aquadome.
Well, G2 do take series advantage 2-1. They would love to put this series on match point again. World's qualification on the line for G2. If they win this series, they're in to the World Championship, period. Big opportunity here for G2. For FaZe, again, since adding Typical to the roster, they have not been in a regional grand final. So this is also a big opportunity for them, and that's a nice pass from First Killer to Sip.
And I'm loving the way that this game has been unfolding for us. It's been a heavy reliance on midfield passing. And JNaps, he had the read, but with the power, again, on that pass in the midfield, it doesn't matter if you've got the read and you're anticipating it. You can't get in front of it if that ball is just a lightning bolt into the midfield.
Off the kickoff, ball will roll back into the corner. But Chicago's going to get the first read.
Stab.
First touch. Two-touch save. Came off of AJ's car and then off the backboard again. Back off Chicago, and the rebound goes out. And FaZe, you say they get away with it, but honestly, AJ came up with a stellar touch.
I was to say that literally looked like pinball. It was so hard to follow where this one was going. But at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is FaZe Clan still hold the lead after getting the save. Atomic off the backboard. AJ does have the read, and he's going to the sidewall with some space and boost to work with.
Great shot from AJ just off the bar. Chicago couldn't come up with a touch. Now First Killer, high pop to over two defenders. And JNaps has to clean up real quick. But look how quick AJ's getting back to the midfield line. FaZe starting to gain a lot of control here. Typical midfield boost is his. Atomic racing back for the battle. Across the box. Looks like it's going to be Atomic's ball. First Killer and AJ cut it off. Maybe another chance here for FaZe as it's pushed out again. First Killer, shot denied. And JNaps gets the clear.
It looks like G2 are opting to go for these challenges in their own half. Like right in that previous situation, we saw Atomic waiting behind the ball. And FaZe Clan, that third man and that second man even, is positioning themselves a little bit deeper. So if it does come down to this challenge game, I think G2 definitely have the benefit because they're much closer to the ball. They can carry this one out. So for FaZe Clan, I think the key is to keep this ball high and try to prevent a lot of those challenges.
Good stop from Typical in midfield, allowing First Killer to come in. Other stuff here from Chicago. JNaps with a speedy follow-up. Actually gets around First Killer. Chicago setting up Atomic. Shot on the left side. Nicely placed, 1-1.
And you'll see G2, they're keeping this ball grounded, looking for another 50-50 was JNaps, but instead he's just faking out First Killer in the corner who backflipped towards the ball, and then everybody getting involved from G2 to punish. And you'll notice that ball, it was stuck to the ground, Jorby. That's where G2 are most comfortable in this game.
Oh, AJ, two nice touches in front. The ground game's certainly successful, but you're talking about the infield passes from FaZe as well. That worked to great effect for G2. You got to really find everything you've got in the playbook to work against either of these teams. They're capable of reading and thwarting so many different types of opportunities. There's just so much talent on the pitch here.
Exactly. And that's why you get so excited about a series like this, a matchup like this, G2 versus FaZe. Is you know you're not going to get routine plays or the same play style all throughout the series. It's constantly evolving, constantly changing. One thing might work for a little bit, then the defense adapts, and it's up to the offense of G2 or FaZe Clan to change things up.
And FaZe so far as they set up another opportunity. First
Oh
killer
my
saved by
goodness.
JNaps. AJ puts it off the bar, and here comes Typical. First killer got the bump. One touch, two touches, and saved. It was halfway in.
What
That
is
was on the
going
post.
on?
It doesn't go in, Faze. They could try, they could pray, but no one answers. They got no goal.
I'm thinking, what is going on? How is this ball not going past the goal line? And now I'm getting flashbacks to the Winter Major, the G2 saves. You remember what happened on the goal line. Somehow managing to keep this ball out. They do it again here, but for how long? 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and first killer strikes.
And that's his first goal of the entire series. Yeah, that's right. First killer hasn't scored yet, Turtle.
There it is.
And we're 4 games in, but out of Faze's now 8 goals. He's assisted 6 of them.
Yeah.
And just scored that one. First killer still involved despite not being the goal
Absolutely.
scorer. And he's had a bunch of his shots saved as well. Atomic tries to push this ball out.
Well, it's been a lot of solo plays from first killer. Him doing work behind the ball, off the crossbar. Hold on a second. Almost led to something. Chicago moving forward, but like I was talking about, first killer, you know, he might not be scoring a lot of these goals, but the play is certainly set up to the point where he deserves most of the credit. And Chicago, with the pass to Atomic, they tie it up.
Atomic has been the goal scorer for G2, though. Chicago gets this one set up, and everybody from Faze still trying to recover. AJ turning around back in net. First killer recovering from his last touch, and Typical was still rotating back. Just a perfect opportunity for Chicago to lay that up for Atomic.
Here we go, all tied up. Just when you think FaZe Clan have the advantage and, you know, somehow managed to get the lead, it's right back into G2's possession, and we're all tied up. 33 seconds left. Who's going to adapt now? What difference and change in offense do we see?
Chicago punches that ball back to JNaps. Atomic gonna play headhunter. JNaps got the 50. Faze trying to worm that ball out of the corner. They do. Now first killer's got a one-on-one. Not the best touch, and it's an easy clear.
Uncharacteristic from first killer to panic in that situation. He's so used to 1v1 plays where if
Oh.
he just waited a bit more on the flick, could have gotten one in. 5 seconds left. Back down the other side, first killer looking for something again, maybe trying to avenge himself, but doesn't connect, and that one's gonna fall down. We've got overtime again, Jorby.
This whole season, before this series started, FaZe and G2 had played 20 games against each other. Only 3 of those games went to overtime. All 4 of these games have gone to overtime. This is nuts. This is how we're gonna go in Atomic again. This man does not know how to stop scoring. He puts another one in, another OT banger set up by JNaps, and G2 take a series lead 3-1.
And it's such a smart play from JNaps in the corner. You can go for a simple touch off the backboard, but it's not nearly as effective. And with how deep Atomic was as that second man, the best option is to go for that corner touch, that corner pass, have it bounce a little bit further back, and of course, set up none other than Atomic, who got a hat trick in this game.
And FaZe calling the tactical timeout.
Oh, here we go, here we go.
We're gonna need a breather down 1 to 3. And Turtle, you were talking about this a little earlier
Yep.
with FaZe's tactical timeout.
This is massive for FaZe Clan. This is what changed and swapped the tides in the previous game and series, for FaZe Clan up against Space Station Gaming. They lost the first 2 games in that best of 7, and then they called the timeout and then won 4 in a row, completely changing momentum here. And if they do the same thing, it doesn't matter if G2 are on match point. 4 games in a row. They did it before after the timeout. They can certainly do it here again.
What's the sauce here for FaZe? Like, what's the approach to beat this G2 team? Because now twice you've had, or 3 times, you've had a lead, and you've squandered that lead every time. And it's Atomic. It's Atomic who keeps scoring these goals.
Yeah.
Now, granted, full team effort for G2, absolutely. But where are things failing for FaZe on defense? How can they prevent this from happening again?
In my opinion, it's the ground game for FaZe Clan. In that game alone, they were lacking in 50-50s and also the dribbles. I can think back to a huge moment here towards the end of that previous game. First killer, he was on the ground going for a solo dribble. You expect more from him. He was not patient at all with his flick, panicking early, and that's a goal that he should score. That's a goal that you expect and you need from first killer. Also, I mentioned it, and I saw a lot of 50-50s not going their way, and even if a 50-50 did occur on the field, you'd have somebody from G2 much closer on the play in that shadow defensive spot to get a follow-up touch. Then FaZe Clan, it's awkward. It's almost like G2 They recognize that FaZe Clan are playing deeper, playing more extensive and I'd say spaced out rotations. And G2, they're like, okay, we'll keep this ball grounded, we'll keep it close to us, and therefore we can do a little bit more with it.
And as we look at the Mobile One high performance replay, we see it again. Chicago setting up Atomic. That's been the duo most of the time. I mean, that one, Atomic again, from who else other than Chicago? These two keep linking up in crucial, critical moments, and it's giving G2 these wins. Turtle, it's insane to me how G2, it's like they won in LA, and then they were like, okay, yeah, we're good now. We're good now. We want more.
It's not enough.
Yeah, I don't think we proved enough yet. Let's go for another one, as they're one game away from clinching a world championship spot.
Yeah, and that's the hunger you need, Jorby, to be a world champion here. And of course, G2 making a strong case here whenever we, of course, go to the world championship to be a top contender at taking the trophy. But of course, it all starts with this series, with this win and securing that spot.
This match has been full of overtimes.
I want another one. Every single match, every single
Everyone?
game.
You know, we've never had any best of 7 go all overtimes. Oh, okay. Chicago just steals the ball away. Oh, big thief energy right there.
Yeah.
1-0.
And this is a playbook that was stolen out of FaZe Clan here with an early shot from the midfield where everybody from FaZe did overextend, and that's a painful one here, Jorby. You just take a timeout, you get into the game, and then immediately you're punished by an early shot from Chicago.
JNAP sets this ball up in front. Typical. Thought he had to defend a 50
Look at the
a little quicker than that.
Look at Chicago keeping this ball grounded, Jorby. It's amazing to see, and then it leads to an opportunity. That's been happening so frequently here for G2. They'll keep the ball low, and then a 50-50 will go in their favor. They'll have a nice little follow-up, and they can keep possession off of it.
Light touch from First Killer isn't going to go anywhere.
Oh my
Chicago
goodness.
going to punch the ball back downfield. Typical is going to stay on the ground this time. Pass to the right to First Killer. First Killer going to force Atomic off the ball. Atomic shakes it off him and gets the follow-up touch over AJ.
I think First Killer might be a little bit flustered. He's not used to it, where he can't get the advantage on the ground. That was an early shot, a good opportunity for FaZe Clan, slightly off. Typical looking for a midfield pass. He wins the 50-50. And here comes AJ looking for First Killer. A give and go back down the field. Almost led to a shot opportunity, but here we go. G2, what do they have?
First Killer racing back down the field, or down his corner, rather. No boost. Got the flick, but Atomic's there to defend. All to set up AJ here. What have FaZe got? So we're going to pull off on this play. Pass successful to First Killer, but Atomic able to beat Typical out. Now JNAP's got a one-on-one. All he can do is punch the ball downfield. AJ's got to protect this ball as Chicago gets the steal. And the win on the 50 back to Atomic. JNAP's in the air by himself. One touch. Lets it drop. Chicago just missed it. Atomic's back on the rotation.
Here we go.
Typical the 2v1. Flicks it up. And JNAP's gets the save.
Immaculate recovery there from both players, Atomic and JNAPs, to get back on their own half in a situation where they pushed up a little bit too far. First Killer now off the ceiling, looking to make something out of the air. Doesn't connect. And this one, a runaway ball. Atomic, a 1v1 situation, potentially a 1v2. He goes for the early pop-up, and then now FaZe Clan are all over each other and still escape unscathed.
Well, Atomic pushing the ball forward again, but AJ protects the ball. If FaZe have anything here, they've not been able to generate any offense. Pass to Atomic, risky, and another challenge just goes back to FaZe territory. JNAP's hoping he can get that ball out to Atomic, but instead it's a clear.
And the confidence for Atomic to still go for that. First Killer had read the play and knew what was happening, cut early, and Atomic still went forward as that third man.
First Killer cutting back around on the ground. JNAP's back over to Atomic. He's cut them off. They got FaZe awkward here. JNAP's shot is good. Puts it right in Typical's face. 2-0.
And you can see the calculations right now occurring for JNAPs. He's thinking, okay, how am I going to get this ball into the top left corner? What's the best possible angle? Let me wait a bit so I can get a solid flick. And it even acts as a fake. I'm sure the defenders there assumed and anticipated a dribble from JNAPs. With how slow he approached it, you expect something that was a bit slower, but instead a nice early flick and a 2-goal lead for G2, maybe 3 if Chicago was able to get that one to the midfield.
And they're doing whatever they want to do with the ball, Turtle. I mean, every pass is working. They're winning every single touch. They're even when they're throwing the ball away to FaZe, they're still winning somehow. AJ, it's still not pretty there. His First Killer, he gets a demo and tries to barrel through. Typical awkward spot. He backs up. And Atomic Chicago just stays on the ground again, fooling FaZe.
1v1.
Here's on the 1v1, flicks it over him! Oh my goodness, Chicago on fire!
The 1v1 prowess from this man and First Killer. He expected a mind game. Look at the positioning of Chicago. He went all the way to the left side of the ball and looked like he was going to go for a mind game. First Killer thought that's what was going to happen, so went for an early challenge, but an even earlier flick from a Chicago, and that takes him out.
G2 a minute away.
Oh, that was huge.
And they just gave up another one. That shot denied. JNAP's up in front of it. They're just getting to every single ball. FaZe, everyone on the backboard. Slow transition out. Chicago kicks the ball away again. Don't think we might be getting an overtime this time, Turtle. But
I don't think we have an overtime. Coming with a 3-goal lead, 52 seconds left. FaZe Clan on the brink of getting knocked down in the lower bracket. Unless Typical maybe can go for a fake. All right, 46 seconds, Stormy. Do you believe?
You know, it's all about the tactical caster curse, Turtle.
That's right.
You know,
no, I'm down. I'm
time,
totally down to curse this. I want to go all the way. I want every OT. Come on.
I don't think I've ever heard you say I'm totally down to curse this, but
dude, I'm the biggest FaZe Clan at this moment. I want every single OT possible.
Well, let's see if it happens. Atomic just wins the kickoff.
43 seconds. Come on.
First Killer. Sending it downfield. Got the reset. Back to Typical. One touch, two touches to AJ, and it's just a little far off. First Killer going to send it across. G2 going to waste more time on the clock.
All right. What do they have? Ooh, a nice early read.
No
AJ off the crossbar. First Killer, maybe the follow-up save from Chicago. That's huge. That save right there was what kept FaZe Clan at bay and denied them from getting something. And they're still off the crossbar, Jorby. They still can't get it.
You're supposed to score that one. Typical, that's probably going to do it. Got the flip reset back to First Killer, denied by JNAPS. He's been in the way. Chicago, there might as well be 3 of him on the field. In addition to JNAPS and Atomic, G2 have clinched a spot at the World Championship.
They're going all the way to the World Championship. And right now in this tournament alone, in this event alone, they're going to the Grand Finals. G2, they showed up at the major, and now they're showing up here.
That was impressive stuff from G2, and those early games were really tense. FaZe, they had a lot of pressure in those early games. They were getting shots, and we talked about the shot power, shot accuracy not being perfect for FaZe and how they likely left many opportunities on the board. And then 2 times in their 2 losses before Game 5, they had the lead. They were up 2-0 in Game 3, and then lost the game 3-2 in overtime. And then again, they had the lead 2-1 in Game 4. They couldn't hold on to the lead, and G2 came back again. And that has to be gut-wrenching if you're FaZe. They're not out of this tournament. They can still make it back for a rematch against G2. But man, it's going to be hard to pick against G2 in this tournament. They look unstoppable.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and for me, the biggest play I'd say in that entire series, the biggest moment for me that sold me on G2 moving forward was the 1v1 between Chicago and First Killer, because you know, G2, of course, they've got the crazy midfield passes. They've got Chicago doing a lot of damage, a lot of work. But when it comes to 1v1s, whenever you're matching up G2 against FaZe Clan, I feel like 90% of the time, you're going to go for a FaZe Clan 1v1 win, a 1v1 victory, especially if it's First Killer. But for Chicago to win the 1v1 play, to be so clutch on the ground, and it wasn't just him, it was all 3 players winning 50-50s, the dribble game on point, the patience on point. You think back to JNAPS being slow and decisive there to get the flick as well in that game. That's what sold me on this G2 team. They're going all the way. They're in the grand finals, and it's going to be difficult to knock them out if you're any team here besides G2.
Well, we got plenty more matches coming up. It's going to be Space Station versus Ghost Gaming. So get up, grab a snack, maybe some nacho cheese, and we'll be right back.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito.
If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese.
If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Tippy driver.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito.
If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese.
If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Tippy driver.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
One match down and plenty more to go on day 3 of the Verizon Ultra Cup. I'm Leaf, alongside me Gibbs, Wake Punk, and Stumpy now joining us on the desk to talk about that last series and talk about the ones coming your way. Let's start breaking this down here then. Let's talk about that G2 Faze match, because this was a highly contested match. Wake Punk, this was the desk was indecisive on which way it would go before. And Gibbs was wrong, so that's good.
Highly contested is an understatement given how many overtimes happened in this game. It was endless. The amount they just wanted a free Rocket League, more Rocket League than we all paid for here between G2 and FaZe. And genuinely every game came down to one goal until the final one.
It was incredibly close. So FaZe, yes, I get it. They lost 4-1, but they looked like they were playing really solid Rocket League. A lot of times we see the upper bracket loser fall later to the lower bracket team that's coming up, but whoever does have to face them between Space Station Ghosts, like FaZe looked good. They lost a couple overtime, sure. Like Atomic had some clutch goals, but at the end of the day, FaZe looked fantastic, and that's with First Killer scoring once.
Yeah,
and he shot 5%. So and he still looked pretty good.
There was a timeout that came in for FaZe right at the end, seeing if they could change anything with that. And then G2 come out with the only non-overtime game, win it out 3-1. Just a real statement right then to close off the series. And I mean, 4-1, you can't really argue with that. The better team won on the day.
And to talk about that victory, I believe Chicago is joining us on the line now. Chicago, congratulations on the very long win there.
Thank you, Leaf. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
As they mentioned, a lot of overtimes. You know, does that change the approach when it comes to I guess just your energy input, because these series end up going a lot longer, or is it just the same kind of grind of get to the end of the game and win?
No, because we know when we're playing like a team like FaZe best 7, it's kind of like, you're gonna have to be locked in for a set amount of time, and if you're lacking energy or anything, just not really into the actual game and focus, you're gonna give up free games, and that's just gonna cause you to lose the series. So we knew we were in for a scrappy series, and our goal is just to stay as focused, locked in as possible, and try and win it as fast as possible, so we can, not have to exert as much energy. Yeah.
So you guys have clinched a world championship spot, so congratulations there as well. But how important is it for the team, outside of prize money, to still make it to London and get those reps in?
Yeah, no, so Worlds is really cool. Super happy about that. But in all honesty, like straight after the major, our goal reset, and it's not easy to make the major. So we said, you know what, like we don't gotta win regionals, we don't gotta do anything absurd, try and BDS last season, win everything. Our goal is just to make the major, because that's as tough it is in your own region with like so many teams just getting better every split. So we knew we just had to reset, and this first regional is really important for us, and we're really happy about getting it, because our first regional last split went really poorly, and having to fight back for it's kind of stressful because you're coming from behind. But yeah, doing really well. makes us really happy. And now it just turns into more practice for us, and hopefully we can iron out stuff as we go through the season.
I love hearing how you guys are still approaching this very aggressively, even given that you just won in Los Angeles. Has that victory in any kind of tangible way you've noticed affected the way you guys are approaching the spring split?
I mean, I think it's just like human nature, but I think there's more teams like not gunning for us, but teams like want to beat us a little bit more now. I could definitely notice that, and scrims are like a lot more intense. But honestly, we like that, and we don't really notice it while we're playing. But if anything, we're a team that likes to just get better over time, because we know just time's just gonna make us better, because we're gonna become a more cohesive unit. So slowly, better scrims, better like tournaments, more just everything. If people are coming for a head, it's going to make us a better team in the long run. So we're not mad about it.
Mm-hmm. And what are the vibes like in the team right now? Because there have been troughs in the world of G2, but you're very much on a peak, and it is only getting higher. It must be a different attitude when you're winning. You have that target on your back, and you're sitting at the top of NA.
Yeah, it's honestly really good, because I think a really important in a team is knowing when to be focused, and like knowing when to hunker down and be like, okay, we need to focus, practice, like scrims, like we need to try and get better, fix this or whatever. But then when we're not playing, we're always like joking around. We're just keeping a light mood. We're not really talking about it, because if you're just only talking to your teammates 24/7 about Rocket League, eventually it's just going to crumble down, in my opinion. And you guys are just going to like blow up eventually. So we know to joke around, keep it lightheaded, or keep the atmosphere light. But when scrims happen, or tournaments, or just anything, we know we need to focus up. And if we don't, that'll just affect us with tournaments, because we'll build bad habits and we won't perform like we know we can. And that's always just the most frustrating part.
Yeah, rapport is super important. That's why I pretend to like these guys too. So I'm gonna let you go and keep warmed up and watch who is going to be fighting to face you guys in the grand finals. Congratulations on the grand finals, and good luck in your match going forward.
Thank you, Leaf. Appreciate it.
I'm kidding. I like you guys.
No,
you guys are
it's
great.
over now.
You say that on
I feel attacked.
You can't just turn around. That's awful.
Yeah, that one moment of truth, chat, and then now here we are. Back to the mirage.
My favorite quote from his interview there, I just like this, just in its own context of Worlds is really cool.
That's Worlds is really cool.
Worlds is
really
cool,
cool,
but Copper Box, right, Stumpy? I mean, come on.
Worlds. I mean, no offense to Worlds, that looks rubbish compared to Copper Box. I'm joking. I'll say so finally.
As we take a glance at the bracket here, we see again G2 Esports taking that win, a very hard fought series against FaZe Clan into the grand finals here, Gibbs, as three teams now vie for that spot alongside them.
And Leaf, I'm sorry, but our bracket is busted. You just chose poorly. So that's just the way it is. But we got Space Station and Ghost, and we talked about this a lot. FaZe Clan, they're sitting in the lower finals. A lot of the times, I think it's pretty much 2/3 of the time, the team that has to go down to the lower finals, they wind up losing to the winner of this matchup right here. Space Station Gaming and Ghost. Space Station Gaming, they made it to the major. They're looking good on points. Ghost, though, have a lot of ground to make up for a spot at the World Championship. They want to make it to London as well. So Ghost, that 12 seed coming in, versus Space Station Gaming, the 3 seed.
I mean, the thing is, you look at Ghost coming into yesterday as well, and they were one of the best offensive teams that we were looking at. They just fell to G2, who we have seen are very much on a tear of their own. I don't think you can take too much from that. They were up there with shots per game and goals per game, only being beaten by G2, and that was proven in that series. So Space Station, by no means is this going to be an easy ride, because they are looking completely new now that our dear friend Rold is no longer on that roster.
Well, it's time for chat to get involved again. The Verizon fan vote is now ready on screen, and we're tallying up the hashtags SSG or GG in the chat. Look at our analyst predictions on this one. We'll start on this end because we did see our bracket earlier on. I don't want to be on this team anymore, but I got to pick this one, thankfully, and I did have SSG going through. I think Ghost Gaming is looking phenomenal right now. I love this move. I think the strength they're showing it on the field is great. But Space Station yesterday looked absolutely hot, and I expect that to carry through on for the rest of this weekend in that entire lower bracket there. So SSG is my pick. Gibbs, are you abandoning me like I abandoned you?
No, that's
okay.
The hot pick, Space Station. That is the right pick. They destroyed version 1 yesterday, a team that's up to their caliber, and Ghost is a new face near the top of Rocket League, and I don't think it's their time just yet, so I'm going Space Station.
I'm also going Space Station on this one. They looked very good against FaZe up until the final moments yesterday. I think Arsenal maybe got a little bit in his own head. I don't know. I think we're going to see a very different team here. And even if Arsenal isn't on top of his game, Reddles is playing more as a team player every time we see him. Daniel is Daniel. I don't have any problems predicting Space Station in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you talk about Arsenal even more. He was one of the standout players from yesterday. He was just going wild. You look at the statistics. He is up there on nearly everything. He's one of the best performers from yesterday, despite that loss. So I have Space Station here. Despite how incredible Ghost have looked, Space Station may well just be that little step too far.
Yeah, I think it's absurd to not pick him. Chat is on board as well. 81% in favor of Space Station. They seem to be a fan favorite as of recent, but we do have the Verizon Skybox ready with our next match. Let's head over there. The question is, can Hoxer help shut down a red-hot SSG, or can SSG make the run to Grands like predicted? Only one team moves on. Let's find out right now who it is.
A lot of love for Space Station on the stove, but Ghost are on a hot streak themselves, taking down plenty of challenges along the way, and they've gotten to this stage now with their biggest task yet in trying to take down Space Station Gaming. Subi.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tall order because, in my opinion, I don't think Space Station Gaming is even playing at full strength, as crazy as that sounds. Yes, Arsenal is popping off. Yes, Reddles is feeding him dishes, but we haven't seen what Daniel is fully capable of, in my opinion. So for Ghost Gaming, definitely an uphill climb.
And Hoxer has proven to be quite the addition, at least for one regional so far, and it's certainly given Ghost just a new type of energy where, they weren't making it far in tournaments. They weren't even making it out of qualifiers before, but now they're making a run and they're trying to make a statement here in North America. This is where the test truly gets difficult. How do you find a way past this Space Station team? You got a whole best of 7 to really start proving your point as Shock looks for the first clear.
Yeah, and it's all going to boil down to keeping those emotions in check because we know Space Station Gaming so aggressive and so willing to bump their opponents. And I want to see how Ghost Gaming's going to handle that as they get a bump of their own, a demo on the back half as Reddle's going to clear that one up and just push it back forward and get their offense rolling yet again.
Lion Blaze, nice carry from his own back wall. Trying to set up Hoxer here, who waits for Arsenal's touch. He's going to get by 1. Slip it by 2, slip it by 3. Hoxer does it himself, and Shock is given a gimme.
And Shock gets a little shake and bake as Hoxer comes through that goal line. And oh my goodness, 1, 2, 3, see ya later. And Ghost Gaming loving the addition of Hoxer for this roster.
That is exactly the kind of breakout that he's given to this team where, Ghost, they didn't have that breakout potential before. They weren't able to win those 50s consistently in the corner, but then Hoxer joins this team and he's just given them that extra edge when they push down the field. Reddles getting this touch off the ceiling, might have the shot, gets underneath it. That's a great shot from Reddles.
I love how he keeps this flip in his back pocket. He comes down off the ceiling, never uses it, and waits and waits and waits until he sees Lion Blaze pushes a little too far forward and puts it right backside post. And you love to see the mechanics coming out early for Reddles if you're a Space Station Gaming fan.
So Hoxer showing up and then Reddles kind of outdoing him on that play. Guess it depends what you value more, the 3-man outplay or the hold on the ceiling shot. Hoxer tries to drop that one down for Shock. Lion Blaze covering up the back end. Letting Reddles push forward to him and he gets a better 50. Daniel wins the touch and it comes straight back down. He doesn't get the read.
Yeah, very necessary bump there from Lion Blaze. Make sure Daniel couldn't follow up on that double tap. And we know he's absolutely able to hit those. The mechanics from him just seem to be so fresh, so revitalizing. And here comes Shock, and Arsenal can't get up in time. He's caught boostless on the back end. And just like that, Ghost Gaming go up by 1.
Oh, yeah, pushed up really far alongside Daniel, who had committed for that play. And as soon as Daniel loses the touch, he had to expend that boost just to get back in time. And you're going to get caught out just like that. Ghost take advantage.
And it's crazy to see Ghost Gaming up by 2 and Lion Blaze still yet to do anything on the scoreboard. Daniel gets a demo on the back end, but no one there for Space Station to follow up. We're used to seeing those demo plays lead to an immediate shot, and Reddles and Arsenal can't quite connect on that. Off the crossbar and saved by Hawkster is Ghost Gaming hanging on by a thread on the back half.
Daniel, another shot. You're actually going to put it on the far side, and nobody comes back to this ball for Ghost. Reddles ends up giving the touch up to Shock, but it's still Space Station's ball. Arsenal sees Daniel on the wing and saved by Hawkster.
Great read to just take away the shooting angle off of that one. Tough save from Hawkster, and so far, Space Station Gaming, they've wanted to get those team plays going, but Ghost Gaming just doing nothing to allow those to happen.
It's a good catch from Reddles on the backboard as well. He's got a lot of space here. Time to grab that midfield boost, but again, losing that touch to Hawkster. Wasn't able to grab that 50. Space Station still got control of the ball. Reddles with the catch. And again, taken away, and then Hawkster picking up the demo as well. Reddles trying to return fire. Looking for all three players on Ghost. Daniel's given the clear and just could not find the net. It was taken away by Hawkster. Another demo by Reddles, trying to create more space, but they don't have control.
It just shows the amount of respect that Daniel commands. Two players go up from Ghost Gaming when he gets that ball. Gets the double, but can't quite find that upper 90 as Lion Blaze denied him, and Hawkster disrupting Reddles there for the follow-up. Ghost Gaming marching downfield, and Arsenal able to get the save on that one.
Another try there from Lion Blaze with a full field clear into Shot. Shot gets shuffled off the ball. Lion Blaze pulling wide for this one. Reddles ends up getting a grounder. Shock punched right back into a Space Station player. 2 dive, and now they're in a 1v2 situation that Arsenal cleans up immediately. Not even a question on that turnaround, and he gets the transition.
Reddles is open. Top of the box. There he is, but Shock puts that one right over his head. And 1 minute to go here, Jorby. Space Station Gaming still chasing 1 goal, but I'll tell you, they are getting a lot of shots on target, but it just doesn't seem like their offense can find its momentum.
Daniel's going to try to get it going here with this air dribble. They've certainly had chances down the net. You see Reddles leave that one for Arsenal. Nobody's going to follow this up from Space Station. Have to wait for Lion Blaze. Daniel's done waiting now. Back to Reddles, and Lion Blaze wins another 50. Ghost wasting a bit more time on the clock. Arsenal misses the corner boost and ends up giving the ball up to Hawkster because of it. Daniel going to catch this one, but that is a real time waster. Arsenal gets the pinch back over from Daniel. Does he have a play here? Lion Blaze stuffs it. Reddles in an awkward spot, and the rotation just kind of broken for Space Station. Last chance for Daniel off the ceiling. Bump to keep control. Got the demo. Here comes Reddles. Arsenal got the bump. Light shot underneath. Wow, Hawkster comes up with the save. Not a lot of time left. Last chance for Space Station. Daniel takes it underneath.
Daniel.
Leaves it for Arsenal.
Oh my goodness! Arsenal and Daniel linking up in the winning moments of game number 1. And Daniel, you think he's going for the shot, but he takes Shock out of the equation. And Arsenal ties us all up. Overtime looming.
You were talking about the lack of offense from Space Station and then an explosion of it in the last 30 seconds to tie the game. Maybe at the end of regulation, Daniel can't get to the ball. It's taken away. Reddles still wants to play. Bounce around the corner. Didn't get the bump. And Hawkster can protect the ball, but it's popped up. And Space Station don't want the ball to touch the ground. Lion Blaze desperately wants overtime.
Incredible. Up until that point, Jorby, of that last surge of offense, Space Station Gaming was only shooting 10%. And when you look over at Ghost Gaming, they were shooting 66. Just absolutely incredible performance of defense from Ghost Gaming. But here comes Daniel. Ghost Gaming going to have to show the defense yet again. Can't quite find the touch there, but Lion Blaze beats out Arsenal. Arsenal gets the 50 and gets the touch there, but the ball comes through. Nobody. What is going on the back half?
I don't understand. It bounced off the post. Somehow the ball didn't go into the net. You had like a bump or some kind of crazy nonsense. I don't know what happened there. How is that not a goal for Space Station? For Arsenal. He's got another chance. 2 touches, a bouncer, awkward for Hawkster. Shock tries to get up, and that's the most awkward defense I've ever seen a team try to play.
You don't know what you're doing. Neither do they. And where's the back half? Daniel catches them sleeping, and it feels like Space Station steal game number 1.
What even happens here? It got the demo. Hawkster gets bumped big time, and it leaves the net open. And Space Station, after chaos in front of Ghost's net, they make the most of it and come away game 1 victors.
Absolutely incredible performance from Space Station Gaming in the final 30 seconds into overtime in that game. And, you know, I said they didn't have a lot of offense, and what I meant was the team plays we're so used to seeing, because when you look up at that scoreboard and you see 16 shots on target to 3, yeah, obviously Space Station Gaming had their hand in Ghost Gaming's defensive third, but it's just incredible to see how Space Station Gaming can flip that switch and go from, okay, we're just kind of getting it going, putting shots on target, to, okay, let's link up and let's just fire this one at the back of the net.
And Ghosts just weren't able to keep Space Station out. They had gotten that lead. They were looking strong. They were stopping Space Station and forcing them to give up possession several times. And then there's just that last 30 seconds when they allowed left. They couldn't get Space Station out of their half. You got to play the full 5 minutes, Subi. You got to be better for the full 5 minutes. Space Station were better for those last seconds in regulation, and they were the better team in overtime. Aquadome for game 2. Here we go.
And already starting the game off on the right foot. Arsenal and Daniel picking up where they left off game number 1. You see Daniel gets the pass, and great communication from Arsenal to let him know that he was there.
You got to be so fast to defend that infield pass too, because Arsenal is jumping as contact is happening on the ball with Daniel. It's barely a pre-jump. Hardly one, but it's still fast enough to might as well feel like one. And Arsenal just sinks 2 right there. 1 off pass from Daniel and 1 off the kickoff.
Yeah, disaster off of the kickoff from Ghost Gaming. All 3 commit, and easy goal there for Arsenal. Ghost Gaming need to start cleaning things up, because as I was talking about before game number 1 started, Jorby, got to be able to keep those emotions in check, and it's very easy to go into full tilt against a team like Space Station.
Space Station, so easy at taking control of things. Once it starts going their way, be hard-pressed to take the series away from them. It's Arsenal, he's been having a great weekend so far. Already 2 goals. Hoxer, quick shot taken away by Daniel. Ghost trying to get set up on offense, but Daniel underneath, who's looked really solid. You were talking earlier about wanting to see Daniel a little more out of Daniel in this regional, Subi, and well, he's got 2 solid passes for you on Aquadome.
He is getting the assist, that's for sure. 3rd of the series, and it's a common theme here going up against Ghost Gaming. Arsenal getting that receiving pass from Daniel and turning it into a goal. They are just picking apart Ghost on that back half.
Oh, Hawks are flying right past the ball. Now Daniel's given the full field again. Lion Blaze got the save. Hawks will push it back out to the corner.
Reddles one? No crossbar, but Reddles not having to do much here in this series. Does get a demo, but so far, 16 points. And I know points don't really matter. They're kind of just made up, and you don't even know how you get them. But it's got to be so comfortable for him just saying, okay, you guys go ahead and take over. This is fine. I'll just save everything for those lower finals if they can get there. Ghost Gaming definitely have their work cut out from them here if they want to tie the series up.
Well, an awkward spot for Daniel, but after he got the demo, turned right up the back wall and got the touch away from Ghost. And even though a minute and a half has already gone by, still look at the scoreboard and be like, wow, Space Station just scored in bunches. They might even get another here as Arsenal sends it back over close to the corner. Daniel pops it up with control. Will use all of his tank to get the pass back out. I mean, Daniel's just got full control on it. No one was able to follow that up quickly. Shot gets the 50 out, but still Daniel really feeling comfortable with his mechanics in this game.
Yeah, the Major did so much for that young kid. I mean, he came in, so much pressure put on him. Everyone's saying he's the next greatest thing, and oh, gets the save there. Lion Blaze just put it into his chest, and somehow, some way able to keep that ball out and get it back into the blue half. But the amount of confidence gained from Los Angeles for this kid, you just got to feel sorry for the rest of North America.
It's got to feel bad when he's looking this good for sure. Here it comes again with the dribble, but it's taken away by Shock. Hoxer can finally kick it downfield. And just caught Arsenal out a bit, but he still made the save happen. Lion Blaze can't put it on target. Reddles kicks it away. Hoxer got the catch. Finally a pinch out to Lion Blaze. Hoxer dives in front, but Arsenal takes the ball away. Lion Blaze stuffs this one into the corner. Shock next up. This is the best push Ghosts have had so far, but still nothing materializing. Hoxer getting the touch over Arsenal. Reddles to beat. Pops it over him. Ghosts have to turn around on this ball, but nobody's in position, and Space Station are able to stop them again.
And Arsenal just going downfield, poaching, looking for boost, looking for Ghost Gaming players. It doesn't matter. He just wants to live in that blue half, and Daniel finding that upper 90, a nice spot for that ball to live in.
He's all over the place. He's just waiting. He says, thanks, Arsenal. This one's easy. He only had, what, like about 15 in the tank? Get up in the air, put it to the top right. Excellent shot from Daniel. Space Station, after you thought Ghost in game one, you think, okay, Ghost, they had the lead, they gave it up, but you certainly think they're going to get more of that out of them. And we haven't seen that yet, but Lion Blaze puts in a nice one.
Yeah, first of the series. Couldn't have come at a more opportune time here. Down 3 goals, but still close to 2 minutes to go. Definitely not out of the realm of possibility, but they need this kickoff to go in their favor. They need to get a goal within the next 30 seconds to make this a realistic chance.
If you get the clear downfield, a quick 3-point passing play by Space Station. Arsenal sees the back wall. Daniel hopping the route. And it's just cut off by Hoxter, who avoids Arsenal on the bump, forces the 50 by Reddles. Lion Blaze has the read. 2 Space Station defenders in
there. It is!
And Shot can't put it on target. It was also Lion Blaze who tried to find the shot, and he just could not. Ghost, that was a big opportunity to split this lead. Hoxter wins another 50, but they gotta try again.
Yeah, start from square one, and Daniel not going to allow that shot to materialize as Shock gets a much-needed challenge there. Lion Blaze slows things down, up over 1, and a goal for Ghost Gaming, and things are starting to get interesting.
Good recognition from Lion Blaze on this play. See, Shocks wins that. Knows Arsenal has to pull back, and so instead of just trying to kick that ball in, goes for control. He didn't have a lot of boost and got the perfect pop onto the ground for the flick. Excellent recognition there from Lion Blaze.
Beautiful kickoff there from Shock. Put that one over to Hoxer. He's got plenty of time, plenty of space, but does nothing with that ball off of the ceiling. And Lion Blaze, big swing and a miss, but it actually works out. And shot denied by Reddles. Great IQ there to recognize that a snapshot was coming on target.
That's a good win from Shock on the 50. Bought Lion Blaze a little bit of time, and he kicks it right down the middle of the rotation, but Arsenal's there to cut it off. Still, Ghost are starting to get in front of these balls on the 3rd. Lion Blaze lets it drop for Ghost. Maybe Shock's got something here on the reset. Here comes Shock.
Boy.
Back to Hoxter. Back to Lion Blaze.
No.
And he missed his contact. That was the chance to get within 1, and they squander it.
Oh, I hate when that happens, and I hate when that happens too. You get punished for your mistakes. Arsenal marches downfield, puts his 4th goal in, only in game number 2.
Ghost, they have to be able to settle down after this one. That you got to feel gutted knowing that you had the chance to be within 1, but now you're looking towards game 3 at this point. Ghost still got it. They got the juice. You can't allow 3 goals to go in at the very start of the game. It's just so hard to come back from that, especially against a team like Space Station. But you know Ghost have the makeup to be able to come back in this series. But as we close the door on Aquadome, Space Station gonna take a 2-0 lead in the series, Subi. We may see a tactical timeout. What do you think?
Absolutely. I hope we see one from Ghost Gaming. I don't like seeing when teams use them down 3-0. Not saying that Space Station is going to go up by 3 games, but the way things are looking, I wouldn't be too surprised. But one thing that I am happy to see is Ghost Gaming putting more than 3 shots on target. They almost quadrupled what they did in game number 1. 11 shots. And they're trying to get things figured out. Okay, we went into game 1, tried to go with the slow plays, and all we did was play defense the entire game. Okay, we've got to ramp it up in game number 2. Lots of shots, and then Space Station gonna just march downfield with those transition plays. So what do you got to do if you're Ghost Gaming? You've tried both ends.
I mean, Arsenal's wiping the floor with them. 4 goals on 7 shots. And you can't speak enough about Daniel and breaking open the offense for Space Station. That opening minute is about as perfect as an opening as you can ask for. And you were saying it near the beginning, Sobi, that Reddles, he didn't really have to do much, and he still wasn't tasked with much. He does have 3 saves in that last game, but still, when Daniel and Arsenal were clicking like they were on offense, and you don't have to do much, that's gotta do wonders for you. For Ghost, again, I think you think back to the attempted comeback. You got to be able to say, look, we know we can come back even when we're down. We know we have the ability to beat Space Station on these 50s, to play them on the mind games. You saw them starting to get creative on offense, leaving challenges for second man, for third man to take it, to get an opening, or just good carries from Lion Blaze, using those mechanics. You got to see more of what we saw from Hoxter at the very start of game 1. They have to find a way to get more creative against the Space Station team, because Arsenal is snuffing out all of these 50s, and it's making life impossible for Ghost.
Well, I mean, it's going to be tough. Arsenal, when he is popping off like he is right now and this entire weekend, you almost have to say, okay, we know that he's going to get his. How are we going to limit Daniel and Reddles? Yeah, they're doing a great job on Reddles, but I think they're not really doing that purposefully. He's kind of taking himself out of play because he recognizes, hey, Arsenal and Daniel, you just do your thing. I'll just play third man and I'll comfortably cover up that back line, which we saw him do. But for Arsenal, what are you going to do against him? He's going to get those shots. He's going to get those goals. He's at second place right now for this weekend in terms of goals per game. So for Ghost Gaming, you've got to figure out, how are we going to get the infield passes working for us? How are we going to get the transition goals working for us? Because right now, it seems like Space Station has an answer for everything.
Ghost looking for their answer now. Lion Blaze chips one up and he got the rebound. Perfect read there from Lion Blaze off the bar.
8 seconds out of the timeout and you get a goal from arguably your star player, Lion Blaze. Needed that one. He got 2 goals in game number 2, but to get the game opening goal there, 8 seconds in, right out of the kickoff. Great utilization of that timeout from Ghost Gaming.
Space Station getting a push started here on the blue half. And Shock trying to push the ball up. Daniel playing close. And he got the touch and the carry. I mean, back across the corner. End up finding a pass to Reddles. It's the dangerous thing about Daniel is you got that kind of control. When is he going to give up the ball? When's the right time to go for the 50? That's the difficulty when he's got control in the air and you're rotating back and you have to react to him. Reddles gets the demo. Daniel sets up for Arsenal, who's in the air, uncontested. One touch. The second touch never comes. Shocks gets the clear.
And I always find it so funny how it just seems like Daniel always seems somehow to find so much space to work that ball with. It's incredible. You would think that teams would kind of recognize him like a miniature version of Justin. Like, okay, you cannot give this guy space and time because look at this. Look what he's going to do. He's going to go for your defender on the back line and, get that pass off. It's just crazy how he continually finds that much space.
And those air dribble bumps are always going to be so deadly too. But when you manifest that out of a pass, that's when things can get really wonky when you have to not only just pay attention to Daniel, but also pay attention to the follow-up, man. Also know when you can go for that challenge. Oh, wait, Daniel's also going to bump me. There's a lot that you got to think about as he flips back around. Lion Blaze kicks that ball out, and Shock going to be next up, but Reynolds beats him to the ball.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really like most about Daniel is how many tricks he does have in that bag and how often he uses all of them. As Arsenal can't quite find that one, but, he's coming through the area and he could get a flip reset. He might not use it, but at least he's showing his opponents, hey, you've got to challenge this. And then he recognizes that and goes for a bump or he goes for a pass. It's just so great to see a player that can have so many mechanics and also the intelligence to utilize them.
Ooh, Ghost a little tied up here on the back wall. Light shot from Daniel, turned away by Hoxter. Reddles next up, but Hoxter wins the 50. See Space Station coming back on the rotation. Shock bumps Daniel out of the way. Hoxter taking a wide angle at it. And Arsenal rips the ball away from him. Lion Blaze next up. Shock on the wing. Got the 50. Muscles up, but they close off the corner. They could get the ball out. Space Station a tight one, but they get the clear.
And forced right back on defense. Daniel dunked by Hoxter, but a little wide on that. And Ghost Gaming doing a great job of getting their offense going here as shot doesn't come from that one as Daniel pushes downfield and gets bumped off that play, pit maneuvered by Lion Blaze.
Both teams getting extremely physical whenever they're on offense. Reddles got a touch out, but the rest of Space Station wait beyond the midfield line. Daniel's gone up the ceiling, got the read. Shock was ready for it, and Arsenal wins that one. Lion Blaze is pushed back. 2 dunks in a row have put Space Station back in control on offense. Reddles pass, but it's only to Hoxter. Daniel almost gets caught out, but he made the grab.
Yeah, thankfully Arsenal also had that back line covered up. I think Reddles was kind of just being a nuisance there because he recognized both his teammates were, Arsenal almost baits out 2 defenders, and Lion Blaze can't quite catch Reddles as he utilizes that bicycle kick to get the save.
Another one for Hoxter. Gets on top of the 50. Tries to bump Reddles out of the way. This does free Space Station for a little bit. But again, these touches, they are not free for Ghost. They have to work for every challenge they get. And Arsenal with no boost pitches it high, forces Ghost to have to move downfield through the air. Shock, again, his touch taken away off the backboard. And Ghost have held on to this lead They did this in game 1. They got to fight for another minute to retain it. Arsenal waiting, it only takes one opportunity for Space Station to tie this up.
Oh, dangerous play there from Daniel as Hoxer gets a much-needed demo on Arsenal. Going to pass that middle, but Reddles read that one from a mile away, and 40 seconds remain here in game number 3. Ghost Gaming seem to have figured out Space Station for now. As that pass comes through, Reddles can't quite find it. 30 seconds to go here in Space Station Gaming on the right half.
Nice 50 by Hoxer, but the pass, the shot. Actually, I saw Reynolds on a wider angle. I thought he was looking for Arsenal. Instead, it bounced off the post. Arsenal's forced back, and we're in the final seconds of regulation. Space Station, here they come again. They got another gear. Back to Daniel. Reynolds freezes, goes off defense, and Shock picks up the save. Arsenal coming out, Reynolds coming in. Pass over to Daniel. Shot denied by Lion Blaze. Shock gets the clear out. Arsenal, one last chance. Over to Daniel. Sets it up in front of the box. Lion Blaze gets the touch. Arsenal waits. Pops it up, but Daniel's nowhere nearby. Hoxter wants the clear, and Daniel still wants to play ball. He's got the catch. He gets bumped out of the way. Arsenal got the catch underneath. I don't know if Daniel's going to catch that. Ghost, hang on, and you see the size on Ghost's side as they retain that 1-goal lead and win game 3.
Well, it kind of really felt like coming out of that timeout was, okay, let's mix games 1 and 2. Let's go out and let's play aggressive and take the lead. And once we do that, we can kind of just sit back and chill, play a little defense, and it worked out. But they had to hold on for 4 minutes and 52 seconds and just deal with the onslaught of offense that Space Station Gaming came out with, specifically in the last 15 seconds there. But they really just did a great job of turtling up on that goal line.
I mean, there was a couple opportunities too where you even saw on the replay where Space Station were really successful on that air dribble pass bump, and you see the positioning start to change a little bit for Ghost. It's like, okay, start to account for that. You know that they're going to try to push you off the play, and it's just such a precarious position to be in. And so now for Ghost, they got to keep it going as they head to game 4 and try to tie this series up. They've had an excellent run throughout this regional, and I think a lot of people out there were feeling, they were wondering, what will Hoxer bring to this team? And so we saw it at the beginning of this series. Hoxer creating value in front as first man for Ghost, but now they need a full team effort to try to tie this series up against Space Station in game 4.
Yeah, the addition to Hoxer has been nothing short of amazing. All respect over to Roldiz, like we've all said, a good friend of ours, but he recognized it was time to hang up the sticks. The competitive days are over, and kind of just said, Hoxer, take the reins. And boy, oh boy, has he. He has come out and breathed new life into this Ghost Gaming roster.
Nice flip into the challenge from Shock. Hoxer going to push this ball out again. Shock taking advanced position, wins the touch. Hoxer has the read, and that's another goal for Ghost. 2 unanswered in the last 2 games.
Great capitalization here off of the transition as well. Shock beats out Reddles, and all Hoxer has to do is put it on target, and that is money. And yet again, Ghost Gaming taking the early lead against Space Station.
And Space Station, right off the kickoff, gonna go wide of Ghost rotation. Hoxer trying to chip Daniel off the play. Bit of a precarious spot. Ghost do get kind of tied up when things get tight on defense. But for the most part, they've made it work, and it hasn't really worked to their detriment. But it does feel a little uncomfortable, at least from up here in the booth. They've made it work so far. Nice soft touch from Reddles. It's taken away by Shock. A little bit of pressure here from Space Station. Ghost still working to get out on defense. Lion Blaze had Shock as a lead blocker. And again, it's Hoxer having to back things up as third man. Able to shuffle that ball back to Lion Blaze. But Space Station not going to play too long in the orange half to get another clear. And a shot. Shock almost gets caught out. He's got the save. Be a rebound here for Reddles against the corner. Sends one across. Caught Ghost out. And just couldn't put one on target.
Yeah, no way you're going to be able to reel that one in. A little too much mustard on that pass as Arsenal couldn't catch up. And here goes Arsenal as well. Denied by Shock. Great 50 there as this ball's kind of living at midfield right now. Daniel going to boost up. Get that past Arsenal, but well read by Hoxer to put Ghost Gaming back on offense.
Shock again. He doesn't go anywhere here for Ghost.
So much
Daniel
space.
underneath, got the reset. Lion Blaze gets the touch, and another dunk here for Reddles, but Lion Blaze in the spot, and he gets bumped again by Reddles. Space Station almost getting in their own way. Reddles no boost.
Oh boy.
Ends up giving the touch up to Hoxter. Now Hoxter weaving his way through traffic, steals the boost out, and gets demo.
Oh, Reddles, you got to feel so bad for him right now. He can't do anything as he is just completely without boost as Daniel gets demolished by Lion Blaze there. Great 50-50, and Ghost Gaming doing a great job of boxing Space Station Gaming in right now and not allowing much offense to come out.
Shock winning another 50. Lion Blaze jumps for the read early. He got the bump. He'll steal the boost away from Reddles on this play. Hoxter wins it. Shock knows he's got the net open. Can't put it on target. Lion Blaze cleans it up, but it's again Reddles getting in the way, keeping the lead within one. Is pushed up high. Shock has the read again. Has to push this ball out as Space Station are hurrying up back into retreat.
Man, I cannot believe the turnaround we've seen from Ghost Gaming. Games 1 and 2, it just felt like, okay, this is going to be a quick one. This is going to be a sweep. And after that timeout, I don't know what was said. I don't know what looks were given, but completely brand new Ghost Gaming team. As that dunk comes through, Reddle's going to finish it off. Great 50 challenge there from Daniel.
And a demo from Arsenal onto Hoxer as well to open things up. Daniel just going for that read, knowing Shock was going to hit it back into him, expecting the 50, instead pulling off to get the pop-up, and it made it easy for Reddles to punch it in a tie game a little earlier. Then, 4 seconds left. Ghost got to try again.
Good challenge there from Shock as well, and we're starting to see Space Station kind of push their way a little closer and closer into that Ghost Gaming half. The offense starting to come a little bit easier. And Space Station playing very spread out right now, recognizing that these balls are starting to get away from Ghost Gaming, and they can just kind of corral them. They can keep Ghost Gaming in their own half and start to whittle away at that boost.
Well, Ghosts are able to break out. They do get beyond the midfield line. You see Shock and Lion Blaze waiting for Arsenal's touch. Lion having to fight for control of that ball. Shock also having to dive away from Reddles. Reddles, no mercy on the back line. He'll bump anyone he finds on his way out of the rotation. Shock gets deleted. Daniel pumps it against the corner.
Great
pushes
pass.
it to Reddles. Reddles goes for control. 2 touches. Rockster has to save. The rebound saves again. Shock comes up with that one. Space Station still coming up with a push. Arsenal gets bumped off the play. It goes straight back over to Daniel. He's got 1 touch. He's got 2 touches. Reddles is in the air. Reddles underneath. Saved by Hoxter. Arsenal, here he comes. He's not done. Lets it drop. Shot. Whisked it off the post again. Space Station hunting, but they are wasting all of their bullets. They got no hits.
Wow, defensive masterclass there from Ghost Gaming. I cannot believe the onslaught that they dealt with and somehow didn't allow the ball to go in, but Space Station Gaming not done just yet. Daniel gonna put a shot on target, saved by Lion Blaze as this ball slows up. Reddles there, puts it under the crossbar and in, and Space Station up late yet again in this series.
Too much pressure for Ghost to handle. Lion Blaze kicks this ball up. Everybody's rotating back in the net. Shock was on the back wall, had to come out far for that 50, and there was no way he was going to get there in time. And Reddles puts it off the bar and in. 11 seconds for Ghost now. They had the control, and now they're in desperation mode. Here on the corner, Shock, the 50 taken away. Running into Hoxer, and Space Station 1 game away from playing Faze yet again in this regional.
And it really felt like that last goal was an extension of that offense they had going for the last minute or so. And I cannot understand how Space Station always does this. It's like they can create offense at will. 15 shots on target, and yet again, Ghost Gaming stuck with 3. It's just, okay, let's slowly get into it, and then it's just pedal to the metal, shot after shot after shot, continuing to get defenders to pull out of net, and the openings just create themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, how many times you see them, you think a hard shot's going to come, instead Space Station go for a cheeky double tap instead. Seeing where exactly the defense is, taking advantage of that, and forcing the defense to use as many resources as possible to get the save. Space Station were commanding with authority in the final minutes of that game, and now they put Ghost on match point and in danger of eliminating them out of this tournament for a rematch with Faze 2 because we head to Wasteland Night.
Oh man, it just feels like this entire split is gonna be Space Station Gaming going up against Faze. Regardless of how they meet up, those teams are just destined for one another as Daniel can't quite get the wave dash to go underneath the crossbar there. Arsenal keeping things alive, and we're going to have some numbers here for Ghost Gaming.
And again, I think Ghost have the makings to be able to make it work in this series. We see the pushes. They're pretty solid. The creativity is there. But when it comes to trying to defend against Space Station, once they get the pressure going, they get a little panicky on defense. It gets really hard to read. And I mean, to their credit, like you were saying earlier, they were still coming up with those saves on defense, but it's those follow-ups that make it so much harder. Space Station just always seemed ready, always got the next shot, always got the next
What's that
chance.
pass?
And that pass over to Reynolds, back
You're
and forth to
kidding.
Arsenal, and they just won't stop, Soupy. The machine keeps rolling.
And it's simple. All you need to know how to do is count to 3. There's 1, there's 2, and there is 3. Arsenal capping that play off. All 3 members of Space Station getting involved. It's a well-oiled machine out here.
Well done from Reynolds on that initial touch to Daniel, and Daniel serves back a nice one as well. How about a goal off the bar?
Okay.
Reynolds says, sorry, Daniel, those are my points. 2-0 Space Station.
It's all right. He's the rookie. You know, it's just what you got to do. You got to just deal with that. Reynolds is going to steal those. But for Ghost Gaming, starting to fall apart early here, and it's just all due to what we've been talking about this entire series, the offensive onslaught that Space Station Gaming has been continuing to do, and it's all boiling down to the shots on target. They've basically doubled the amount of shots that Ghost Gaming has this entire series. It's absolutely incredible. It's basically 50 to 25.
Ghost need a little bit more. Shock, that shot just a little wide. Space Station had the edge covered, but still Hawkster makes it awkward. Lion Blaze just diving forward as well. That's a dead play for Ghost. Lion Blaze wins a good 50, but Arsenal back on the rotation, even with no boost, gets a hard touch out and pulls off. Still gets that value, still solid as that third man. Reynolds getting harassed on the back line. Reynolds got deleted, and Lion Blaze picks up the goal, splits the lead.
Great recognition on that back half from Hawkster. Okay, Reynolds the last one there. See you later, Lion Blaze. Hey, how do you like free play? Yeah, you like to just tuck it under the crossbar? Good. Ghost Gaming, good with that goal. Cut the lead in half.
Could Ghost do what Space Station have done to them several times this series? Able to come back. Lion Blaze gets chipped out by Reynolds, and it's just so frustrating. Look at him, he's just rolling around, says, Hawkster, I'm just going to literally put you on my hood, and I'm going to drive around. Are we on the wall? That's cool, I can still drive with you on the wall. That's just rude, man. Like, what are you supposed to do? Isn't Arsenal supposed to be the physical bully? No, any of them can, right? Reynolds today, he's that guy.
It's like watching BattleBots from back in the day. Remember that one that was shaped like
really
a wedge that would just scoop the other ones around? That's exactly what we just saw there.
I love that. Reynolds totally is the BattleBot wedge. Classic. Now, a BattleBot car would be cool. One day.
Make it happen. Make it happen.
Lion Blaze gets the 50. Hawks are going to scoop this ball up, but not before Space Station get a touch. That's been extra annoying for Ghost to deal with. Even when they think they're winning, they're still having to contest touches. Here, Lion Blaze can't find a touch out. Arsenal bumps Hawkster off the ball. Daniel, he's got enough boost to keep carrying this, pushes it by Shock. Arsenal sets it across, but not on target.
Yeah, it's just like, no matter what Ghost Gaming does, there's always someone there from Space Station to just put pressure on him. Right now, Ghost have had 0 opportunities, 0 chances to really just breathe. Look at that. Bye, see you later. You wanted the ball, not going to happen. Reynolds gets the demo, ball up off the crossbar. Daniel waits, puts it down, and somehow finds the angle to tuck it under the crossbar? What?
It just doesn't really matter. He hits this hard. Shock gets the first touch, and Daniel just goes for it. He has to beat Shock to the play. Not only does he win the ball, it's perfectly placed to the top of the net. Space Station are making everything work. Reynolds, he's playing the go-ahead enforcer. Arsenal cleaning up things. How many times have we seen him clean it up as third man and then set up a lot of these hard touches, even with no boost? He just puts it and makes it awkward for Ghost to handle. Ghost actually get in here within one. Hawkster finding a gap in the Space Station rotation.
It's getting interesting. Reynolds kind of caught as the last man back. Can't get the touch on that ball, and Hawkster cuts the lead down to 1. Minute and a half to go. We've been talking like Space Station is running away with this, but Ghost Gaming refused to be turned away.
It only takes one mistake, right? Daniel, oh, nice touch from Hoxer. Got that ball back to the corner. Ghost have to get control of this ball. A clear's not good enough. You gotta control midfield. You gotta start dictating the pressure. That pass is a good start, but they need a little bit more. They come across Hoxer, letting the pass drop. Got the bump. Shock, 2 touches.
Whoa, what a
Saved
save.
by Reynolds coming out of the back of the net.
That was incredible. Dealing with the bumps, dealing with the possible demo as Arsenal will buy 1, and Lion Blaze not going to allow him to fake him out as final minute has come, and Daniel puts that one all the way over to Reddles. It's a great play to get out of their own half. I love that so much to get the offense going for Space Station.
It's just going to waste more time on the clock, too. There is only 1 goal for Ghost, but how often have they been able to mount consistent pressure against Space Station? You're hoping for Ghost, it's got to be on the transition. I don't know if they can build that pressure. It's been a struggle for them so far, and they're back to their own half. Less than 30 seconds to go. Arsenal force the 50. Reynolds is there, and he wins the touch against Hoxer. Still Ghost are looking for a clear. And Shock can't even win his 50. Lion Blaze has to get back. Hoxer has 4 boosts in the tank, and that's the worst bounce he could hope for. Here comes Space Station again off the corner. 2 touches. Arsenal just getting in the way. He's just gonna plant his wheels.
Hoxer.
Daniel avoiding the bumps.
Oh.
It takes it away. Ghost had the transition, but it's taken out. Space Station.
It's
Are
it.
seeing
Oh.
it. Hoxer pops it up. Can they end it? Hoxer got the bump. Shock can't get there in time. Nobody's home. Space Station got a date with Faze. They're second. They move on.
Oh my gosh, Space Station Gaming hanging on by a thread in the final moments. So impressive, and I love that clear all the way downfield. And Arsenal not getting too excited just yet. He knows how tough that next match is going to be.
That was some tight work for Ghost. I think, for Ghost, you got to be proud of how far you made it in this tournament, for making the roster change with Hoxer and really not being able to do much for 2 splits. In the fall, they had, I think, 1 top 8 placement. And then in the rest of fall and in winter, they were non-existent. Then they make the change with Hoxer, and this is, honestly, as good, in my opinion, as good as you could hope for with how insane the top of North America is. I think this is a great result for Ghost overall, and it's somewhere where they can really build from here. Space Station, they built a lot from the LA Major, and this team has gotten so much better. Even when you don't feel like all 3 players are clicking, it only takes 1 or 2 games for them to really start getting it going, and they look like a real threat. I can't wait to watch Space Station Faze.
No, it's going to be super fun. And again, I've just got to kind of echo what you said about Ghost Gaming. Yeah, it's always a bummer to get knocked out early. You want to win everything that you play. But when you get a top 4 coming out of a brand new roster, all you can do is pat yourselves on the back. So I tip my cap to Ghost Gaming, but Space Station Gaming get the edge here.
Well, get up, stretch your legs. We're going to have Space Station versus Faze up for you, but grab some taquitos. And again, nacho cheese. We'll be back after the break.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you, driver. We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you, driver. We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
Did I scare you? You better be paying attention because we got a lot of great action coming your way. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're on day 3 of the Verizon Ultra Cup. I'm Leaf alongside me, Gibbs. And then we have Subi and then Turtle bringing up the end there. And we're about to break down some matches and talk about what we got going forward. We're coming to the close. A champion will be crowned very, very soon. So let's start breaking down this one because I want to see what's coming on forward here. Ghost Gaming and Space Station, Turtle. We just saw them, Space Station. Everyone predicted them, and they followed through with that.
Yep. And rest in peace to Ghost Gaming in the lower bracket. They have been sent home. And, they fought valiantly. I think that it was a good effort for sure. Hoxer showed up and proved why he was the new addition to the team. A lot of things to be proud of, but at the end of the day, Space Station Gaming, just absolutely on a tear on offense, out shooting them. I think 62-34, doubling the shots nearly. And you could tell, I mean, this game so in favor of Space Station Gaming, control from the corners, winning 50-50s like that from Daniel. And overall, it felt like Space Station Gaming, they had the work pretty simply cut out for them. They knew what to do and knew how to challenge everybody on Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, and when Arsenal is popping off like he has been this entire weekend, you just got to fear for the other teams because he is shooting, he is getting goals, he's getting assists, he's getting saves. He's making it so easy on Reddles so that when Reddles does need to pop off, he's going to be ready and waiting.
All right, Gibbs, let's take a look at the bracket here because we're coming to a close. We're down to the top 3 with FaZe Clan, Space Station, and G2 Esports.
This is a very important game coming up, Space Station and FaZe, because in NA in Europe throughout this whole season, if you make a grand finals, you have never missed a major so far. So that is a good thing that you want. You want to get those points, at least a top 2 finish here. Space Station and FaZe will battle yet again. It is a rematch of the upper bracket where FaZe won that one 4-2, but Space Station began that series up 2-0, but then First Killer just came alive. So we'll see if it's any different. Obviously, momentum's on the Space Station side, but FaZe, sure, they lost 4-1 to G2, but it was 4 straight overtimes. And FaZe looked very, very good throughout that series. So this one should be another close one.
Well, FaZe Clan, Space Station, our next match is on its way. Space Station is looking good. FaZe Clan coming off a solid match against G2. Subi, they lost 4-1, but it was overtime after overtime. They looked solid. We all thought Gibbs was crazy for picking them to move forward, but honestly, they did show up, but without a win to show for it.
Yeah, don't give Gibbs any credit for that pick because he's absolutely
That's
right.
fair. That's fair.
But no, I mean, yeah, they ran the gauntlet with G2, but right now G2 in peak form, feeling so good after that major. I talked about the confidence gained from that, and that's not a team you want to give more confidence to. But turning back over to FaZe Clan, this is going to be a tough one because going up against Space Station, ever since Typical joined FaZe Clan, it's like they trade blow for blow. Okay, it's your turn to win. Next series, your turn to win. So there's a microphone there. It's going to be a tough one to pick between both these teams. They're both looking in peak form today.
Yeah. Well, this is a rematch too. Last time they faced off 4-2 in favor of FaZe Clan in the upper bracket. We'll see if that continues. Chat, We need your thoughts. Time for the Verizon fan vote, #Faze or #SSG. I believe during that matchup, Space Station won the fan vote. I think it was, I think we did when it was 80% or something, or last time we had Space Station up. So they're definitely favorites here. Yeah, but Faze Clan did win the last time they faced off. But it is hard coming from that upper bracket and dropping down and taking a win. So let's see what the analysts think here. Yeah, you say it. You agree there. It's hard to come down to the lower bracket and win when you got Space Station with momentum.
Absolutely, but you know, for FaZe Clan, I think that their matchup against G2, since it was so close and it came down to a lot of 1v1 plays, I don't think that they're gonna have as difficult a time in the 1v1 situations here against Space Station Gaming. There were a lot of times our First Killer, he was getting smacked back and forth, losing challenges. And First Killer, you know, he's notably known for the 1v1 prowess that he can pop off with in any given game. So for them to come here against Space Station Gaming, I think it's gonna be easier in those situations for him.
All right, so your pick is Space Station.
No, I'm going FaZe.
You're going FaZe. Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Leaf's trying to throw it. Yeah.
Oh, that was really confusing, Turtle. But you know, FaZe looks like they've had a little bit of accuracy issues going up against G2. A few open nets that were missed, and I think that's going to come up and kind of bite them here. So I've got to go with Space Station. They're looking really good today.
All right, Gibbs.
First Killer didn't have a great series versus G2 in the goal scoring department. He only scored 1 goal on 5% shooting, but that's going to change. He is so incredibly confident. It's First Killer. He's always so confident.
Gibbs on your side?
Gibbs
so I'm going FaZe.
Bro, Gibbs completely baited me.
I'm wearing the red shirt. I'm going FaZe. They're going to go to the final.
Good. I thought you were talking about FaZe Clan, you know, First Killer. Oh, he wasn't scoring enough, but I'm glad. I'm glad you're on our side. Okay.
I think they're all insane. Space Station. I had them on the bracket earlier. Gibbs gave me this half to pick, and I'm following through with it. He was wrong on the top half. He's going to be wrong on the bottom half, and chat knows it as well. Almost 80% again in favor of Space Station. We'll see if it's going to be a repeat, but we do have the matchup ready in the Verizon Skybox. SSG tries to crush their way to grand finals, but a wall in FaZe stands in their way. To cast the match with a combined height of the Empire State Building, it's Wave and Stumpy.
Stumpy, we just yesterday casted Space Station versus FaZe. We saw a winner from that match, and I still am maybe less confident in my understanding of who I think is going to win.
I have quite literally no idea, because both these teams are very much peaking at the moment. Space Station ending that run that Ghost Gaming were going on. They got their best finish ever in an event, and Space Station shut them down. They closed the airlock, let them suffocate out in the deep black abyss. And FaZe Clan, they've only just fallen down to G2 today. It was 4-1 though, and they did get slapped about a little bit, because G2, my word, they look sensational. History will tell you these teams go toe-to-toe very often, only just in favor of Space Station. 6 out of the last 10 going their way, but it really is anybody's matchup today.
Gibbs was talking about how First Killer had kind of a rough start to the day, and if that moment right there in front of the Space Station goal is any indicator, it might be continuing. He's going to have to figure out how to adjust and get his wheels back under him mid-series here. Space Station in the blue, FaZe in the orange, a best of 7 to stay alive and advance to the grand finals. First Killer off the wall, flip reset, and uses it immediately, and Daniel will now take over control. Typical tries to follow this, and Arsenal just sitting, lurking in front of the FaZe half, looking for an opportunity to move in. Not going to find anything just yet, though. And First Killer, again, man, it's just an air ball here. Typical will punt it to the sky and chase it.
Good luck for both these teams so far, just working into this series as we see them do so frequently. To me, FaZe kind of looking like the ones who are having a couple more looks on net, but Arsenal, he has been one of the most impactful players through this entire first regional that we have seen. He is right now tied for the most goals scored in the tournament at 26, only behind Chicago. It's huge, the performance he has had. And also inspired by Joyo, and I assume yourself, Wave Hunt, by rocking the Mustang.
The Mustang Mach-E here making waves in the pro scene. Arsenal has been pushing it forward. Here's First Killer into the corner. 2 players there. First Killer again to pick up his own touch. It's deflected by Daniel. Rettles on out on the chase. and takes his time. I'm not certain he called himself off maybe and just kind of falls behind it, just barely out of possession. Now Arsenal with an opportunity. Only 12 boosts in the tank, loses the challenge. Daniel keeps it on the ground and plays it to the corner. AJ will move in on the challenge. Also out of boost, a little bit low, and a few tanks on the pitch right now.
Yeah, good chance for Space Station to push it. Daniel finding Rettles in the bottom corner is smashed through. I was looking at Daniel here to see how he was going to approach this, because that roll around is awkward. He catches it wonderfully, draws first killer in, and then threads the needle. All three Faze players up to try and save that, no matter where it went, and yet Rettles still found an opening.
I love his pass there. It's a difficult play to make to get the ball down like that. You see Daniel kind of get on top of the ball and then front flip down into it to shove it downwards towards Rettles. Usually that pass is going across the field, and I think that maybe throws off the defensive phase just a little bit. And they'll suffer the first goal. Faze now looking to rebound here. Typical through the sky over the top of Arsenal onto the backboard, and Rettles play to the outside. Daniel set up a net. His first killer gets it past Rettles. Daniel now out of goal and onto the backboard. Getting control. Now Typical up against two. Flicks one. Rettles to the outside. A demolition in front of the goal. JJ's got an open net here, but Rettles rebounds. Quick U-turn on the back wall to jump back across and make a stop.
Yeah, good for chances for Faze to work their way through that back line, but Arsenal yet again clearing that ball away. Typical removing Rettles from the back, and Daniel has to follow it up down the left side. A player that I would say has been pretty statistically insignificant through this event, and not the player that we saw at the major. Although Space Station have got it, and they've all looked pretty good. First killer decides to turn into a Predator missile and take down a couple of players mid-air. Daniel does manage to remain on the pitch, however, and yeah, I think I want to see just a bit more from Daniel. We saw him really pop off at the major, and I don't want the regionals to be him, you know, being a bit calmer. Continue being that crazy 15-year-old that we saw to rock everybody's minds.
It has been the Arsenal show, and then when Arsenal is being quiet, we've seen Rettles really stepping up. Daniel has been surprisingly the quietest member of the team in this event, which just leaves an X factor unknown here as Daniel now taking control. One for the flick, and Typical already in the air. Finds a block. Rettles now trying to set up Arsenal. AJ off the back wall. Keeps that ball high. Arsenal moves up for it, but gets bumped off of it. Daniel will win a challenge loosely against AJ, and then Typical just drives it down the middle of the field. Just trying to earn his team a little bit more space in the back third.
Really good rotations from Space Station, keeping this pressure on, getting those tiny touches to keep Faze guessing where the ball is going to be ending up. With Daniel now on the attack, fakes out one and a second, it rolls so tantalizingly in front of net. And Rettles, look at him removing first killer from the pitch, but a great play by Typical only gets it as far as Arsenal. The push from Space Station continues, and they have the lead. Faze need to get something soon, and AJ may be the start of it.
Earned a bit of space, but Daniel winning the challenge on the wall. Final 30 seconds approaching. Space Station enjoying a 1-goal lead. Can they hold on to it? This ball rolls off the top corner. AJ now following Arsenal onto the wall, looking for goal number 2. Into the box. First killer keeps on the ground. Rettles will pinch it to the corner. Another touch sends it to midfield. Here's first killer, final 13 seconds. Arsenal wins another challenge. Rettles out of the side, not going to be able to find it. Here's a pass play and not connected. Faze looking for all the pieces. They're finding one piece here, another piece there, not able to string them together. Clock has expired. They've got to score a buzzer beater, and the ball's going the wrong direction. Typical will try to catch it, connect with first killer on the wall. Does he have enough boost? Down into the ground. Arsenal should be able to kill this, and he does. Space Station to take game 1, 1-0.
After Space Station scored, they turned into a completely different beast, where they were making sure that they enveloped every play. They were in the way as often as they could be. There were no chances where you saw Faze have a clear-cut angle. Yes, they would shoot, but there would always be a man in position to save that ball away in more than enough time as well. Daniel leading the points in that match, trying to really step it up, with Arsenal at the bottom, trailing himself. But in the Mobile One high-performance replay, we can see just how many chances Faze had, and Space Station cutting them out as early as they could.
That first attempt, I'm scratching my head. I would love to go back and look at the replay from first killer's perspective, see why he thought the bounce was going to go so high. He just moonballs right over the top of it and doesn't put in what would have been the first goal and would have led us to an overtime here. Notable performance, though, I think we didn't really highlight. We didn't talk about Space Station's defensive output here. Daniel putting up 5 saves, actually earned MVP that game, despite being the player we were talking about being quiet.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when we say Daniel's been quiet, we're saying in relative terms, because he is still like in the upper 50% of every player so far in this regional event. He is the 3rd player on Space Station statistically. Arsenal is the 5th best player so far we've seen in this regional. You just expect to see Daniel a bit higher. He is by no means playing badly. It's just not the performance we would come to see from him, but the performance we'd see from him is God-killing.
Can he slay a few more? Here's Arsenal against first killer. Now Daniel, low on boost, uses the wall to set up Rettles. Typical off the backboard, and Rettles gets demolished by first killer on the rotation back in. Now Arsenal back in the midfield, reaching for Daniel. AJ with the block. Rettles now up with space, bounces it off the ground. Daniel looks for Typical, but Typical manages to dodge Daniel and get the stop. Arsenal trying to dribble it in. AJ builds a wall. Daniel comes in after the cleanup. That Space Station back on top.
Wonderful play from Arsenal to take that low. Look at AJ in just anticipation, waiting for that shot to come in. He's positioned at the rear post so that he can dive forwards and also cover above and behind him. But instead, Arsenal takes it low, draws first killer in for that block as well. Therefore, 2 are positioned, and Daniel can take the shot on the free net. That is really, really intelligent and selfless play from Arsenal, and it gets Space Station the lead on Aqueduct.
I do think first killer is in a really rough spot there. How does he look at AJ and say, yes, you've got this. I don't need to worry about this play. Oh, but they get one on the other end. No, Rettles will clean it out. So the double commit does lead to a very free goal for Daniel. Rettles now looking for another bump downfield, trying to set up Daniel. And Typical stops, gets one. Rettles and another bump on AJ. AJ and Typical tangled up on top of each other. They have to hit the brakes and just sort out, all right, you go, I'm going to back up. And that little moment of space gives Space Station more presence. They'll keep the ball in the orange half for now. Finally, first killer over the top of one, but Daniel was just waiting for the challenge with Rettles to resolve so he could take over control, push it right back into Faze territory.
The continued energetic offense from Space Station is what is keeping them defensive in this game somehow, where they're making sure that very rarely do Faze have a chance to get into that half to shoot. So far, we're only seeing a couple of shots go on target, both coming from AJ. Instead, as he takes the skies, he finds nobody, and look at Space Station, 2 players positioned in time. But it's typical, the man that we've barely mentioned thus far is able to get the first goal for Faze.
You see both Space Station players kind of baited to the corner on the touch from Rettles. Daniel following behind in shadow, probably going for boost, but leaving an opening and a blazing fast shot will tie up the game. Faze finally on the board for being shut out for roughly 7 minutes. AJ versus Arsenal on the other side. Here's first killer. A lot of boost in the tank. Just drops it down to Typical to put it back in the corner. Typical quickly turning on this, looking for the chase. And Daniel looking for the extension at midfield. Takes this one away. All of Faze having to fall back to regain control.
AJ was so low on boost there, and having anybody barrel down on him would have been terrifying. Typical. Passing central, but look at Rettles. Able to clear it away. First killer wasn't quite on the same wavelength. It was good defense there from AJ in the previous phase of play. That will be going wide as Daniel catches to the corner. Look at Typical just waiting, lurking, wanting to get that clear away. It will fall in possession of Space Station Gaming here, and it's a chance for AJ to get the second goal potentially. We're past halfway in this game and sitting even Stevens.
Rettles with a nice dunk in front of the box. Keeps in possession. Arsenal expecting AJ to slam that ball. Coasts over the top of the play. Now Daniel looking for just the smallest touch. And a towel ball from Arsenal. Okay, brilliant. Cool. Space Station find all 3 pieces here. Look at this small play from Daniel that sets this up.
It's so frustrating. Just that little bit, and then Rettles straight to the goal. Sees a man in pink that he wants to remove from that goal line to get the save. Is able to do so absolutely wonderfully. And that is the second goal for Space Station. Rettles really going for that off-ball play. And my dog absolutely loves it.
It was so many pieces falling into place. Space Station playing together as a team brilliantly. Have the lead again. Now back down in front of first killer. Rettles will block. Here's Typical up for the shot. Passes across. AJ shoots. Oh, and scores top corner. Wonderful stuff. Tie game.
Just smashing both woodworks, the crossbar, the post, and it's the pass from Typical that allows him to do so. Going across the net and slicing it as well. There's dueling dragons, 2 of them, 2 goals for Faze.
1:51 left to go. Space Station enjoying the lead in the series, trying to extend it here. But Faze will not give it to them easily. Rettles now through the sky onto the backboard. Got a little bit of space, but doesn't find a double tap. Arsenal now full take up boost, getting challenged by AJ. He'll win the challenge. Follow up from Daniel. Oh! I think it's faked out by the goalie. Arsenal into an empty net, though, will not miss. And that's Space Station back on top.
Arsenal had 26 boost there, and you could just see his heart rate elevate now. He's like, oh my God, I can't miss this. I literally can't miss this. And Typical, thankfully, he's then absolutely flying by Typical, because anytime Typical got was taking it out the path of the, quite frankly, sluggish Arsenal.
Did First Killer intentionally fake Daniel? I think there's no way he did, knowing that there's just a free bouncing ball. Like, if he did fake Daniel, he got exactly what he wanted, and it still turned into a goal. I think he knows he has to challenge there, and just hope that he can manage to squeeze a clear out of that very dangerous 1v1. But here on the other side, they've got an opening. First Killer immediately bounces back and ties it up.
Oh, First Killer. In the midfield, look at that, actually gets the reset, lands, immediately jumps, and then gets such a powerful flick, 58 miles an hour, with a flick to the opposite post as soon as he lands. That is class.
Daniel had the rest of the goal covered. That was the only place he could shoot and actually put it into the net. Tie game again as AJ losing a challenge barely to Arsenal. He extends the play. Now Daniel onto the back wall looking for more, but AJ takes it away. Final minute of game 2. Tie game again. A double commit on offense, Arsenal and Daniel, but they'll reground themselves. Here's Reddles with a challenge. First Killer dropping it to Typical up against Daniel and net. He'll bump Daniel away. Arsenal going to be alone up against AJ. Sends it to First Killer. They try to redirect it around the goalie, but no. Arsenal and the post working together, and now a breakaway down the rest of the field. Oh my goodness, Space Station continued to have the lead.
Oh, that fake nearly worked perfectly, but that ricochet from the ball leads Arsenal to just be able to tap it in from the top of the Mac E. And 4 goals for Space Station, giving them the lead here on Aquadom. They already took game number 1. This would be 2 versus Faze, and question marks potentially of a timeout coming.
Every player on Faze with a goal right now. They have done work to stay alive in this game. But Arsenal, a hat trick. How do you deal with a player as on fire as Arsenal is right now? Here's Reynolds off the wall looking for a double tap, setting up Arsenal, but First Killer will clear it away. Now back to Typical, back to First Killer, back to AJ. The pass game from Faze, moving the ball up the field cleanly, but final 10 seconds, they've got to put it in the net. Here's Typical, over the top of First Killer. Arsenal with lots of space and boost in the sky, just gonna build a wall in front of AJ. The clock has expired. Can they get it the full length of the field? No. Space Station puts it into the ground and wins game 2.
Really good game management yet again from Space Station, knowing that they just had to hold it as much as they could and just keep it as far back. And Arsenal getting that hat trick. We are confirming the First Killer has called for a timeout as well after 2. I think most casts, all casts that are agreed, take the timeout after 2, not 3, right?
The leading analysts of the game of Rocket League agree in a best of 7. Don't wait to use your timeout until you're on match point here. We'll see. We did see Faze take a timeout in this exact situation yesterday, and it turned into a win for them. But we just watched them also in the last series take a timeout and have it not matter. So I don't know what sort of adjustments they need to be making here. I see them playing as a team. The problem right now is Arsenal, and honestly the better team cohesion we're seeing out of Space Station.
I mean, you're saying about yesterday, looking at how it echoes from what we saw in the upper semi-finals. Like you said, Space Station winning game 1, game 2 in that, and then the timeout from Faze, and then Faze win 4 on the trot. That may well be how today goes. Arsenal, though, can confirm, is now the top goal scorer that we are seeing in the competition so far. Until that grand finals happens, where G2 are playing and Chicago can continue bumping his numbers, he took the short route. He didn't 400 IQ this and go to the lowest to get more goals, just to get the amount that he needed to put him to the post. But yeah, FaZe Clan, their timeouts have been very, very effective. Space Station, they do get obviously the exact same amount of time to deal with this, figure out how they want to counter it. Both these teams are so incredibly intelligent with this game, and they know how to manage each other. They are very, very seasoned at fighting each other for these positions. But FaZe, they want to work past that 3rd, 4th finish, as this is their 6th tournament in a row where they have finished 3rd and 4th. And that is the minimum they can do right now. Getting to that finals would be big for them to break that trend.
We see the way that Space Station just was continuously breaking down the defense from Faze in these clips. Meanwhile, Faze just finding the snipes on the other end, constantly picking the pocket. It felt like Faze was having to work harder on offense to earn the goals they earned there in a losing effort. Space Station is finding ways to create openings using each other, using the bumps that Retals has pioneered in this scene right now. FaZe is playing a more difficult game.
Yeah, and that physicality is something that I think separates Space Station from a lot of teams, especially at the top level, and it can really frustrate them. But it's not like FaZe are shying away from that whatsoever. We saw how well they did previously.
Oh!
Look at that link up though, immediately. No physicality needed as Arsenal secures the tummy touch with his Mac E, gets that flip reset, and Retals swiping across the net, across two defenders, attempting to save it away.
That is my favorite type of shot, the kind of over shoulder, cross field, across your body, playing to the other side there. He's intercepting the line that the defender is reading there and playing it back the other way. Brilliant play from Space Station. And you cannot say enough about either of the touches, either Arsenal's or Retals here. But now on the other side, AJ looking to equalize, runs into some defenders. Typical with a lot of boost. They got too strong of a hit on the ceiling. Ball fell out of possession. And now on the other side, Space Station just being menaces.
Yeah, wanting to remove as many players as they can from FaZe. As I always say, easier to play 2v3 than 3v3, so you may as well give it a go. But FaZe are not going to be going down without a fight, sending as many mortars down range as they possibly can. But with Arsenal on this left wall, Retals is central. We've seen this story before. We know how it ends.
Wow.
And Arsenal completes the storybook.
And by threatening the double tap here, it doesn't even matter if Retals makes it. The defenders have to dive for it, and it leaves the goal open for Arsenal. 2-0 now for Space Station in Game 3.
Within the first minute as well. Really, really strong showing from them. Certainly looking at how they managed the timeout from FaZe yesterday and wanting to change those fates. But FaZe, of course, very much still in this and have been such a strong team at working their way back into a series. One more, though. If Space Station do get this, it means that a reverse sweep will need to be on. Not too common is that result. Those typical AJ double committing. You do not want to be seeing echoes of FaZe of past.
This was what we witnessed yesterday, and especially in the first two games against Space Station. FaZe, when feeling under pressure, start to double commit. They feel every single player on this pitch knows they have the skills, they have the mechanics to make the clutch plays, but when all three or just two are going for it at the same time, it creates massive weaknesses that Space Station can exploit. So have to sort that out. You cannot be making those sorts of mistakes. Here it comes. Oh, an open goal for Typical. He won't miss this time. They bait some players onto the back wall with a double commit, actually, and FaZe manages to get into the goal.
I like this, the double commit, and literally nobody touches it. Typical is there for that third touch, and it means that Retals, he is caught with his trousers down, does not know that he needs to defend that, now waiting for the ball to pop out somewhere else. Instead, FaZe with their goal in game number 3 may well be instrumental. Still need another one to tie it up, but certainly a start.
Got their work cut out for them here, especially after dropping games 1 and 2. AJ and First Killer again on top of each other. Typical, though, going to try and connect with First Killer into an open net, and it goes in for the tie game. Space Station giving FaZe so many free balls right now.
Yeah, there's a really good chance that we are fundamentally stupid, Wavepunk, because we said the double commits aren't going to work, and yet both their goals have come from such.
But you look in the replay, you saw one Space Station player. I think the problem here is the zero commit, not really, but like the lack of presence from Space Station in this situation to punish that sort of double commit there. I don't know. I still don't like the double commit. The pass works just as well with one player up there instead of two. But either way, FaZe will take it.
Oh,
and then they win the challenge and they've got the lead.
Speaking of those passes, this is what we see from First Killer, where he just nips in for that boost. Retals has to guard the shot, has to guard the pass. In the end, he can do neither. AJ lurking central and can send a brilliant shot dead in the heart of Space Station's defense.
Just like that, FaZe on top. Enjoying a lead. Possibly for the first time this series. If I remember correctly, a nice bump there, but Retals there covering behind. Will not give FaZe a shot. AJ lurking in front of the box, waiting for an opportunity, but falls off. Gets called off by First Killer. Full boost, but didn't like that initial trajectory. Bails on the shot. Arsenal will play it back to midfield. FaZe slowly gaining control of the midfield here as they've spaced out their rotations.
Love AJ's idea there, going for the man instead of the ball so early on, where he knew he was never going to get it. And Space Station with another double commit coming out from then, learning taking a page from that Faze playbook, but not quite working out for them. That is a very awkward bump. Typical chance for a shot, but Daniel able to get the nose of his Octane to it. Central from Rettles, and does manage to beat out AJ. It's typical at the back, finding first killer. AJ is also there, lurking and waiting, and Arsenal with a pre-jump save. Faze, this vice, gripping and tightening on Space Station.
Space Station starting to win a few more 1v1s in the midfield. For a few minutes there, they were getting absolutely dismantled and giving Faze so many opportunities. Here's Arsenal, though, up against AJ, looks for the flip reset, takes it underneath, and pitches it off the post, bounces back into Arsenal into the goal. What a play!
Now that's what I call calculated. Arsenal with the flip reset, takes it down, and then the double touch again from that right post, being very much the fourth player of Space Station in this series. Great positioning from him. We sometimes call then that Champ 2 play, where you just happen to fall in the right place at the right time. But every goal counts for one.
That was crazy. The full like freestyle air roll into it as well. And then just straight pinball around for a tie game. 1:05 on the clock. Space Station have not played their best Rocket League in this game, and yet still could earn match point with one more goal. Daniel getting bumped down and getting chased the drag race across midfield. Now Rettles taken away from one. FK to stop, build a wall, and block. Daniel here against AJ. AJ will take over control. He's got Arsenal underneath him, but still manages to dunk him. Ball bouncing dangerously, and Rettles will just punt it as far down the field as possible. A play from Typical here will connect with first killer. Daniel in the box will send it right back. Long range ball back and forth from both these teams. Neither one fully ready to commit on the play. Neither one wanting to fall prey to a breakaway goal that we've seen numerous times in this series. And AJ now to the sky. Final 17 seconds. Overtime possible here as they pinch it. Daniel to the outside. First killer to the corner, and Arsenal gets in the way. Final 10. And oh my goodness, back around. Arsenal up. Daniel trying, but no one has control. And to the outside, this looks like this should go to overtime here in game number 3. Space Station with a goal. Will be on match point.
Tell you what, though, we see how Faze started to position themselves at the end, where they kept one man at the back, waiting for those long shots first for the chance to fake out. He does it. That is disgusting.
They just let Arsenal destroy himself, break both their axles, but peace, see ya. First killer did nothing, and it was everything for the Faze's first one in the series.
That is just rude. That is mean. That is rude. That is just everything that Arsenal would not want to have happened. And after a single loss, Space Station Gaming, they take their time out. They see this as a potential turning point in the series, and they want to shut it down. They're having the echoes of yesterday. Faze took it on DFH, and then they continue to take it on Utopia, Wasteland, and Neo Tokyo. Space Station, that deja vu is not one that they want to be reliving.
No, I think this is a good decision, especially given how that match went. Space Station, we saw Faze playing arguably their most messy Rocket League of the day in this game. Space Station was unable to capitalize on that, and in fact created more openings that Faze was able to punish despite the double commits there. So I think given the fact that we saw Faze at their worst, and Space Station still didn't come out on top, if the game actually even goes to overtime, I fully agree with Chrome on this one. This is a good spot to shake off whatever just happened, talk about it, reset.
Yeah, it's a really good chance to just figure out why Faze were able to double commit and yet still score, and yet score twice with double commits as well. SSG, they're going to be able to come back from that, should they be able to shake off the worries of yesterday. But Faze, this is where their role starts. This is where that momentum may well build. And they are looking at G2 in the finals, wanting to get their revenge in that bracket reset. They will need to do it twice. They forfeited their right to have any losses later on after losing to G2 earlier. Space Station, they want to be continuing Faze Clan's path into 7 third, fourth finishes in a row. Then the Faze Clan are going to want to be breaking. On Utopia, that is where things may well be changing. Space Station, I'm looking at Daniel still, where Arsenal again top that table. Rettles was only just behind him, and then the 3 Faze Clan members. Daniel has not been the player that we've seen of him.
Yeah, and thinking back on some of these double commits here too, like that first one there that we just saw in the replay, that is still the most insane goal I've seen all day. The first one here, you see like 2 players on the back wall. You see that they kind of force a double commit out of Space Station in the same situation. It's less of a flagrant double commit and more of a very tight commitment, 1-2 after each other, kind of opening up space and really committing to a play on offense. That one didn't bother me as much. The second one, also, it's not that the second one either was, because it was happening in their own half, that it was really particularly flagrant. It's that they didn't get punished for it, and that it turned into a goal the other way. The fact that it became a goal the other direction, I think, is why Space Station needed to take that time out and say, okay, let's figure out what's going on here, because we should never get scored on in that situation.
But then Firskiller stepping up for the next 2 goals that managed to come out. He got the pass over in the center. He then got the overtime goal by humiliating Arsenal. I really, really like what Firskiller does. I think historically you would have seen him have an error, go for those double commits, and then they wouldn't learn from it. And you'd be sitting there frustrated, like, no, that's not how you play Rocket League. That's not how you should be playing. And look, again, going for that pass. Typical does get intercepted, but really, really nice play from First.
Firskiller has stepped up at the end of game 3. The player we were waiting to wake up from this Faze roster. We'll see if that consistency continues here as Reddle's now on the wall. 2 players behind him. AJ off the wall will challenge, send it neutral to the corner. Arsenal now in on the play. It's a pass, Typical. Rolls it around the wall. Now has to bail after the clear. Here's the pass down to Typical, looking for the cherry pick. You're trying to cover up Reddles, looking for the dunk, but Reddles gets enough of it to send it to the other side, and Arsenal has the response already in the sky, glued to the ceiling here, setting up Daniel, but a Firskiller challenge win will neutralize the drive.
Minute 30 nearly elapsing, and look again, the double commit. Typical, able just to get it wide, isn't able to get it in a good position for him. Arsenal on very low boost, just has to fake to Firskiller that is going for it, and Firskiller removing him for the absolute audacity of trying to fake him out. Really good opportunity here for Faze to keep that push on, but Rettles lovely on that right wall, sends it far, wants to besiege that orange net as much as he can on this wonderfully Roman themed or Greek themed. I'm not a historian.
It's got a theme, folks.
Here's Typical. It's a historical thing.
Firskiller away as Arsenal on the outside now, looking for a block. Kills the momentum on the ball, somehow actually gains control for a moment there, and then neutralizes a second challenge. Typical not able to get through Daniel. Faze struggling to get this across the midfield line. Reynolds now looking for Firskiller to put it in. He paved the way. Arsenal will score goal number 1 of game 4.
AJ has to stare down Arsenal at the death and see what he is able to do with it. Ends up flipping just to the left, thinking it might go that way. Arsenal sneaks it dead center of the goal. Space Station yet again with the lead in a game. Can they hold it?
Firstkiller's attention has to be on Reynolds there. He's not able to look at Arsenal and make sure he's setting up himself well to deal with the challenge that's inevitably coming from Arsenal. Reynolds just distracting the star player on Faze and creating an opening for his star player to extend his goal lead over Chicago. Imagine Space Station versus G2 in a grand finals here, Stumpy, for who's going to have the more goals in the series just comes down to that match.
That'd be fantastic. Still, it's the 400 IQ coming out. The double commit. Instead, the 4 IQ from Typical and AJ not wanting to either of them abate on that ball. Chance for AJ to work in, but Daniel clearing over to the side. A couple of misses coming in from both teams, actually, where we saw AJ miss a little bit earlier on. Firskiller just sends the entire kitchen sink at that play. Doesn't manage to get anything from it. Instead, he just ends up with a kitchen without a sink. Arsenal towards that right wall. Rettles with 100 boost and a bit of mischief up his sleeve as well. Is he able to get that second touch? Goes to the ground pitch. Over AJ. Is Daniel for the shot. It comes down nicely. Wow! Challenging versus AJ. That goal line save just so stalwart and stoic.
They had 3 in a row that they had to just look at an offensively minded play here. Space Station has all the advantage. 1v1 situation. Faze stands strong 3 times in a row. And we'll have he breaks it. What
it was reverse. It was fine. It was a reverse rule too. You can't be too annoyed at that one.
Okay. Here's I can be, but I'll let it pass. With Daniel onto the back wall. Firskiller away. Typical. In the corner, losing to Arsenal. Now up against 2 players. Another bump. Trying to open up space, but the players get bumped just rotate back into the third man so cleanly. Every team adapting to this bump strategy.
That was okay from Typical. That's double commit. where he took the ball from AJ, but AJ had 0 boost. That double commit is completely fine. That was a great double commit, in fact, because AJ was doing nothing with the ball. I did go for the bump there with 0 boost again. Typical to shoot. Daniel on that backboard. Only 45 seconds remaining. SSG with the lead, but certainly not with the pressure.
Space Station with a win here. On to match point. FaZe have managed to equalize in most of the games in this series. AJ with a stop on one. No, this is not the good touches. Here comes Reynolds looking at the goal. Typical. Has to just hit his brakes and flip. They got the ball killed in the corner. 19 seconds left. All the pressure on FaZe, and they can't keep more wheels on the ground in one piece. Oh, Typical calls off AJ. Final 10 seconds. Daniel on the back wall pinches it.
Oh my god.
Now back to AJ. Just takes the shot. Reynolds makes the save. Save your medal for Reynolds. 4 seconds left. FaZe have to put it in. Can they keep it off the ground? Typical up for it. Got enough boost. Pass one. Off the ceiling. Paving the way. But Daniel comes across the net. Puts it into the ground. Space Station on match point.
Banishing the demons from yesterday. Utopia. I don't know what kind of ghosts you have. Grecian or Roman. Doesn't matter to me. Space Station. They get them out of there. That is their win. They just need one more to take down FaZe in 5.
I do think it is Greece, by the way. I think
Is that what pillars
Ilios? Is it bad that my reference is Ilios from Overwatch? It's also probably a real. It's also there's also the Isaac App music video.
I love that song, Fall.
In this location, yes, from Fall.
I think I'm going to go Roman just so we are right in one way or another. Is that
one
fair?
of us is right?
Yeah.
Tell us on Twitter. You guys know.
Yeah. Waypoint's not European, and I'm an idiot, so we have no right to know.
It turns out to be Russian or something like that. Going into game 5 here. Space Station currently with the lead, and when thinking about the mistakes, the sloppiness we saw from game 4, I mean, do you feel like this was a substantial adjustment, a substantial improvement? I still feel like we saw a bit of roughness from both teams.
Yeah, for sure. I think we saw double commits come out from both of them. We saw them going for rushed shots, especially I look at Rettles at the end. He had a chance to get the second goal and said he just kind of hits it gently towards Typical. Sure, it didn't matter, but you'd like to double up if you have the opportunity to do so. I think that was Space Station really getting back to how they won the first couple. They were smothering FaZe with every opportunity that they had. They weren't surrendering any opportunities that they were giving themselves, and that's what I really enjoyed seeing. FaZe, in the meantime, they looked like they had a bit more cohesion, but there were still those holes forming, especially between Typical and AJ, both committing and leaving First Killer to try and pick up the pieces.
Well, into game 5, Space Station looking for the win, looking for a lead. As Daniel is neutralized by Typical. Reynolds through the sky. He's got Arsenal on the far wall. Arsenal will dismount and look for the shot, places it well, but just a bit wide, and AJ will get the ball away. Clear down the field now. First Killer up against Reynolds, just kills the ball. Typical crowds in to try and tackle. Keeps the ball in the back third, but FaZe forced to disengage. Fall back for boost after a demolition.
I believe that was an Arsenal touch towards the center, and it was just far too slow. There was no chance his teammate was going to get there for it. The Reynolds up for the second. He doesn't go for any flip. He just double neutrals, sends it into the net, and what a pass down. The 1-2 between each other. He just has to get the height. And look at Typical and AJ sitting so static. No mobility to them. They just have to double jump and see if they can get their chassis in the way.
Reynolds, I think maybe this constitutes a pre-jump or just the most lightning fast read. Can he get back in time? So close. No, the opening from Space Station punished by FaZe. Tie game.
That pinch from First Killer rockets and completely throws Arsenal off any of his game. The movement on my screen, at least, maybe it's because I'm the other side of the world, but Rettles gets a touch on that. That is sheer pixels that grants FaZe their goal.
The pinch around at blistering speed, and then the bounce off the post that goes FaZe's way. What a way to capitalize on some fun physics. Now Arsenal over the top. The goal was wide open, but the ball is just wide out. Daniel and Reynolds committing on the far wall. A lot of open field here for FaZe to work with. AJ takes to the sky. Arsenal not going to make the touch, but the follow-up from AJ is no good. Typical trying to connect with First Kill. He's going to go for this one, but Daniel's breathing down his neck. He will barely get to the ball in time. Not able to find a boost. drops it back into the box. Arsenal with the clear. Faze trying to keep the pressure on. First killer sets up AJ, blocked at the point of contact. Space Station holding on by a thread.
No play is safe right now. Every single chance that this ball finds in the blue half, there's a shot coming on target. Rettles this time to save it away. 2 minutes gone and 1,000 chances aside.
AJ now up against Daniel. The outside, Typical getting hounded.
Good bump.
We're chasing Arsenal here, just trying to open up space, but not able to find him. Arsenal will get the save. Reynolds to Arsenal. Airborne looking for the boost, not going to find any. Arsenal, and then they follow the follow-up shot from Reynolds. Now to Daniels, Typical blocks. Reynolds trying to fall back. No boost here for Space Station. Daniels falling back. We'll get one stop. And Faze gives them a bit of space to breathe. Daniel demolishing the midfield. Here goes that space.
I'm happy they've got space to breathe because I feel like I've held my breath for about a minute and a half at this point. This is so intense. Both teams sending everything. It's by no means clean. They are wrestling in mud right now like happy pigs, but my God, are they happy?
It's the right stadium for it, too.
Yeah.
Pretty sure this one's in Texas. I don't know. AJ and Typical. Over one. AJ. The back of the field, Daniel through the sky now. Lots of space here. He lost a bit of possession on the ball, but the rest of Space Station tag teaming some control. Will lose to one challenge. Now punted to the sky. Here's Reynolds looking for the drop, covered up by Typical. 1:54 left to go. Tie game. Space Station just trying to end the series here and now. Typical off the wall. Picks up midfield boost, loses a challenge to Arsenal, and Space Station will move right back into the Faze half. Looking to regain the lead here.
Just so much pressure coming in. A chance for Typical with 15 boost. You get that goal, no, it does pinch out wide with AJ lurking, waiting, wanting something to fall in their favor. Only 90 seconds left, and there is so much aggressive play going on from either side. Attempting to prevail over the other, and Typical with that back boost may well continue this push for Faze. Good clear from Daniel. With that right wing, he can steal that mid boost away, and Rettles gets called off by Arsenal. That's open for Daniel, but first killer, the man of the hour, pushing him away.
Final minute. Arsenal into his corner. Reynolds versus first killer, pinches in front of the box. Daniel picks up control. Launches it to the sky. AJ on the wall, tries to read. Has to go all the way to Typical on the backboard. Now first killer, alone in the sky. Flip reset, chases it down, but Arsenal picking it up on the given space. Now Reynolds, demolition onto AJ. Typical alone in net. Reynolds over the double tap, doesn't find it. Daniel muscles it through. They've got the lead with only 38 seconds left to win.
Rettles with that brilliance above the goal line manages to get that tiniest touch over onto the crossbar. Daniel to follow up just by pushing through with a hurried shove through both defenders. Only one goal separating them. Space Station Gaming lead. Only 30 seconds remains between them and a grand final.
AJ spiked up control, passes the first killer, and Arsenal covers it up. What an interception. Back down the field. Final 30. Reynolds trying to extend the lead and put the nails in the coffin. Typical's got control. Arsenal has to block, and they just cannot get through Arsenal in the midfield. Finally, two players commit, and Arsenal won't be able to find a challenge. Typical covering him up. Arsenal chasing with an aggressive ball chasing style on the retreat. But AJ demolished. Final 10. It's all up to Faze. Space Station looking for revenge from yesterday. Typical covers it up. AJ's here, trying to extend it to overtime. Clock's expired. No one's in the area. Off the bounce. Daniel's up for it just to fake it out. Ball's dead in the corner. No one's going to be able to keep this one up for long, and Space Station will look for G2 in the finals.
A fantastic showing from SSG, where none of them looked like they were playing their best game by any means, but it was absolutely enough to have a showing over Faze. It was so tense, that final one on Wasteland. I felt like everything, just my heart was going double the pace. I was holding my breath so much longer. I can't imagine how they felt. And look, Arsenal immediately tweeting. That man knows what he wants. He knows what his fans want. He knows that everybody wants to see, you know, what his opinion is on how that ended up going, because a 4-1 victory over FaZe Clan is something that you do not see happen often.
What a way to get it back. And it was such a battle. I agree with you. This was a strange match to watch, with how quickly the field setting was changing and how many goals came down to things like that, where just like a challenge lost dramatically, where it's not just that the challenge is going towards your goal-ish. It's just rolling straight in. It's like you weren't there. Just push the ball straight through a player. So I don't know. In this situation, FaZe, I think they will look to this match. They will look to say, what did we do wrong? What could we do better in the future?
There's a lot
But
to
at this
learn.
point, there's a lot to learn in this sort of situation.
Yeah.
Space Station, though, absolutely the better team in this match, and they will face off against G2 in the finals.
Yeah, and that's their second finals of this season so far. Their previous one being from, in the last couple of splits, the previous one was Winter Regional 1. They've had a few events since then, and now they get their chance to take down G2. They will need to bracket reset them, though, and we've seen how that goes for other teams more recently.
Arsenal tweeted, GG's to @FaZe Clan as we win 4-1. Good tweet. Just updating the fans who weren't watching there. If you aren't watching at home, I don't know why I'm yelling, because you can't hear me because you're not watching, but go tell your friends who aren't, bringing them in here. We got the grand finals of the Verizon Ultra Cup coming up after this.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you driver. We've all been here before.
Are you only
Grand finals are looming here, on Championship Sunday of the Verizon Ultra Cup. That was supposed to sound epic. Did not sound that. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I am Leif. Gibbs is here with me still. And Stu Turtle have decided to spend the rest of the day. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. You know, it breaks the monotony of us.
I love Gibbs. He makes me feel protected. What can I say?
And I had no choice, so.
Okay.
He's actually chained to his chair right now. Let's break down that last series. As I said, grand finals on its way. We just had our lower bracket final that sent Space Station Gaming up there soon. FaZe Clan just couldn't get it together. It is hard coming from that upper bracket.
It definitely is, but I kind of talked about it earlier. Those accuracy issues were going to rear their ugly heads yet again, and many opportunities that FaZe Clan had just couldn't quite nail it home. But at the end of the day, like I said before, when Arsenal is playing the way he is this weekend, I don't think anyone's going to be slowing Space Station down.
And it's not just Arsenal from what I saw. It was the Arsenal and Reddles connection. These two were flowing back and forth. I mean, take a look at the replays. We've got Reddles to Daniel, but every other shot, it felt like it was literally just back and forth. You got Arsenal in the midfield, then Reddles going for bumps. The dynamic duo really proving themselves here in that series.
And then FaZe, another third place finish for them. They cannot make a grand finals with this roster yet. It looks promising at the early parts of these tournaments, and then it just all falls apart. So FaZe will come back in Regional 2 and look for it again, and I bet they'll be in the conversation yet again for a top 4 finish, but they got to find a way to get to one of these grand finals.
Let's take a look at that bracket now, because the grand finals is our last match left. This will be 2 potential best of 7s here. Space Station need to bracket reset. They've made that journey. They only, had to go through that lower bracket halfway through, but that's still a bit of a task to get through all that, Gibbs.
Yeah, and Space Station is doing exactly the same thing they did last time, Winter Regional 1. They lost to FaZe earlier in group play in that tournament, then came back and beat them and made it all the way to the grand finals. But back then they had to play NRG and they couldn't get the job done. So now they get a chance against G2. And again, if you make grand finals, it's looking very good that you'll go to London. We saw that with Space Station with Regional 2 and Regional 3. They didn't look that good in Winter, but they still made it to a top 5 finish. And obviously Winter Major, they looked fantastic. So now we get G2 and Space Station final. G2, your Winter Major champions. Space Station Gaming, we're right there as well with a top 3 finish. So these are your 2 best teams in NA right now. There's no question about it.
All right, before we get to the grand finals, I gotta call out Verizon's making this whole show happen right now. And I gotta ask you guys, have you seen this 5G, the Verizon 5G home? It looks sick. It's like this little box. You plug in, you play, and you got great internet. 5G, scan that right now. That'll tell you if it's available in your region. None of us like leg.
I'm actually scanning right now.
Are you?
Me too.
Okay, good.
I'm literally scanning this.
Gibbs, I know you were trying before.
I tried. It's not available in my home.
Well, they don't work on flip phones, Gibbs.
This isn't going to fix your gameplay, Gibbs. It's for internet, not mechanics. Okay.
Well, maybe
We're
next
not
time.
that advanced yet. Yeah, scan this, find out if it's available. Again, this Cube is sick, super easy to set up. Just plug in and go, and it provides super ultra fast home internet to power your gaming rig. So scan it. We'll leave it up for a few more seconds. You guys get your phones out. I know sometimes people are fumbling because they're watching.
And I love this.
Okay, you got it.
I love this home internet
right
made for musty flicks. There you go. Great.
There it is. The 5G, the Verizon 5G home internet. Scan that, find out if it's available in your area. But we do have to get on with the Verizon Ultra Cup because the grand finals are on their way now. G2 Esports, Space Station Gaming are sitting here. G2 looking to win 1 best of 7, and Space Station Gaming looking to win 2 if they want to grab the crown at the Verizon Ultra Cup. This is going to be an intense series. I'd go to Gibbs on this, but you've been wrong a lot lately, Gibbs. I don't know if you know what you're talking about anymore.
That's true. G2 and Space Station, though, they like these 2 teams are looking fantastic. Space Station, it took a little while to get the engines going versus FaZe the first time around, but they come back and take them down in that lower bracket. And Arsenal having an MVP-like performance, but Chicago on G2 is doing the same exact thing, and G2 hasn't lost yet. So they get 2 lives in this matchup. So Space Station, you're going to have to do it twice, 2 best of 7s. And I would take off this shirt and change shirts, but I think that's against the TOS here. So,
Well, yeah,
so
I was just
the
about to
Faze
ask.
red didn't
We had
help.
a break.
I'm sorry,
You could
Faze.
have.
I'm sorry, Faze, but hey,
What's the red for now?
for
It's
my pain.
Okay.
That's all it is.
Your anger.
It's a red,
Yeah,
it's a
my
red
anger.
flag.
Thank you.
Get off the
Thank you.
field.
Yeah.
I mean,
Get out.
it's gonna be a bloody grand finals, though. Let's be honest
Yeah.
here, because at the end of the day, Space Station
True.
Gaming, you've got Arsenal. He looks like a Super Saiyan. You got Chicago. He looks like a Super Saiyan over here, and they're clashing in the grand finals. They haven't played each other yet in the tournament. It's the most ideal matchup, and I want to see what both teams are going to bring,
Yeah.
because now it's going to come down to the teammates. You've got like I said, the Super Saiyans, but what else can Reddles and somebody like Atomic add to this roster?
Well, we're finding out now what chat thinks about this grand finals here. We're going to see if it's done and won. The Verizon fan vote up right now. Hashtag SSG or hashtag G2. Is SSG going to bracket reset, or is G2 taking it home after one series? Analysts, I need your thoughts as well. Gibbs, would you like to get it out of the way?
Yeah, sure. Why not? We'll get the
Okay.
wrong prediction out of the way right now. But so we'll talk about demos really quick. Space Station, they are averaging 5.2 demos per game. That is 1.2 higher than literally anyone else in North America right now. That's the game plan for them, to get G2's third man like out of position and then have some wide open nets. But G2 is looking fantastic throughout this entire weekend. And I'm sorry, G2 fans, but I'm going G2. I'm going
Okay.
G2. They look too strong. There's going to be no bracket reset. Them all the way.
Guys, I'm a little worried because I was also going to go G2, so I feel like it's a bracket reset
Do we
now.
curse them? Do we curse
Yeah.
them?
Okay, Turk,
I'm
you
not
want to jump
cursing
on?
nothing.
Dude, okay. I'm gonna throw a little mid prediction here. Okay, we're gonna go for the bracket reset. Space Station Gaming get the bracket reset, but then G2 slap them again. I'm too convinced. The passing from G2
Okay.
too good. Atomic
So
too good.
Space
Double tap,
Station for this one.
it's all there.
So right now,
for
Space
this
Station
one.
for you. I'm
Yes.
G2. Gibbs is G2. We have one Space Station. What are you going to go with, Subi?
Oh, there's no question what I'm going for. I have been over
Subi
the
believe.
moon with how this team has been playing. They are out of this world, from outer space. Space Station gonna be taking them down, going with the bracket reset. And then when we
Not the
come
dad
back on
joke.
camera, guess what? I'm gonna be picking them again, because this is their tournament.
You're off the broadcast, too. Why would we put the two dads beside each other?
Yeah, that was a mistake.
63%. And that's lower. We've generally said, I still G2. I guess people aren't quite on board, but definitely better than their opponents before in Faze. Well, it's grand finals time, and we're going to head over to the Verizon Skybox. Stacks and Daz are waiting along. SSG need 2 best of 7s, whereas G2 just need 1 for the full win.
We were just one demo and one incredible save away from having this matchup in the grand finals of the Winter Major. Now, Daz, we get it. To close out the Verizon Ultra Cup, Space Station Gaming needs to beat G2 twice. Here we go.
This is going to be a battle, Stacks. SSG have been looking forward to this matchup for a long time. Now they finally get a shot at the Titans on G2 Esports, a team that looks like they can't be beat right now in North America. But let's see if Daniel and the crew can make it happen.
Oh, we've seen it time and time again. A team making that lower bracket run has all the momentum, and Reddle scores 8 seconds in. It's an opening flourish out of SSG.
Immediately on top of the ball. Good read on the clear from Arsenal, and Reddles with the follow-up. That's the type of speed you got to play against when you go against G2. SSG strike first.
It did not take long at all, and now the question is, can G2 answer? Jane Apps will have to start it from near his own back line. Atomic up ahead, nothing there as Arsenal dumps to the corner. And Jane Apps thought about the challenge, but he will back out of the play. He needs a lot of boost. He's got nothing. Well, he'll get a free 30 plus out of that. And now Daniel has Arsenal and Reddles way downfield. Chicago on his way back. Demo by Reddles. It's wide open, and Daniel couldn't get a shot off.
Wide open chance, and yeah, you're right, Daniel, a little awkward there, can't get that play, but look at the speed we're seeing coming out from SSG. They are making a point here to get on top of G2 and make sure they're as uncomfortable as possible, as these offensive drives have been deadly.
Space Station Gaming getting through after a lower bracket final with FaZe Clan that was starting to look eerily similar to their upper bracket matchup yesterday. As JNats will get a shot away here. Chicago, decoy, didn't get the redirect. Now up ahead, Reynolds to Arsenal. Arsenal missed the open net, and Daniel again can't put it on target. And SSG's accuracy betraying them early on after that first goal. Chicago off the bar. JNats off the bar as well. Arsenal got a piece as well. Neither side particularly accurate, and JNats couldn't get the read on this as it bounces away.
So many goals should be scored by now. You saw Daniel went in, then the counterattack from G2's been so strong. Here's a chance for Atomic, blocked out instantly. It just seems like times where you think both these teams should be scoring, they're just missing that final shot.
Both teams doing an excellent job with boost management, though. That's a situation where SSG could have been starved out, having to play defense for so long. They did not let G2 get the upper hand. We remain with a 1-0 SSG lead as Reynolds got one across, and now Atomic taking his time to play over Arsenal. I imagine after watching the way SSG has played and seeing some of the success that Faze did have in that last series, we might see a few solo plays if they get Arsenal as last man back, with someone like Chicago trying to juke him out of his car. But for now, they're trying to find a way out of their zone as JNats will get across.
Yeah, G2 definitely looked a little shaky in that series with Faze earlier in the day. You got to think 3 overtimes back to back, and still, you know, they ended up coming away with that series, but Faze definitely made it close in that aspect, just kind of showing how human G2 really is. Now, with this game, they've already had 5 shots to SSG's 3, and they still haven't been able to convert.
Atomic will get the second touch to send this all the way downfield, but Daniel's right there. Atomic does a good job to keep this in play. As it will get to the ceiling. JNats didn't get a clean shot off Reynolds in his way. Reynolds defensively has been outstanding in the first 3 minutes of this grand final, and he's trying to get a little help out of Arsenal. He got some, but JNats will play this right back across. Chicago's waiting. Atomic coming on to tie the game, and Daniel stopped him.
It's just automatic, though, when you see those pass plays come out from G2. You get a little scared. It was a really good placement on Atomic, and I think Daniel wanted to challenge him, but it was smart for Daniel to hesitate because he ended up getting that save out.
It's been a very physical defensive effort out of SSG. You heard Gibbs talk about it, averaging over 5 demos a game, and now 3 demos between the two teams in a span of 3 seconds. Arsenal leaves it for Daniel. JNap's got a piece of that as well. Chicago has to wait for Reynolds' play, and this will go right down in front. Nobody diving in, so it was relatively safe. But now Daniel threatening as he forces JNaps into the air. And Reynolds has a lot of time to play this. A little less time now with Atomic bearing down on him. Chicago shot as Daniel got caught on the ramp, ties the game.
Yeah, Daniel was already low on boost here, and then you can see trying to play that sidewall, turns in just as awkward as the shot from Chicago comes through. SSG have to understand, even though they want to take some time on their own back wall, G2 is not going to wait on you as they force the issue for that goal.
The lead lasted almost 4 minutes, but it does not hold to the end as Daniel comes out the better of the two here. Has Arsenal trailing behind him, and important that Chicago didn't just play that ball back downfield, had to get it out to the side first. Daniel will cut on this, but Chicago's got it. Now with 40 seconds left, bank off the ceiling, sent away by Atomic. Reynolds is waiting and he scores!
Oh, that's Slot Gang Slater right there. You give him a look and he's putting it in the top left corner. A tough clear for Atomic, but not the best one for G2 because Reynolds placed that perfectly.
There was one really good defensive play away from the oncoming attackers, and then they follow it up by handing the ball right back over. Arsenal has to improvise after the initial miss. Chicago got it to JNaps, and we're tied back up again.
Oh, it just doesn't stop. G2 come back so quickly. You think that nothing happened. Look at this read from JNaps. Daniel in a tough spot, and just like that, he has to go up because he knows what's going to happen if he misses. G2's going to place that every single time. We've got 4 goals here in game 1. 30 seconds left. It could go either way.
3 of those goals scored in a span of 30 seconds. Daniel with Arsenal to his left, Reynolds to his right, Daniel to the backboard, and Atomic snuffs out the play with 20. Reynolds for the hat trick. Ooh. Chicago shut him down. Needs another touch to get around Arsenal. Doesn't have it, but Atomic does. As he gave it away to Daniel, looking for Arsenal, and Chicago got back again. They're all just packed in like sardines in front of the G2 net. Reynolds, Daniel for the win, baby! 4 seconds to go. Daniel strikes.
This is beautiful. 50 out, Reynolds sharing the ball. The quick pass, the quick shot from Daniel. And SSG take the lead, 4 seconds left, but we've seen G2 score in this time.
It has been a fast and furious final minute. G2 out of time, they fake it. Chicago doesn't quite get there. Atomic to lob it up for him. Chicago does have full boost. Down to J-Nap to tie it. Incredible.
I can't believe it. Even though I knew they could do it, they still pull it off. Look at this touch from Chicago. Sets the net up open, and of course, you give J-Naps a free shot. He's going to bury that.
That is unbelievable. 5 of the 6 goals scored in the final 61 seconds. What else is going to happen here? Daniel waiting. He's a little awkward, though. He was backwards for most of that. And now Atomic going to run out of juice as the Arsenal goes by him, and he's by 2. J-Naps catches up, and that kind of lets Chicago off the hook. Reynolds trying to drop it down to Daniel, and not this time. Atomic snuffs it out. Hey, they finally started playing defense here, Daz.
Yeah, seems like it as this overtime continues on. SSG, though, a little in trouble here. G2 gained a lot of momentum off of getting some of these clutch goals, and they look to try to add one more to the tally. We'll have to see if Daniel can kind of carry this out. Need to see more confidence of him on the ball. It's been tough for Daniel to kind of get things going here, but Arsenal and Reynolds have been able to pick up anytime he's fallen off.
Daniel tracking here, but Chicago played around him. Reynolds and Arsenal almost double. There's a demo on Atomic. There have been plenty of those in this game. And with the overtime, you imagine maybe that demos per game average of over 5 might even go up for SSG. But right now, they got to play a little defense. Arsenal stuffed by Chicago, but he can stay with this. And that forces J-Naps into action. And Atomic pinches one that I don't think Chicago was ready for. And this gives it right back to SSG and an opportunity to finally end this 3-all stalemate. G2 up to the task. And Atomic will give his teammates time to reset.
Good on Daniel. Great control there. Oh my goodness, pass too. Now Arsenal trying to bump out Atomic. Can't get there. Chicago with the stop. And now SSG will play it in the corner. Daniel and J-Naps take each other out. So Reynolds is buying Daniel some time to respawn here as G2 try to march upfield.
J-Naps got caught forward a little bit. He's just got to try and stall this out. Chicago coming to help Atomic way at the back, and he's got all the boost in the world. Atomic with Chicago waiting. Atomic over 2. Chicago didn't get the shot. J-Naps will follow, and G2 comes all the way back to take game 1.
They're so threatening. Atomic, first you watch the double. Then wait, where's Chicago gonna put the ball? That's when Daniel jumped thinking it was going left corner. And of course, J-Naps always gonna place it perfectly. And G2 fight back to take game 1.
Wow, oh wow, oh wow. G2 down very late with 4 seconds left. They answer back at 0. They score in OT. G2 has been exceptional over the past several months in overtime.
Yeah, really, looking at this game especially, it just kind of shows you G2 keep fighting until the clock hits 0. That play to tie it up was phenomenal. And even that passing play, you always have to watch out because anybody from G2 can strike, but when they play together as a team, it just feels like no defense can stop them.
And there isn't a whole lot of defense that is there to stop them in the first place. SSG is a team that has been susceptible, especially to solo plays, to open things up. This time, they let a lead slip by. They lost a lead 3 different times in that game. Just not able to put away G2. And now, G2 has a ton of momentum as we go to Aquadome. Game 2 of our grand final. Remember, for those just joining us, G2 coming from the upper bracket, undefeated so far. They only need to win 1 best of 7. Space Station Gaming got to beat them twice in a row here as Chicago will make the early save. And yes, the first 8 seconds goes by without G2 conceding a goal. Big upgrade from game 1.
Yeah, this is solid though. SSG need to find a game plan though of stopping G2 when G2 are on the press. Taking advantage of some of those counterattacks, or some of those double commits I should say, would work out. And you see Daniel pushing that one on. Daniel starts to get more confident in the shot placements, and we see Daniel place more of his shots on target. I think that would be a big step up for SSG in the scoring department.
Well, J-Naps not going for the direct shot, playing over top of Arsenal, so now Daniel has to collect, and he'll get around Atomic. He's got Chicago parked in front. And Reynolds can easily play this across, but to what end? Not much. Here's Arsenal now. Going up the wall. JNAP shadowing him. Atomic coming in underneath. And it's Atomic that makes the clear with Chicago up on the wall with him. So still not great spacing defensively out of G2, but at least they have the angles covered.
That's right. Look at SSG, 1-2, 2 to Lou. Now it's Arsenal against Atomic, but Atomic's buying a lot of time here for G2. Chicago and JNAP's both back in action.
There have been 3 demos in the last 20 seconds for SSG. They know exactly what got him here as Chicago plays right at Daniel. And Arsenal is available to bring this back to Daniel, and Atomic again with the save. You know, Chicago and JNAPs have been up kind of in the danger zone. They've been taken out time and time again already in this game. They haven't done anything about Atomic, though. He's been the wall at the back that has stopped SSG every time down the field.
And stopping Atomic, though, I mean, that's a whole thing. I've seen teams develop play styles just to take down Atomic. Sometimes it works, most times it doesn't. Right now, he comes through and gets a clutch save from Daniel's shot. SSG is still trying to knock at the door. G2 have looked uncomfortable this game. We saw JNAPs in the midfield at once with just a really bad read of the ball, but SSG haven't really been in prime position to take advantage of it just yet. So far, G2 don't have a single shot registered as we approach the bottom half of game 2.
Reynolds thought Daniel was going to creep up, and he thought better of it, so Reynolds passed. Went to an empty space. Arsenal waiting for Chicago's shot. And Arsenal, who's been kind of picked on today by teams, makes a great save. And it turns into a shot on the other end that goes well wide. And now the track meet is on. Back and forth they go. Atomic got over Arsenal this time. But Daniel will take charge. And he'll dribble through the air. He's got Reynolds coming on. Reynolds will have to sweep underneath and just couldn't get the shot by JNAPs.
This is still very uncomfortable for SSG. You can see them just trying to hold on. Now JNAP's looking for the lead block, forcing Daniel up, and good on Daniel to go high on that play. As again, Chicago putting up shots. This is JNAP's first shot, and Daniel there with the stop. The G2 have just been testing the net to see if SSG will make a mistake.
Chicago cuts in front of JNAPs, and that's going to force Naps back. As Reynolds got the boost steal, but did not get the ball. Arsenal will. He's got Atomic and Chicago to contend with. And he lost the ball to Atomic and couldn't take Chicago out as Chicago ducked inside the net. Now Reynolds through JNAPs, but off to the side. And with a minute 30 left, a much different story in game 2, but that one's missed by Atomic. Daniel thinking about pouncing. He will finally, but now he's got to bail out as JNAPs leaves that for Chicago. Looking for Atomic, and Arsenal got in the way. I'll tell you what, Arsenal, he has had some reads in this tournament.
That was a really good read and a good cut. Again, slowing down G2 on the offensive press is huge. Again, Atomic hasn't had a shot on this game. Daniel will take one, and he'll score. Finally, SSG get a point.
Daniel's been waiting for his chance in this game, and finally JNAPs let one get away. Chicago couldn't recover, and with 1:03 to go, another lead for Space Station Gaming. Could we be in for another wild final minute? Reynolds nearly on target. Chicago didn't get there. Daniel scores off the big booming clear from Reynolds.
Look at this clear. No one was expecting it. Of course, tough read out from Chicago. Daniel there with a clean follow-up. And again, those long booming clears, you see G2 so ready to pounce. Can they score 2 with 56 seconds left? They surely can. SSG have to realize that.
Reynolds starting this playoff very similarly, but this time Atomic way up there to reach. 2 goals in the span of 7 seconds have SSG poised to tie up this first best of 7. Arsenal staying with this, and that slows down G2 even more. Seconds incredibly valuable. They burned another couple there. Now Daniel taking this into enemy territory and burning even more time off the clock, down inside 30 seconds. And Arsenal almost put the game away for good. There's still a glimmer of hope for G2. Atomic didn't get it cleanly through Reynolds. Chicago will set it for JNAPs. Daniel is there as well. That's a good indirect play, but Chicago couldn't get there in time. SSG is fast enough. They're going to close out G2 in game 2, and it's going to be a 1-all series unless that goes in. It does not, and SSG does tie it up.
Well done for SSG. A shutout on G2. And I think a lot of people were still expecting G2 to get something on the board there towards the end. This one was something that, you look at the stats over the course of this. I think this is the first time G2 haven't scored in a game.
It feels like it. This offense has been incredibly potent. I think the only team that scored more per game was Envy, and they didn't play nearly as many as these two squads have played up to this point. So now G2 know they are in a battle here with Space Station Gaming, and we go on to game 3. I think the key here, Daz, for SSG, get this over with as quick as possible. Don't drain yourself mentally trying to get through this first best of 7.
Yeah, we've seen SSG do that before against teams where, I believe last time they were in this situation, they just ended up running out of fuel. This team's been playing, series over the course of the day, and now you have to look at their performance. You don't want this to go 7. You want to close this out. Do it in 5 if you can. Again, the start there, though, is shutting down Atomic. Atomic he had no shots in that last game. This was the first time G2's been shut out this entire tournament, and Atomic and Chicago only had 2 apiece, but they get one off an own goal there, so yeah.
Look, I know Arsenal has got some really good passes in this tournament. That's not one that was intended for him. Chicago credited with the goal after that own goal by Arsenal, and now SSG has to regain after having scored the only 2 goals of game 2. And now G2 trying to press that advantage early on as everybody recovers. Daniel going to bring this all the way to ground. Now he'll take to the skies, and Atomic right there to meet Arsenal. And Arsenal's going to be pressing maybe just a little bit more and try and get that one back. Good bouncer in by Atomic as Chicago will play around. And Daniel right there to meet him. This first minute belonging, at least so far, to G2 off that gift. And Atomic looking over towards Chicago. And this is kind of the danger, I think, for SSG, having to play from behind against one of the better front runners in the world here. G2 does not give up leads very often as one skied up. JNaps will block that off the backboard. Arsenal has Daniel as a decoy, and Arsenal's shot is saved away.
That was so good from G2. Is it a double commit? Yes, but when you expect a bump to come out of SSG, JNav's so smart to cover that position. Keeping G2 in a 1-goal space, that's really solid defense.
Daniel's waiting for this ball off the ceiling as he beat Chicago in the air. And Arsenal looking for Daniel, who's looking for Reynolds, looking for the goal, and he scores!
Oh, man, if Reynolds keeps getting looks like that, G2 might be in trouble. Look at this beautiful lob up there for from Daniel to Reynolds, and Reynolds top left positioning, tied up ball game. They finally get things going.
So what do they have to follow up here? JNaps on target, Arsenal with the clear. And this is a great drop-down pass intended for Atomic, but he peeled off at the last moment. Reynolds avoids Chicago, and then Chicago, after missing the demo or bump effort, still gets back on the ball, and Atomic can at least play in his general direction. And Chicago now realizes he's got to come back. He can't keep cherry-picking downfield, as he'll get a big clear out of this with JNaps streaking down the middle, and Arsenal just got to this. I think if JNaps makes contact there, we're looking at a new ball game.
I just have to say, this is a beautiful game. This series has been amazing to watch so far. Seeing both these teams just give it their all right here, it's just been amazing. Demos coming out, solo plays, team plays, everything. Right now, G2 trying to get back in the control of things, but look at the way SSG are passing this around, not afraid of the back pass, even after that own goal from Arsenal. And the same thing I should be saying, even with how they're sharing the ball and moving it around, it's just been phenomenal as Reynolds looks for a solo play, but Chicago is going to get a block. Arsenal follow-up shot. They'll go high and off the back wall.
A lot of high-pressure games played by SSG already today, preparing them for this moment. They started today in the lower bracket after having absolutely dominated version 1 to close out yesterday. They avenged their earlier loss to Faze Clan in the lower finals, and here we are. Arsenal taking over from Reynolds. Daniel's going to loop around, but Atomic's hit the clear right at Slater. Reynolds indirect for himself and the lead.
Oh, it was dangerous. As soon as no one challenged him off the touch from the ceiling, I knew he was going to place this well. Solid shot. Reynolds has been shooting so good for SSG as he picks up second goal for them. He's 2 for 2 in game 3.
Inside 2 minutes, it's SSG with the lead late again. G2 has shown tremendous comeback ability, though. JNaps around Arsenal. Looking to set up Atomic. Instead, he'll have to settle for Chicago coming on, and there's the demo on Atomic. So the last man taken out. There's the respawn, and JNaps with the save after the demo on Arsenal. Reynolds still comes up, though, and he's got the hat trick.
Slater the shooter, my goodness. 3 for 3 now on the shot positions. Look at this. Same placement as last time. He has full faith in Daniel, follows it all the way through. 2-goal lead for SSG as they continue the scoring run.
Reynolds with 5 goals already here in the finals. 3 of them have come here in this game. Almost single-handedly leading SSG across the finish line, but JNaps has other plans. Reynolds makes the save there. They're going to get real sick of seeing Reynolds' name pop up eventually here. Chicago on target. No, it was a little wide. Now Atomic to JNaps, and Reynolds comes in as well. I think JNaps kind of heard the footsteps, or at least the engine coming up behind him. Reynolds looking for a fourth. No, he may get credit though as Daniel hit it off of him. And back it goes with JNaps. Daniel with the save. And G2 going to struggle to get one on target from this position.
Great save out from Daniel as well. That was an on-target counterattack shot as Arsenal finds that double. And G2 still trying to get on the board. You have to realize, even though G2 have a goal this game, it came after an own goal from Arsenal. Technically, this team is still on a scoring drought since game 2. As Daniel tries to do it all himself, G2 have struggled to find an answer. Wouldn't be surprised if they drop this game. We see a timeout for them. 30 seconds remaining here, and they just can't get anything going offensively.
Yeah, G2 has run through much of its offense from the first minute, or the last minute of regulation in game 1. As this goes right back the other way. Arsenal waiting, and now he will pick that right away from Atomic. JNaps in front, nobody's there. Reynolds will clear. Down to 10 seconds. Unless they've got a goal real quick, they will not have a shot to tie this game up. Chicago watching this one. There's little he can do about it. Atomic can't get one in front. SSG takes control of the series, and now we do wait to see if Daz is right, and G2 takes a timeout.
Again, scoring drought here for G2. This time Atomic does put on a couple of shots here. As again, everyone from G2 putting on 2 shots apiece. Space Station Gaming, though, especially with Reynolds. Big game 3 for Reynolds. Daniel sharing the ball here as well. I mean, you gotta wonder, maybe this is it, but I think they're gonna keep going here, Stacks.
Yeah, they are going to keep going here as we look at the Mobile 1 high-performance replay, and we see the Reynolds show on target every single time. 3 goals, a hat trick from 4 shots, and those are just the 4 that counted for him. I think he might have had a couple more that were really good looks. SSG looked incredibly good in Game 3. They've had a phenomenal start to this series, now winning back-to-back games. They came out of the gate storming in Game 1, and they just let it slip up at the end. G2 still trying to catch up to what Reynolds has been doing.
Something's got to change for G2 when they're in the offensive third, because right now they've been empty 2 games in a row. Sure, they get that 1 goal, but of course, again, off of Arsenal's mistouch.
Yep.
So they got some work to do. Meanwhile, Space Station Gaming have to remember this is a marathon, not a sprint. They have to remain consistent for the rest of this series, and then another one on top of that.
And that may even be part of G2's mindset, like, hey, you know what? We got one in hand. I don't think you want to let SSG get that kind of momentum, though, as JNaps, what a win over Reynolds. So now Daniel will let Arsenal take over. Chicago knocks him out of the way, so now Daniel does have to get involved. Chicago to center, and Arsenal's right there. Good turn on the back wall. Now up against Atomic, and he at least made him wait for a moment. Everybody's boosted up now for SSG as Reynolds takes over from the backboard. He got clipped by JNaps on his way through. And Daniel, simple shot, simple save by Atomic right over to Chicago. So G2 has settled in nicely now, trying to get some opportunities on the offensive end, though. Their defense has been fine. It's the offense, as you mentioned, Daz, has been struggling. Outside of that first game, they haven't put the ball in SSG's net. without some help from Space Station Gaming.
You know, you're right on one thing where, yes, G2 are probably fully aware that, hey, we have another series after this, and I think for this team especially, they're going to keep a calm mental. They won't get too frustrated knowing just that, okay, this gives us some time to figure out this play style and work on a counterattack while we have that opportunity. As JNAP slams one across, but Arsenal ready to read it. This ball lasering back and forth from that halfway line to the SSG end as G2 again testing the defense.
Well, G2, no stranger to the bracket reset. Remember the way they lost the first best of 7 to Team Queso in Los Angeles. And they battled back like nothing happened. JNAP's denied in point-blank range by Daniel, who's quickly onto this one now. Wide turnaround, try to take it through 2. He's beat 2, and Atomic got around Reynolds to make the save.
Wave dash on the wall. Arsenal has Reynolds midfield, but it's over him. Daniel can control this and pops it really quickly over Chicago, but Daniel got bumped, so can't control that one. This is still in the midfield, halfway through this game, scoreless. Both teams just looking for that one mistake to start to move in.
Halfway mark as Daniel, good win, got it to Arsenal. It's loose in front, and JNAP scrambles to get there. Reynolds still, though. This is how quick SSG is, and it's been so impressive. Sure, Arsenal demoed behind the play by JNAPs, and Atomic has Arsenal back in his way off the respawn. You know, SSG will have a play kind of fizzle out thanks to the G2 defense, but then they're right back on it. I think a lot of other teams will just kind of play conservatively, move back into the defensive end, and SSG is not letting G2 get comfortable at all on either half of the field. Daniel will play this right down to Chicago. Arsenal picks his pocket, and now looking to take this himself, and he just can't get it to go.
Still, though, a little scary on that goal line for G2. JNAPS gets demoed, and Arsenal will have a free touch looking for the follow-up. Did he get the flip? Doesn't seem so, but Reynolds is playing deep third, so they'll be able to hold on to this one, at least buy the team some time to rotate.
7 goals between the two teams in game 1. And JNAPS goes in behind Arsenal to get G2's first goal in what feels like forever.
It's been a while since JNAPS has had a free shot like that. And I mean, what placement? Even Arsenal knew it was coming, but Arsenal couldn't turn fast enough. JNAPS ripped that one into the lower left corner.
4th goal in the series for JNAPS. He had that hat trick in game 1. And now Naps looking to set up Atomic, who's yet to score. Oh, he took the shot himself, and he caught SSG by surprise.
JNAPS is feeling it, and guess what? If he starts to get warmed up, that's a big problem for SSG. Even had Reynolds in his face, didn't matter. 2 goals for JNAPS, 2 goals for G2.
And 2 goals separated by all of 6 seconds. An SSG-esque start here in the final minute 20. Daniel out for Reynolds. That shot will be on, but it's an easy save from Naps. He goes over Daniel like he's not even there. Now around the corner, Arsenal. Oh, he had to play that indirect, hoping Daniel could get to it. Instead, JNAPS did, and Chicago will finish off the defensive effort, who's giving it right down the middle. Reynolds will just dish that off to Arsenal. 45 seconds, Arsenal denied by Atomic. Now Reynolds. Kind of hard to imagine this SSG squad being shut out in a game, but G2 doing just that. And JNAPS is about to put it away. Chicago couldn't get it there in time, though. Now down to 30 seconds. And still now some life for SSG with Arsenal forcing a double commit out of Atomic and JNAPS, but a safe one as there's no further pressure out of SSG.
Arsenal with that carry. They're still trying to break through. They get this in a good drive as Daniel shot. Oh, Atomic saves it at the goal line. Will clear it away. And maybe with that, they also clear away SSG's hopes of getting back into this one. They tried to put the pressure on. G2 stood tall, and they are going to come away with this game 4.
2 apiece. It'll turn this first best of 7 effectively into a best of 3 for the Verizon Ultra Cup. G2, remember, having that extra life so they can end it here, or SSG can force the bracket reset. But if G2 plays lockdown defense like that, it will be a quick grand final.
G2 doing a really good job of just holding on to the ball and, again, creating chances for themselves as well. I mean, look at this. being able to like get some of these touches out, forcing JNaps to get like a clean shot just after 50 on the ceiling, by the way. I mean, that's solid. And then, of course, you know, JNaps, like, and when he's shooting like that, it just, again, poses a completely different threat from when he goes up into the air for the future. This is going to be really tough, again, for Space Station Gaming, because remember, we all thought G2 was going to take a timeout because maybe they thought the momentum was going to be a lot from SSG. They say no need, recoup, and continue to move forward. It's going to be a big Game 5 coming up next.
Two of the better coaches in North America. Who are we to second guess them, right? Stathu now leading G2, Chrome, as he has done for a while now, leading Space Station Gaming. Both teams incredibly complimentary of their coaches, as Atomic will try and start it off out of the corner. Arsenal's easily got this, but it goes right at Chicago, and that's bad news for SSG. What a save by Reynolds and Daniel, crisscrossing in front. JNaps will try and set up Atomic again, and now it's G2 getting those second and third chance opportunities that SSG was generating in the early stages of this series.
Oh man, they are putting on the pressure right now. Arsenal, wait, does he have a read? He got bumped into that, got a piece of it. Rattles with a misread, and you see Chicago bearing down, still trying to look for a bump on Daniel. Now Chicago turns and takes a shot. He's doing it all. Chicago strikes for G2.
I don't know how he got to this. Daniel looks like he has it all lined up. Chicago beats him to the punch, and Reynolds doesn't have a chance sitting down there on the ground. Chicago opens up the scoring, and now SSG got to be wondering what has gone wrong since the middle stage of this series. Arsenal played one through, JNaps has this, and the brick wall is all set up. Atomic going after Reynolds, try to redirect this down in front as well. Atomic trying to do absolutely everything, and he almost set up Reed for a 2-0 lead.
Still not done. JNaps with that flip reset, at least trying to force a 50 to keep things in here for G2. As Atomic, awkward spot. SSG finally trying to slow things down, but again, you can see just G2 starting to hunt SSG in their own half, making them as uncomfortable as possible and kind of giving them a taste of their own medicine.
Daniel, I think he got hit by Arsenal, knocks him out of the play, so Arsenal's got to make the turn himself. Maybe a little sooner than he would have liked. Got a boost steal out of the corner, though. Reynolds going after Chicago. Did not make contact, and all that physical play has abandoned SSG now. Arsenal down to Reynolds. They're going to try and do it the old-fashioned way now, as Daniel's beaten out by Atomic, and the speed of G2 has finally come through. Reynolds looking for Daniel in traffic. JNaps got there instead, and the first 2 minutes decisively have belonged to G2. There are windows, though, for SSG, but they have not been able to bust through just yet. Maybe Daniel here with Arsenal waiting. Daniel through one, got the shot away. Can he get a shot here? No, nothing behind it. And Chicago bails out G2.
I thought Daniel was going to go through the entire defense on that play. Looked likely as he got it past one. Daniel though with the finish, and he will! Off the assist from Arsenal, Daniel strikes.
Off the assist too from JNaps. He's trying to play that maybe up into the ceiling. Instead it goes back, waterfall right down in front. Big break for Space Station Gaming. They tie things up here. Daniel getting his fourth. And now Reynolds slammed to the wall by Atomic, but he'll still take this. And JNaps intercepts, but now SSG looking a lot more comfortable themselves. Both teams have settled in a crucial Game 5.
Still that battle continues on in the air, and Chicago again with the read. Pushing that one in, picked out the SSG attack.
As closely matched as these two teams are, you can't afford to give up one like this. That one's going to sting as Chicago picks up his fifth goal. Good grief, here we go. Chicago again. G2 in the lead. JNaps shot, saved by Arsenal. Misspoke, by the way, Chicago, his fourth goal. Whatever, he's going to get his fifth in a moment here anyways. 2 minutes left as Reynolds will play one to Daniel. Arsenal underneath him, but Daniel trying to do it all himself again, and he's proven capable of doing that, Daz, but I start to wonder if maybe Daniel's trying to do too much, whereas G2 on the other side look more like a full team effort.
Well, no, I mean, Daniel was really quiet here at the start of this series. He's finally come alive, and it has created some plays. And Atomic, oh man, what a laser of a shot. G2 aren't done just yet. You see Chicago trying to get those solo plays to carry it in, as well as run out the clock. SSG do have to be on a little bit more of a team approach here, as the solo plays have not worked in their favor this game.
Chicago knew exactly where Reynolds was going with this ball. He was able to read quick, but now Arsenal just dumping one deep into the G2 end, and now it's Daniel against Atomic. He got another one through, but he'll have to go off for boost here because he can't continue the play directly. Arsenal challenge ends up on target. JNaps has that save away. And now Reynolds trying to get involved in the action. Daniel's there as well. And a decent clear by Atomic, but that will give SSG a chance with a minute to go. Trying to get the flip reset Arsenal, and Chicago was with him every step of the way.
I like that touch from Reynolds, just again popping it into open space, and this allows Daniel to reposition. Again, Daniel, play out, Reynolds speed test against Chicago, and it's just going to be at 50. And did Arsenal get caught out? He did! JNaps strikes, G2 a 2-goal lead.
SSG is giving up a couple of cheapies here, one to Chicago, one to JNaps, and this one hurts even more with 44 seconds left, increasing the lead to 2.
Now SSG have to worry about things kind of falling apart here. Offensive drives haven't been working. G2's continuing to score. This one will have 36 seconds left. And G2, they get an extra series here. SSG, they have to come out of this to reset the bracket. They can't afford to lose this in a dominant fashion as Reynolds tries to put a shot on, and G2 once again deny.
They've hit Reynolds with some opportunities, but the finishing has not been there. Ever since that hat trick, he's gone stone cold silent, and this is on target, no, off the crossbar. And Arsenal trying to just feather it back to Reynolds with no time left, really. 5 seconds left, another one dumped in. G2 is going to go on tournament point here with a great victory over SSG.
Now the question is, G2 close it out? Because right now, I mean, they just look like a well-oiled machine out in front. Especially with the way JNaps has been playing. 5 saves coming out from him, as well as an assist and a shot, or a goal, I'm sorry. His shooting percentage when he is scoring is just always been really high. He shot 50% this game. Meanwhile, SSG on the other side of things, just very quiet. Nothing coming out from Arsenal. I mean, we saw, again, plenty of chances there when they were in the upper half. They tried to put the solo plays in. Just didn't work. They need to go back to kind of maybe passing towards each other. That way, that much being said though, again, Stacks, as we move to Neo Tokyo, no team taking a timeout here.
Yeah, nobody taking a timeout. SSG keeping it in their pocket here, so you have to imagine they're not going to take it if they win Game 6. So Space Station Gaming going this whole first best of 7 without using their timeout, and they've been stubborn in this tournament to do so, even when FaZe Clan was leading that comeback charge in the upper bracket against them. They did not burn a timeout. The timeout taken by version 1 against them that same day. SSG came back with a 7-0 victory. Teams now I believe, are 5-2 since after taking a timeout. But SSG opts to go it alone here as JNaps will get by 1. Reynolds easily there at the back. Now Atomic, good center ball intended for Chicago, didn't quite find the mark. And that's because Chicago's on his way back to make that save, and he may have to make another. Oh, JNaps jumps in the way to save him.
Those demos are starting to come out again, and so are the passing plays for Space Station. Again, Reynolds finding Daniel, even on the defensive transitions, looking really well.
Daniel waiting to watch Arsenal play this one away. And I have a feeling Chicago thought maybe Atomic was going to come up. He hesitates for a moment. Daniel should easily have this. You know, for all of Atomic shooting, by the way, if anybody cares about shooting percentage, and I normally do like the stat, they're not going to look at Atomic very favorably here. He's yet to score. He had 5 shots in that last game, but he does also have 3 assists. Atomic still finding a way to make a difference, even when the shots aren't falling, like that one, saved away by Daniel. Reynolds got the save here, and Chicago back for JNaps, stuffed away by Reynolds.
Oh, such a calculated play coming out from G2 in terms of like the bump plays, trying to set up JNaps with a clean look, but even then, a stroke of luck hits SSG as Arsenal got bumped into that play, and now they're on the transition.
Rattles against Atomic. One of the few defensive plays Atomic hasn't been able to make directly, but he was still hanging around on the back wall at the end. And now Chicago powering his way around Arsenal, but then knocked into the other half of the field. So now Rattles, with everybody flying over top of JNAPS, it's loose in front as Rattles couldn't get the double to fall. And it's just absolutely chaos in the G2 corner.
Oh, man, so awkward. You had the double commit come out. Everybody thought Arsenal was putting the shot on. He gets it past one, gets it past two. Rattles, bang! SSG start off game 6 with the lead.
Arsenal also yet to score, by the way, in this series. But he's got one banger of an assist there with 3 minutes even, setting up Rattles, who's been relatively quiet as of late. That one could get him going, though. Daniel up the ladder, met by Atomic. And now Rattles trying to get a turnaround on this one, and he has to just stuff JNAPS, who's coming in from behind for the bump. Didn't quite get there as early as he would have liked. Now Daniel with Arsenal waiting, and JNAPS will bring it out to the corner.
SSG showing a lot of offensive pressure as they start to get things going. Even Rattles off ball, getting some bumps. Again, going back to just making G2 look uncomfortable. But here's JNAPS 1v1 against Rattles. What's he going to do? Air dribble bump, but no, he doesn't connect. Atomic will try to slow things down, but that gets away from everybody, and it's the race back.
Daniel didn't have the boost to try and race them downfield. Now Chicago. Oh, it got the drop down, and Atomic a slow roller. He got it, Rattles at least, but Arsenal also there. So the defense packing in there for SSG has worked out as Daniel saved that one, strafing across from Atomic. Now watch Daniel on the other side. Does JNAPS leave this for anybody? No, take it himself, and that's a great job defensively.
8 saves to 9 shots. SSG has saved 8 of them. That's G2 has really been putting on the scoring here. Even though SSG keep the ball in that half for most of this game, G2, whenever they move downfield, they're putting something on target here. It's, again, looking for a goal. Daniel tried to get that 50 out, but JNAPS easily gets the save.
Atomic drop one down for JNAPS to pop in the air, and the SSG defense kind of left scratching their heads wondering what G2 really has planned. Chicago got a demo way behind the play. Daniel's already back in and looking to challenge JNAPS. That doesn't work out. The demo's there, and Chicago ties it.
Oh, that's a 1-2-2 to lose special, Stacks. Look at this. JNAPS with control. Pass out. Rattles. See you later. Chicago slots it in to tie.
I was worried about Chicago coming into this. You know, he watched his goals per game average plummet from 1.5 plus to something like 1.37 during that Faze series. Nah, he's still going. He has been incredible. He's got 6 in this series now. As another's played across, and Atomic can't get there in time. Daniel gives SSG the lead again.
Look at this. Solid 50. And Daniel, no boost, has to place this and does perfectly to give SSG the lead back. They got to force game 7 here, Stacks. 1 minute 3 seconds remaining. Can they hold on?
That game was tied for all of 16 seconds. Chicago through the corner for JNAPS again. Not happening as Daniel will force that out to the corner. Trying to get around Atomic now. Atomic and Arsenal still yet to score in this final as Daniel watches this go over top, and Arsenal will take charge. Daniel taking off the pitch. Chicago right there, but he won't have that boost because Arsenal took it away. And this will fall back to Atomic now with 35 seconds to work with. Daniel still has Arsenal downfield, but he couldn't connect for a redirect. They also don't really need a goal. They'd like to have one, but they have the lead, and they may put it away here. No, Arsenal couldn't flip onto it.
This is great for SSG. Again, just kind of slowing down the game, but they have to realize the more time they give G2 to think, the more G2 can play in their advance. Arsenal with the 50, Chicago gets the block out. And Chicago, he's going to start to move upfield now, looking for something for G2, but Rattles with some control. Atomic can't get the read on that, so it'll bounce up, and Daniel will try to get there first. No time on the clock. It will get one last bounce, though, and we'll see if G2 can make this drive all the way upfield. Arsenal will cut things out, and Atomic will try to play that in space, but Rattles will score just one more, giving Atomic the playmaker. Arsenal the playmaker, as we are game 7 bound.
It was a good pass from Atomic.
Yeah, that's true. that's true.
The second 0-second goal of this series, this one meaning a little bit less Then the strike from JNaps all the way back in game 1, and it will force a 7th game here in what may or may not be the final series of the Verizon Ultra Cup. But Space Station Gaming stays alive on Neo Tokyo. And now we look one more time at our Mobile One high performance replay and see just how Space Station Gaming got to game 7, where they are 1-1 up to this point since adding Daniel to the roster. And G2 fans, cup your ears, press the mute button for about 5 seconds. Y'all are 0-3 since adding Atomic in game 7. All right, now they can all unmute. Daz, what is the hope here for G2 on Champions Field?
Well, I mean, I think the hope is, you kind of go back to the play style that we saw from them where, again, they tried to play Space Station's game against them, where, again, you go for the super fast plays, the demos, the bumps, even setting up JNaps with free shots. JNaps has been shooting phenomenally for G2 this series, so, of course, you need to feed the high hand. He didn't really have too many good looks in that last game, but he also had shots under a lot of pressure, whereas JNaps can output, he wasn't able to do so there. So for me, I think you gotta kind of feed JNaps a little bit more and maybe even get Atomic some space. Like we said, the scoring hasn't been there for them. You want to see that.
Well, here we go. What could be the final game of the Verizon Ultra Cup, of course, between SSG and G2, this highly anticipated matchup. It comes down to game 7 on Champions Field, brought to you by Verizon. Now we'll kick it off. Here we go.
All right. Tense game. All the players have been just playing it out over the course of this entire series, trading blows left and right. But it comes down to who can close it out.
Who's got the ice here on Champions Field? G2 looking for their first win on this field since that big roster change that added Atomic to their roster. Reddles looking to go 2-1 on this field since adding Daniel. That goes off the crossbar. Daniel forcing one through. Arsenal there as well, but Atomic can play janitor here as he'll clean up the mess smoothly through the air. Didn't get his first goal, but he may get another assist. JNaps no. Chicago denied by Daniel.
Look how fast Atomic's up to get that follow-up shot, but that's going to pinch all the way downfield. Good thing JNaps back in time for G2. Got away with with Arsenal's poor shot placement there on the bump play earlier. Meanwhile, G2 so quick to get things back on that orange half. They are not going to let SSG continue to have sustained pressure on them.
Daniel needed one more touch coming off the back wall. Didn't have it. And now JNaps will bring this all the way over to Chicago, who's going to take his time, forcing Arsenal on his way back. Reddles, initial stop. Atomic just kind of camped out on that wall, waiting for Daniel. And JNaps is there as well. Good tandem defense there out of G2. Atomic waiting for the pass from JNaps, not coming. And now Chicago for Atomic, and Atomic getting cold feet there. Atomic, I think, realizes, Daz, his role is not to light up the scoreboard. It's to kind of play safety valve for this G2 squad, and he's done it brilliantly.
He's been creating so many chances for G2, and he's also been making SSG's life really hard. This G2 roster coming at a whole, again, a titan of a team, and SSG's just trying to answer the question, can we beat these guys? We still got 3 minutes left in game 7.
So many valuable points on the line in the race to qualify for London as Daniel floats one just over the bar. And now Arsenal around Atomic. That has not happened often. And then Atomic got a piece of Reynolds, who still stayed with the play and slowed down G2. What an effort. And now it's Daniel. Got a flip reset. Used it. And scored!
Look at him go! You can't give Daniel that space. He realized the last shot was too high. Let's take it low. Popped up, and the defense couldn't stop him. Daniel, the superstar on SSG.
Coming through in a big, big way. His 22nd goal of the tournament. Arsenal watching JNaps play that over to Chicago. You know G2 is far from done here. Arsenal gonna pop one up for Reddles. Indirect, needed one more, got it. Arsenal makes it 2-0 with his Daz first goal of the final.
Look at this from Reynolds. The control, follow-up. He's shown that he can read the ball well off the ceiling, and G2, I guess they must have forgot. Reminder there from Arsenal. 2-goal lead, Space Station Gaming controlling this game 7.
And another huge momentum swing. 2 goals. Make it 3 goals in the span of 20 seconds.
You almost wish they could slow things down mid-game, but they can't. SSG keep going. Everybody getting a goal here as Reynolds slot top right corner.
Both teams have lit up the scoreboard at different points in this series. SSG and G2 both did it in game 1, but it's a one-sided affair in the clincher unless G2 have an answer here in the second half of game 7. Arsenal not cleanly around Chicago. Atomic with JNAPS coming in with a lot more momentum. JNAPS probably should have taken this, and Arsenal will pick them.
And you can hear what SSG are saying right now. They want to reset the bracket. Good pick from Daniel. Arsenal will just pick it up to make sure G2 don't get back in time. 4-0. This is the highest score lead that SSG has had on G2 this series.
JNAP's got at least one shot off here, but yeah, the offensive pipeline has dried up. Atomic intercepted by Daniel. Everything coming up Space Station Gaming here. Just want to harken back to the pre-show, Daz. One of those options was a 14-game final. We already know we are halfway there, and if this holds, we know we'll at least get 4 more. Daniel stopped by Atomic. Reynolds will put on the brakes, not taken out. And Chicago doing all he can, desperately trying to get some offense going for the G2 Army. There is none to be found. It is all Arsenal. It is all SSG.
They are picking them apart, Stacks. Even with JNAPS trying to get control, Chicago trying to help out. SSG don't care. Arsenal forcing the issue, and a 5th goal for SSG and a hat trick for Arsenal as well. This is a great time to start scoring if you're him.
The last now 7 goals of this series have been scored by Space Station Gaming. You go back to the end of game 6, and now this beating that has occurred on Champions Field. We apologize if what you're watching on your screen is obscene content in your area, but it is as one-sided as it gets.
Boy.
And Reynolds gonna add another. They can do no wrong.
In the game. It's over. Arsenal, Reynolds with that clear out, they've been picking the pockets here of G2 time and time again. And I said it coming in. Hey, maybe give JNAP some more shooting chances. He still hasn't recorded a shot this game. You just have to go next here, which I am going to be very excited for because we've got more games coming up.
Reynolds met by Chicago, and now the only question is, will we get to a 7th? Arsenal tried to leave it for Daniel. Reynolds just patiently waiting. And it's all G2 can do to just get this one over with. Maybe get 1 so there's no shutout. Then you're worrying about a different meme as JNAPS plays one across inside 30 seconds. How about this performance out of Space Station Gaming? All 3 members absolutely incredible. Daniel will walk another one home. That's going to be his 7th goal of the final, and there's plenty more to come for the youngster in SSG.
Yeah, you're right. Daniel just kind of step up, and this series, again, had such a slow start. We definitely was wondering. He wasn't putting on shots, and the shots he was putting on were a little bit off target. But then as the series went on, he started to find his form. There were lots of bumps, literally, in this series for SSG. But, of course, they all come together towards the end, and my goodness, what a smackdown. They're putting on G2 Esports 7-0 as the clock ticks down. The ball, well, that's not going to hit the ground just yet. There you go. It'll hit the ground. And a bracket reset from SSG. We got more games to go in this grand final.
That might be the most inhumane treatment I have ever seen of a team on Champions Field. I mean, we've seen some one-sided games, Daz, but you look now at the cameras for G2, and you look at a team that's got to figure out how to stop that absolute juggernaut from going off again like they did just now.
The thing about this for both teams is that no one is celebrating just yet, okay? We know we have another best of 7 coming up. This is the real test for Space Station Gaming because they put in everything to get through that series. I mean, an explosive Game 7 from them. Look at that beautiful shot from Daniel. This setup from Reynolds was absolutely amazing too. Now the question is, how much more do they have left in the tank? Because even though G2 lose this series, they are going to come back in a strong way. They're going to try to fix these mistakes. And again, this is just going to be the start here as the grand finals are going to continue.
I got to correct you in one thing. There are tens of thousands of people celebrating, especially those that are on 90-something%. We got another best of 7 coming your way. G2 and SSG will lock it up again when we come back.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you driver. We've all been here before.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're in the grand finals right now of the Verizon Ultra Cup. It's getting spicy. I'm Leaf alongside me, Gip, Subi, and Turtle. During the pre-show, we had a game show, what are the chances? And we asked if of these three things, which one's more likely to happen, a reverse sweep, a perfect sweep, or a 14-game series in the grand finals. And Gibbs pointed out, it looks like we're on track for that.
Yeah, we are halfway there.
Uh-oh.
What a performance by Space Station, especially the last game. 7-0. That's a statement. But for any other team, I would be worried. But G2, we just saw them at the Winter Major. They got bracket reset by just choking on a goal like on Champions Field. So either way, they bounce back versus Queso. They can do it again here. But for this series, it was back and forth. Daniel and Reddles really getting involved on the offensive side of things. It's been Arsenal all tournament long, but Reddles and Daniel really picking up the pace here at Space Station, man. 7-0. Big statement there.
Yeah, and they fought back too as well with their own duo, which was Chicago and JNets, but it wasn't enough. But they've got the stamina. You said it, Gibbs.
Yep.
They've been here before. They've been through so many bracket resets. You still got to be scared of your SSG.
Well, and I mean, they haven't played as much as SSG has, so G2 have that in their favor. And hey, Gibbs might be right on something today. Wow, that's going to be incredible.
It might be like it's a coin flip right now. I think really going into this, it's a coin flip.
No, and you got to look back at game one. You know, we're all watching that game, and I'm still going to harp on G2 stole that game away. SSG missed an open net. SSG double commit in the waiting moments of it and just gave that away. So I really think this series could have had a different scoreline, but in the end, SSG got the job done.
Okay, well, it's time to see where we stand. I know before this, a few of the analysts were saying that they were already predicting the next one. We'll get their thoughts in a second. Right now, it's time for the Verizon fan vote. Fans in the chat, start spamming away. Hashtag SSG, hashtag G2. You guys had Space Station for the first one. I believe it was about 62% for Space Station. Now, I'm curious, though, if they're going to flip the other side and see if G2 can take this one away or Space Station will tear through. Now we have the desk. Turtle looking ominous and evil over there right now. You did say G2 takes this the next time, Turtle? Are you?
This was all a part of my plan.
Okay, it was.
My evil plan. Okay, get rid of this. I don't want any orange here. Okay, get rid of this. Go to G2. Get this out of here. I don't even want to say their name. Okay. Yes, it's that simple. It's that simple. I knew that it was going to happen. It's happened in the second regional. They got bracket reset at the major as well. I'm talking about second regional of the previous split against NRG. They still ended up winning that after the bracket reset. They won against Queso. It's just in the plans for G2. It's going to happen.
They are just entertainers. They just want more Rocket League, but they still want to win.
And I think, Subi, you said you were going to stick to SSG. Are you staying on that train?
Well, look, there's no oxygen in outer space, and G2 choked in that first series, getting bracket reset on. So you better believe Space Station Gaming's taking this. I mean, I don't have to say much more because when Arsenal has been playing like this all weekend long, why is it going to stop right now? It's not.
Gibbs, he's stepping all over your territory here. The only thing you had today was a red shirt for Faze.
I know, that's it. That was my only prop, and it didn't work out at all. But on Twitter, there's some G2 fans at me saying that I'm already cursing them. But it's not over. It's not over at this point. I still think G2 wins. I'm not flipping, but I think it's going to be G2 the entire way. Easy.
I'm not flipping either.
Easy.
I'm staying with this.
Let's go.
You know, we were
not a follower
wrong on the other one. He's probably going to make us wrong again here, but
People don't know.
I'll stay with it. It's even more in favor of SSG now. Okay.
Chat knows what's up, baby.
Well, our grand finals are about on the way. Let's head to the Verizon Skybox now, as the grand finals are almost here, or they are here, and we're about to crown a champion. Will it be G2 or will it be Space Station Gaming?
75% of the desk takes G2, Daz, but 75% of the chat, the real brains of the operation, siding with Subi, going with Space Station Gaming to not only reset the bracket, but also finish the job. Daz, it's time for Game 8 as we move back to Manfield.
More chances here for G2, as right now they have to stop this SSG train that is moving forward after a killer Game 7 7-0 victory. But we'll see whether or not G2 has made some changes in the break.
Daniel recovered nicely to make that save after he just headbutted the side wall and was out of the play for a moment. He'll set up Arsenal. This will fall right to Reddles. SSG not running into each other at all. Arsenal the decoy, and Chicago read the play, making the save right at the end, pinching that against the post. Now it's JNaps against Daniel. Arsenal gonna take this himself for a double. Down to Reddles, and Atomic and Chicago combined for the save. This is similar to what we saw in the first best of 7. SSG bringing the heat early.
Yeah, already just a lot of pressure. But again, even with that early offensive stance, you got to be able to finish. Oh, that's a big bump, but Chicago with a solid read. Can he get this follow-up touch? He can't. Arsenal, free shot, no. Reynolds, finish. He will. SSG pepper the net and strike first.
SSG took about 5 shots here, and G2 didn't even touch the ball. Everything off the post, off the crossbar, and finally, Reynolds threads the needle. And a minute goes by, and we're right back where we started the first series.
Now's a chance to see whether or not G2, as JNaps tries to do it all himself, can get things under control. Because again, SSG, you got to think, okay, maybe they have figured out a game plan here. Maybe they do know, what they need to do in order to break through G2. Because again, that offensive pressure, that ball's still in there in the G2 end. And you start to look at all this time we've taken. Has G2 figured it out? They drop it down. JNaps tries, and it's an own goal again. JNaps will get credit, but it's off Arsenal.
Yeah, Chicago does a nice job of at least getting this in position for JNaps. It is not really on, but Arsenal has to at least try, and he'll put it in himself. So a huge, huge break for G2. The second one that's gone in off of SSG. And if you discount that goal, Daz, it's still 10 in a row scored by Space Station Gaming. G2 have struggled to get their own opportunities to go. JNaps trying here. That's deflected away by Arsenal, high up in the air, and Daniel will bring this right at Chicago. JNaps can turn on this, and maybe an opportunity for Atomic. No, it will fall down to Daniel. They had to respect Reddles, who let that fall. Daniel, no. Reddles, no. Chicago swats it away.
Now Atomic.
Atomic. Got anything here? No. Chicago does, and Reddles with the save.
Close chance there, but again, stopped out. G2 getting those counterattacks. You start to wonder, when is SSG going to fall to those? But I think they have a pretty solid read on him. As Daniel moves up, looking to see him bring up more of a solo effort. As there's a pass, Chicago has the read, but Daniel saw it and cut it away.
And then Daniel realizing JNaps was trying to meet him on the wall. Great play to get around him. Arsenal will get this rebound off Atomic. And now Atomic and Chicago will work in tandem downfield, but Atomic's gonna have to settle for full boost, actually get about 200 boost as he makes his way back and got in JNaps' way, so Chicago has to bail them out, and now everybody from G2 has to reset.
This has been a series where blows have been traded and people have been caught out just like that. JNaps catches Daniel in a poor spot.
And JNaps doing all he can to get G2 across the finish line. Came in with by far the fewest goals scored on this team. But he has come up big in this grand final. Had a handful in that first best of 7. In fact, he had 6 goals. And he's got the first 2 here for G2. They had gone so long without even scoring. Remember the final 2 goals coming from SSG in game 6 of that first series. And then the 7-0 drubbing on Champions Field. It's a different story now as Arsenal can't get it to go. Daniel can't either. Oh, it hits everybody, and Arsenal will get credit for accidentally bunking this one in.
I mean, this one is just... Thankfully, SSG...
Look at what I found.
But you can see where everything's just almost kind of falling apart at the seams there for Space Station Gaming. They get away with that. They're able to tie things up, but I mean, the first shot from Reynolds initially should have been the one that went in.
Well, G2 held him for as long as they could. The post and crossbar finally gave way. Arsenal, a good win against Chicago. Tried to set it up in the middle, but there was just nobody coming for SSG. And now Atomic will play it ahead for Chicago. Both Arsenal and Daniel started on their way back. Communication not quite there defensively, but they don't get punished for it. So now Daniel will bring it across. And this will be Atomic's ball all the way, but Chicago jumped in as he might have seen someone coming in from SSG, and we're seeing so many kind of weird defensive plays out of both these squads. You wouldn't think that they'd already played 7 games before this.
Exactly. The way things have looked, I mean, it does seem like off the break, they've had a really tough time as Arsenal trying to do this solo. Daniel coming up to help out. Still, the feel-out process, as I think SSG expected G2 to come in and make some playstyle changes. And it's been kind of a big feeler here, but Arsenal could get through with this solo. No, JNABs denies. And you see Reynolds and Daniel both kind of trailing out to try to pick this ball back up.
Nobody took a timeout during that first best of 7. Even when SSG fell down 3-2, they decided to ride it out. G2 didn't take one going into game 7. We might see one during this series. Daniel breaks the 2-all tie off a fantastic feed from Arsenal.
Oh, it's such a good pass. It's so solid. Because you see JNABs come in, and it's just testing how fast can JNABs read this and cut it out. Daniel goes up, says, JNABs, if you're not in the right spot, you're going to get punished for it. And boy, oh boy, does G2. 12 seconds left. We've seen G2 score with 4 seconds left on the clock, but they got to go the length of the field.
And Chicago had to deal with Reynolds chasing him downfield as well, but he at least got this ball out of the danger spot. Now Reynolds all the way across. Atomic can read this, and it's an opportunity for G2 with no time on the clock. They'll be without JNAPs, and Chicago's not in a scoring position. He was trying to run interference. Daniel will down it, and SSG take game 1.
Game 1 going to Space Station off of just a nice link-up pass play. Arsenal, again, he's starting to get even more involved here. He went from not being able to score until almost game 7 of the first series to now coming alive here in the scoring department, as well as continuing to bring the assists towards it. That was I believe 100% goal participation for Arsenal. As again, G2, they start. You see JNAPs again with a couple of strikes here and there. Still, though, series gets away from them.
Our Mobile 1 high-performance replay, otherwise known as a trip to the circus, in game 1. After that ball just bounced around off of everything, finally found its way in off of the back of Arsenal's car. He was responsible for effectively 2 goals there. He had that one go in off of him at the end, at the early stage off of JNAPs, and now we go to game 2, Daz, with SSG getting the benefit of a 1-goal victory in the opening game, which they did not have after G2 won the only overtime of this series in that first game, which feels like forever ago. And now the mental reset has to come through now for G2, with Chicago getting them started, and he got it to go.
There you go. Chicago taking matters into his own hands, goes off the ceiling, gets the touch, got bumped, and said, hey, I still got enough boost to make a play on this. Good play by Reed. G2 up.
Chicago taking no prisoners throughout this entire tournament. Just doing what he has done better than anybody else in North America. Daniel couldn't stay with this. Chance for G2 to make a mockery of it early, but Chicago will play that high and wide. And Daniel has Atomic right in his grill. Now JNAPs will take over right up against Arsenal, and a neutral 50-50 will be controlled by the G2 Army as Chicago got one in on Daniel. Easy stop. Atomic still yet to score here as he drives through traffic. And JNAPs just trying to jam that ball up in the corner. At the very least, it takes time off the clock here with G2 in front and plays the long game for G2, trying to tie up the series.
G2, those double commits on the defensive end can only work for so much longer, as again we saw JNAPs and Atomic both going for the same ball. Yeah, they get to clear out, but SSG turn this all the way around. Atomic finally able to get a breakaway, and Arsenal will end up coming back. We'll see him in a moment. Chicago pinch out to the side, and JNAPs is going to try to track this one down only momentarily for G2.
Arsenal so quick to just about every loose ball. Now Reynolds takes over as well. Arsenal's there. Daniel will catch this. And G2 all together there in the corner. There are about 5 cars in that quadrant. And in the end, it comes away with SSG on possession again. What a catch by Arsenal to try and keep this play alive. And Reynolds looking to hit one back to Daniel, but he's going to come up and challenge Chicago, which he does. And JNAPs needs one more, won't get there. Reynolds up just a little bit quicker. G2, of course, Daz, they're content to play this game back and forth with SSG after Space Station dropped 15 shots in that opening game compared to G2's 7. Not letting SSG get any kind of offensive freedom or any possession at all obviously benefits the team in the lead, but they are doing an exceptional job of it that we haven't seen throughout this whole series.
A lot of people don't understand, if you look at things from the Space Station Gaming side of things, they just handed G2 their first loss in I don't know how long. Like, for them, this is new territory for this roster that seemed to not be able to be beaten. Oh, actually, no, it's the first loss since the Winter Major. I forgot, since he still had the bracket reset.
Ding,
This
ding,
is
ding.
a completely different situation, though. Obviously, this one's staying online, and SSG playing a different play style than the K-Star boys.
Jane Apps will get a ringing shot just over the crossbar. And now here goes Arsenal. SSG have not had many opportunities to score, but they don't need that many to take advantage of it. Reddles pops one away from Jane Apps. Arsenal going after Atomic. Atomic evades him, and it's Chicago with possession on the other side anyways. Now Atomic around 1. This will fall right to Reddles, but no possession out of SSG. And Arsenal missed that corner boost initially. That slowed him down for a moment. Now he's up and ready to go, though. Reddles to the corner. Arsenal got there, and so too did Atomic. Oh, the defensive big brain on Atomic as that's bounced away. And Jane Apps right to Chicago, but the pass does not connect. And SSG might have been left off the hook on this counterattack effort.
Oh, good touch from Reynolds, though, to push that one towards the net. G2 seem to be scrambling at this point to try to control the ball as Daniel comes up, but hits that straight into Chicago, and Arsenal gets clean beat by Atomic. SSG have had a hard time finding a way in, and can you blame them? G2, when they do get control of the ball, know how to play it away.
Been a different look out of G2, a team that maybe looked like at times they wanted to run up the score in that first best of 7. Now playing absolute lockdown defense against a team in Space Station that has abused a couple different teams in this tournament. A 7-0 win over version 1 during their series right after a V1 timeout in the lower bracket, and then 7-0 on Champions Field to reset the bracket here against the mighty G2. Atomic didn't get anything behind that shot. If he did, he would have scored his first goal of this grand final. Now Daniel up against Jane Apps, trying to maybe find Reddles as well. Here is Reddles. His shot's a little high. Arsenal to follow, and Atomic made that save with Reddles barreling through the net. Now Daniel with 15 to work with. Arsenal and Reddles as options. Tried to take it himself, never got the pass away, and G2 just cleared it right off his hood. 7 seconds now as Atomic faked out Reddles. He may not score, but it doesn't matter. Atomic has closed it out for G2 as long as Chicago downs it, and he does.
1-goal game there for G2. SSG definitely with some options towards the end, but you can kind of see the miscommunications coming through. Now you have to worry about moving forward here, what things look like for Space Station. Again, not being able to get on the board. A lot of, I'd say, just kind of individual plays coming out from G2 that kind of move the ball downfield. But SSG, it just seemed like some of the passes weren't really connecting from them, and there weren't really that many passes overall coming in.
A rather short Mobile One high performance replay as the only goal comes from G2. It comes from Chicago 8 seconds in here on Aquadome. And now we move things over as we always do. Game 3 to break a tie on DFH Stadium, Daz. G2, new look here in this second half of the grand finals. What does SSG have to change on their end?
Well, for SSG, it really comes down to, again, being more clinical on that offensive half. It just seemed like they were in, I'd say, not necessarily holding on to possession too much. And G2, again, definitely holding on to the ball more. It was just not necessarily as comfortable as we've seen from SSG. You go back to that Game 7 where they just straight up dominated. Demos were through. The ball was being played so much more faster. Where it seems like SSG kind of slowed down there once they got the Game 1.
Oh, Chicago got the shot away, and I think this went in off of Arsenal.
This is
3 own goals out of Tishak. Are you kidding? Oh, it's Daniel this time.
That's Daniel.
Okay.
I don't know if it makes it better for you, but...
No, it really doesn't for an SSG fan. So they're starting this one off. Similar to how they started off game 2, an early goal for G2. And doesn't really matter who puts it in, as long as it goes into an orange net, G2 will take it. Reddles over towards Daniel. Got to get around on this shot, and he can't. And Arsenal and Reddles almost attached at the hip there as they're coming through the zone. And Arsenal can just pop that back into the G2 end and buy his teammates time to get boosted up and fend off another charge out of G2. We're waiting, I think, to see this guy get going. Daniel, as he comes up empty-handed out of the corner. Reddles double to center, but again, nobody diving in here, and G2 just very happy to send away these rather disjointed space station attacks.
Space Station haven't necessarily been really comfortable. As you see Reddles on the ball, haven't seen him take too many shots, especially looking at that last game. G2, Atomic wants that drop down to set up JNaps. JNaps still put on a good shot despite it being awkward, forcing Reddles to make a goal line save. But more work still needs to be done here for SSG. Again, a lot of their offensive drives are coming up short. You see Daniel with that one, good chance, but the ball straight down to Chicago, no one there to follow up.
Well, G2 have decisively looked like the better team with their strong arm defense. Chicago over Reddles, where SSG seemed a little bit faster to a lot of these loose balls, especially around midfield in the opening best of 7. Now it's G2 winning all of those races. Maybe Space Station Gaming has kind of hit that mental fatigue spot where we were hoping maybe they would take care of business early in the first best of 7. Now it's turned into a war of attrition, and G2 by far the better so far. But it is still at the halfway mark of game 3. Atomic got one in front. Reddles will just boom it downfield. A little dump and chase action here. And Chicago happy to send it right back whence it came, because that's more time SSG isn't on the attack. Now they are. Daniel whiffed on this, and Atomic has Chicago running free downfield. His shot saved by Arsenal.
You see how quickly G2 are ready to put the pressure on Space Station. Once they saw Daniel with that whiff, they said, okay, let's put on the pass play. Chicago ripped the shot through, and immediately now G2 have been jumping on the ball. You cannot afford to show signs of weakness against G2. They have the lead. We know they can hold on to a 1-goal game. They're looking to make it 2, but the shot doesn't go in.
APAC earlier today had a bracket reset. The team from the lower bracket did come out on top. Space Station Gaming trying to come back here in game 3 and do the exact same. Chicago, though, with Arsenal being screened away from the play, able to just dribble downfield. He still got boosted to the tank at the end, and Reddles marked him the whole way. Arsenal can't hit Reddles downfield as JNaps had the read. Finally, Daniel to boom it away, and then Arsenal's denied a touch. And this has, again, turned into a track meet. And I think this actually kind of favors SSG, because the more they kind of race up and down the field, the more opportunities SSG can generate.
Right. They are trying to get, again, those shot totals up. They only have 2 shots this game. Daniel and Arsenal have been fairly quiet, as Daniel's right now looking for his first. But, of course, those cutoffs in the midfield and when the ball's played into the corner, that's usually where the offense kind of dies here for Space Station Gaming. There may be a chance in front, but there's always somebody in the net for G2 like JNaps there that is ready to deny.
Into the final minute. SSG fans looking for a reason to wake up. Arsenal for Daniel. This may be it. No, it led him way too far. And JNaps will play that away. Again, Reddles will have to work with a man advantage and can't get that ball in front. Daniel will try now. Looking for Reddles. He's open in the middle, but Chicago closes the door on him inside 30 seconds now. That goes off Chicago. Arsenal bouncer collected by Atomic. He falls into the net, though, and now it's JNaps to take over with 15 seconds. Daniel denied by Naps. Reddles got to make the wide turn here. Final countdown of game 3. Chicago says no. 7 seconds for Arsenal. Bouncer in front. Got the bump on Chicago, but the ball came with him. No time on the clock, and G2 has control of the series.
Big win there for G2, especially with seeing how much pressure SSG put on towards the end. I mean, you saw, again, lots of demo plays coming out. Reddles especially started to come alive, and even with Daniel, Everything that they tried to do, Chicago was in front of it. JNaps was on the goal line. JNaps and Atomic both with a couple saves apiece here as G2 once again, 1-goal games here being, hey, we get our one, we get what we need, and then we will continue to play this matchup and kind of show you can't score. This is a really important moment here for Space Station Gaming because you talked about it, right? We go into the second series. They're really, they put in a lot of energy in the first one. Do they have that same energy coming into this next one? And on top of that, can they continue to output on offense? They scored 7 goals in a game, but now they seem to can't score a single one as they're kind of in trouble here.
This kind of happened to SSG yesterday against FaZe. They had all that momentum, and then they get shut out 1-0 twice in a row. And now I wonder if maybe that's starting to creep in their heads a little bit. They did battle back, and they added a couple goals in the next game in that series, but they also gave up 5. We haven't seen SSG get worked that much on the defensive end in this series, but maybe it's coming. Atomic gonna have that left for JNaps. Demo on Reddles, demo on Chicago. So there goes JNaps' whole plan. And Daniel will just catch here and try to fake out the defense with how much boost he has. Reddles for Arsenal right at Atomic. And Daniel gonna take a late turn, try and get onto this, but it's G2 ball all the way.
Definitely, though, different signs of life for offense for SSG. Looking for each other in transition. Arsenal testing JNaps, but JNaps comfortable on that save out. But again, the pass is here. That's what you want to see from Space Station Gaming.
All the way across as the first minute expires. Atomic spawned right in behind JNaps there. That's a real awkward spot to come in. Reddles now. Full tank of boost, but he gives up possession to Arsenal. Now he'll play this towards the wall, and Atomic is right there. Easy play for him. And Arsenal now with Daniel waiting for a pass. Never going to get there because JNaps cuts it out. Just not seeing SSG generate those opportunities that they had in previous games. Reddles stuffed by Atomic. Arsenal will have that bounce out. JNaps bumped into that ball by Reddles. And now Daniel has to play that up and away, but not really out of the zone just yet. And there's just not much on right now for Space Station Gaming. Doesn't mean there won't be soon, with Daniel maybe having some time to play this around Chicago. Reddles, got to have something here. Up high, and JNaps was not fooled one bit.
Chances for SSG. Still G2 in between, making things very hard. But also on the same notion, G2 only have a shot this game. As that drops down, Arsenal trying to keep things in play. Looking for the bump on Atomic, but won't be able to find it. We'll just settle for the boost steal. Uh-oh, demo in the goal line.
Right at JNaps. There's the demo. Arsenal denied by Atomic. He absolutely is superhuman.
Can't believe he got that save out. Now another transition as SSG looking again to see if they can break through. They had the demo play set up. They had Arsenal with a free shot, but he ends up shooting that right at the defense, and Daniel on that goal line will try to stop a transition play coming out from G2. Shaky season, though, for SSG. Not only are we starting to see double commits come out, but they're also throwing the ball away.
And you gotta imagine just this long scoring drought, similar to what they did to G2 before. It's gotta be wearing on these guys. Eventually somebody is gonna get a little antsy and take a chance maybe they shouldn't. Arsenal's giving this one away to JNaps. This has happened a lot. Chicago up ahead. It's on target as Atomic was ready to screen Reddles off the play.
Every time it's Chicago the one that sees an opportunity to strike, and Reddles on his way back, but nah. When Chicago catches you out, puts one of those clear long shots down, it's for a good reason. He has such good ball control, and he shows it there with also his ability to read the game.
Space Station has not scored since that man, Daniel, put one in with 17 seconds left. The game-winning goal in Game 1. Reddles just to space, hoping somebody can get onto it. In fact, that someone is him. Now Arsenal bring it in front. JNaps and Chicago are waiting, and G2 will transition smoothly out of the zone. And now Daniel has Arsenal running lead blocker. Got a piece of Atomic. Flip reset. Daniel's done it again. No, Atomic! Even though he got bumped, he still recovered and made the play.
Chicago dishes a shot out quickly, but Reynolds will get there back in time. Another shot from Atomic. No one home. G2 up by 2.
That is Atomic's first goal between both grand final series. And it may be the dagger the way G2's going here in this third game. Still plenty of time, though. A long minute 8. How about a 3-goal lead? That sounds really good right now, but Reynolds says no. Atomic to follow, and Daniel stopped him. It was halfway across.
Can SSG get 2 in a minute as the time ticks down? Chicago and crew have just been all over Space Station Gaming when it comes to the counterattacks. And Daniel whiffed there on the goal line, and honestly some shot chances where you wonder if the placement was a little better. Would this be a completely different game and a completely different series? It feels like SSG, though, letting things slip through their fingers.
Chicago across to JNAPS. How many times have we seen that over the last several years? G2 closing in on reaching tournament point. They've had 2 shots already at shutting down SSG. But now, this time, it looks a lot more promising. It's about to be, unless Reynolds has something to say about it, with 5 seconds left. G2, as great as they've been defensively, Daz, they've opened the door a little bit.
And G2's been just, honestly, a defensive monster in this bracket reset. Now they have to stop SSG from doing what G2 did to them in game 1. Can we see a 5-second kickoff play? Dale has a free ball, but you see the backflip. And now here we go. The length of the field. Tries for the pass. Atomic denies it. And G2 put this on tournament point.
Our statistician in the back, D-Rack, was starting to type out Space Station haven't scored in a little over 15 minutes. And right as he was typing that out, that little debacle happened in the corner, giving Reynolds a cheap goal, but with only 5 seconds left, SSG cannot rally back. 3 one-goal victories, 2 of them shutouts. That one felt like a shutout here in game 4. So now it's going to be Wasteland, Daz, and it may be the final stand for Space Station Gaming. And to our knowledge, no timeout. They are going to ride this out, just as they did in the upper bracket against Faze. They've called 1 timeout during this whole process. It happened after Faze took a game in the lower bracket just a little while ago. And then they were right as rain. Is Wasteland the end here, Daz?
With the clock getting set up, SSG have 5 minutes to show that they can do something like this. But the problem is, the team that they're playing against just feels unbeatable at times. This G2 roster has shown time and time again, yeah, you may be able to get away with taking a series off of us, but you won't get 2 as JNF flux it in to start us off.
As bad a start as you can have here for Space Station Gaming. Right in behind Arsenal. JNAPS will score his 9th of this grand final. And it is all hands on deck offensively now for G2. Now that Atomic's getting involved in the scoring more directly. Trying to take one around Daniel. Bank almost on target, but Reynolds plays it all the way over. Chicago's still there. And it just seems like every time SSG plays a ball downfield, there is a G2 car waiting for it. This time Arsenal will win this at midfield, though. Opportunity for SSG, but somebody had to take charge. Arsenal, I think, was on his way out of the zone, and Reynolds was nowhere near. Daniel is way back. Can't get a play here. Arsenal, though, can take a shot right at Chicago, who makes the save.
Good save from Chicago, looking for that top left spot. Uh-oh, another chance here for Arsenal, trying to get it to Daniel. Daniel gets bumped by JNAPS, and here comes the transition. Reynolds' awkward spot. He will not be in the play at all. And Chicago goes for the boost steal into the demo. And JNAPS again. This is so controlled and thought out here from G2. Able to create space, create opportunities, and maybe even set up a time, but no. They'll be blocked out by Arsenal.
If you discount that goal with 5 seconds left last game, and I pretty much do, Space Station hasn't scored a meaningful goal in coming up on 18, maybe 20 minutes. Reddles almost had that going off of him, but it's a little high on his defensive effort. Now Arsenal around JNaps, but Atomic will have this out of harm's way for the moment. Reddles and Daniel both over there. It's Reddles that takes charge. Daniel waiting. Reddles through traffic. Got it to Daniel. His shot denied by JNaps and Chicago.
Oh man, no one's gonna turn on this one. It's gonna be a transition out. When are SSG gonna finally start to fight back? G2 have been in control and they don't show any signs of stopping. Good read. Transition blocked out as Reddles tried to get a shot through. Arsenal midfield tried to find Reddles again, and it's gonna go the other way. Will it fall? No, Chicago couldn't get the pinch out. It'll move toward the side wall.
SSG gets a lucky break. They got to make the most of it because they won't get many more. Reddles high through the air. Chicago stopped him. Daniel around Atomic, and SSG finally get the big goal they need.
And we were wondering, when do they start to finally fight back? This one goes straight down. Reddles immediately looks at Atomic, forcing him high. Daniel so smart to play that low. 2 minutes, 41 seconds left as SSG fight for their lives.
It had been up until now, it felt like 6 or 7 G2 goals in a row. In reality, only 3. Daniel. Around here, Arsenal doing a good job getting through the G2 attack. But now it's Atomic, his shot blocked away by Daniel. Juicy rebound, but it's Arsenal that gets there ahead of JNaps. So now Chicago, float one for Atomic, and Arsenal read that play all the way. And now who's going to get to this? Daniel missed initially, but quickly off the wall to recover. Reddles lining up a double. No, Daniel coming on, and he slots it through.
Oh man, just when you think Reddles, oh, he doesn't have the double, who's gonna follow it up? Daniel in the right spot at the right time, and of course it's Atomic in net again, who has to dodge that SSG Dimbo pressure and try to make a save on top of it. He can't, and he's been exposed this game.
Good cheat up by Arsenal, but that went closer to the back wall than he was anticipating. So now Daniel, just like a missile on his way through. Got locked up with Atomic for a moment. Reddles denied by Chicago, but the whole G2 defense is way, way back. So Daniel has a lot of time and space, and when he's had it, he's been deadly. Hey, what? That's a heck of a shot out of JNaps, but it's the wrong net. And Arsenal almost got this ball through. This is just a mess right now defensively, and Reddles will score from the tough angle.
This is not good signs here for G2. You see them bunched up again in that corner. Reddles finally puts matters into his own hands. Good read off of rolling that one in off the back wall. And SSG finally, it starts clicking for them. The question is it too little too late in the series? They got to get away with this game. 1:30 left, and G2 haven't been on offense in a while here.
3 unanswered goals for Space Station Gaming on their last life. All scored in the last minute. 7. Daniel off the demolition by Arsenal. Can't finish here. And G2 hangs around in this potential closeout game until now. Arsenal bounces one through, and Reddles will get credit for the playmaker.
Look at this. Arsenal jumped off the ceiling, and JNaps thought he had a 50 there. Not a chance. As boy, oh boy, they were quiet for 2 games in a row, but it feels like they finally caught their second win. This has been wild because you look at G2 and the way this team is operated, just when they're on offense, it's scary, Stacks. Like, they're so good and breaking down defenses, but now their defense is starting to be broken down. With a minute left, they're down by 3.
And Daniel, a blistering shot dealt with by Atomic. The decision not to use a timeout, no problem. Reddles just ahead of Chicago. And as the frustration piles on here for G2, they find themselves second best to every challenge. Back to Atomic here, and now it's like SSG is fighting over possession amongst themselves, trying to pad their own stats in a game that they feel like they have firmly in control. Reddles right at JNaps. JNaps not able to move downfield nearly as quickly as he'd like. Daniel intercepts there. It's a freebie for Arsenal, and he scores.
Yeah, SSG lighting up the scoreboard now, and G2 look uncomfortable. You see JNaps, he's looking for that pass to Atomic, but Daniel's so quick to cut it out. And then the whole defense kind of falls apart from there. Arsenal with a clean look on net. Whew. Well, they show up here, Stacks, but you know, they're still in a tough situation here. They got to win the next 2 straight if they want to take this. Keep in mind, I don't think G2's no slouches. They're not going to fall over so easily. Chicago puts that one in just to prove the point a little bit more, as again, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, scoring a goal here, though, just kind of feels like applying a Band-Aid after you've had your arm lopped off. 5-1, now 5-2. As this just delays the inevitable. We will see Neo Tokyo again. SSG, with its back against the wall, comes out fighting. And they fend off G2 for 5 minutes. Can they do it again? You'll only have to stay tuned and find out. SSG are battling back.
Yeah, they are, with such purpose, too. I mean, when you think of this with G2, right, the early start, great play as well for JNaps, a beautiful shot. This kind of turned into a really worrisome moment, but when it clicked for Space Station, boy, oh boy, did it. As again, you look back at that play, that was amazing. G2 were setting up plays like that the entire time, but of course we saw the individual plays, as well as just moments of brilliance coming out from Arsenal here. A lot of work has come in for this SSG team, and when they have a read on G2, it looks like they can't be stopped. But that being said, that doesn't happen consistently, as what we saw from earlier in this series. How much gas is left in the tank? Because G2 can go all day against you. We're on Neo Tokyo for Game 6. Will we see Champions Field as SSG try to force a Game 7?
G2 know full well what it looks like to see a bunch of goals scored in rapid succession. They did it against Ghost in their upper bracket series yesterday. Atomic denied by Reynolds. Follow up from JNaps off the crossbar. Daniel might have helped it, as Reynolds will bring this out, and Atomic has that fly over his head, and Space Station has fully recovered. At least early on here, as Daniel pops one out, and Atomic looking for Chicago's possession really isn't over for G2. Now it is, with that emphatic clear from Daniel.
Good touch in the midfield from Arsenal. Good kind of reads on the plays for SSG. You see G2 all sitting inside their own net when Arsenal goes up in the air. Meanwhile, when they had the ball, SSG were kind of spread out towards that midfield line. No one willing to give ground early here in Game 6.
Reynolds trying to hit Arsenal, and he put it right on the nose through traffic. JNaps doesn't have anything here. Chicago will get there. Atomic thought about jumping. Daniel thought about diving in. Neither went. But they avoid the double commit, and they avoid the overcommit on the side of SSG. And now JNaps up ahead, easily taken away by Daniel. One-on-one Daniel Atomic. Now Chicago in the fray, and Chicago got bumped away, but Atomic stands tall against Reynolds.
Yeah, good read on Atomic. I think he saw what Daniel was trying to do after Daniel had the slow air dribble. Said, okay, I need to make sure to stop the follow-up from this. But SSG still not done. I saw a little pre-jump there from Arsenal. He was looking for the pass from Daniel, but they won't be able to connect with that.
Settle down, T-Shock. Just calm down. The series is still on the line. You're not up 5-0 yet. Arsenal now against JNaps. Daniel in the air as well, but Arsenal's going to call his own number, and he scores!
This T-Shocker going crazy. You see this one, again, gets that dodge, follows it up, no boost, but he doesn't need any to dunk JNaps.
Well, well, well. The G2 Army under fire. Arsenal waiting. Now he'll go up to beat Chicago to this ball, but it's gone backwards, and Daniel had a real awkward play. Reynolds should have this against JNaps. He does. But SSG made that a lot more dangerous than they had to. Chicago, quick counter? No. Sent back in by Daniel. Got to be a lot more clever than that to get by the Space Station defense. Reynolds hindered for a moment by JNaps. Chicago got by 2. Now it's only Daniel to beat. He's up to the task, but Atomic can send one down quickly. JNaps is there, and he couldn't get the touch. That's a big break for SSG. I think if JNaps gets that slam off the sidewall, it could have been a wide open net to shoot at, and Daniel once again booming one away.
Chance out as this one trying to drops down. Lots of good drives, I say, here from G2. The way they're able to move the ball upfield has been well, but you got to watch out because sometimes they're threatening on defense. That's a double commit again. Chicago last back. He's been in this position multiple times. He's able to do well to buy the team some time, but still lots of scrambling coming out from G2 as Arsenal gets that one past, play out into the corner, and finally ends in some space where Chicago can start to control.
Daniel across as things have slowed down significantly. Plenty of boost to go around. Nobody's been starved out. Want to remind you, Mobile One, the official boost provider of the Verizon Ultra Cup. There we go. I'll just pocket that little paycheck. All right, JNaps now against Daniel. Reynolds with a full tank of boost. He's had plenty provided to him in this series. And Arsenal has provided plenty of fireworks. JNaps, floater, easily dealt with by Reynolds. And now Reynolds in a real tough spot, but Chicago couldn't make the leap of faith after that one. So Daniel and SSG continue to work with the 1-goal lead coming up on the final minute in a game they must win to force Champions Field yet again and maybe get the full 14-game bracket reset. Chicago's got other plans, but Daniel respawns and he saves him again.
What a save from Daniel off the respawn, but that's gonna pinch in! JNaps with the challenge, showing that G2 aren't done yet.
JNaps unassisted as he picks Reynolds' pocket clean, and Arsenal could not get anywhere. He had no momentum. 46 seconds remain, and maybe another wild finish here on Neo Tokyo. Reynolds against JNaps. JNaps won that one as well. He's got Reynolds' number, perhaps.
Ooh, good control.
Now Reynolds with JNaps nowhere near him. Does he have a reset? No, and Atomic will take this away with 30 seconds left.
Oh, look at JNaps with that follow. So dangerous with the 50. Chicago with a free look. Tries to play it low into the dunk. JNaps follow-up, but no, he missed. Ooh, he missed. And they'll be pinched away. Chicago, great challenge to buy G2 some time. 15 seconds left. We could be headed for OT, but G2, I feel like they want to sit in the house. SSG's been stuck in their own back end. Even JNaps cutting this one off in the midfield as the clock ticks down. Free ball. Is Daniel going to go? Chicago plays it high. Does Daniel have the read on this? He does. And it will go to the sidewall. How long are they going to keep this one in the air? Arsenal wants to kill it, and that's what will happen. Overtime, game 6.
What a play defensively by Daniel, too. That's a loose ball. It's like a 1v1 kickoff that he has to stay back on. Daniel making the big stop, though. It's JNaps that has forced overtime. SSG were so close. Reynolds in front. It angles down, but Chicago read it the whole way, and there's Arsenal bumped away by Chicago. So Daniel has to race back, and he's trying to hit Reynolds, but Chicago's there instead, and Arsenal, boy, all these players so familiar with each other, and everybody lets this go. This is dangerous. SSG playing with fire. They're about to get burned maybe by Atomic. Reynolds, bouncer in front. Arsenal is there. Off the ceiling. It might have caught a little more of the ceiling than Arsenal would have liked. And here comes G2 again.
Got on Reynolds to play that into the corner. Gotta be really careful here. If you're SSG, one mistake, the tournament's over. As again, G2, they are playing with so much more speed behind their plays. Demo comes out. They're not letting SSG get comfortable at all. Chicago's doing work upfield.
JNaps right at Daniel. Look, JNaps has beaten everybody on SSG except Dan there. Oh, Chicago had it in front as Daniel missed off the back wall. And now Atomic and Reynolds collide. But it's JNaps for Atomic for the win. Just high, and Arsenal, put it right down the middle. This is dangerous. Chicago and Naps both up. It's Jacob to shoot, and Arsenal gathers on the backboard. Reynolds got over Chicago, but now here's Atomic. Daniel had to contend with Chicago and made the save. SSG finally out of danger with that pinch.
Yep, they're out of danger. They're boosted up, and now it's time to see if they can put on some pressure to G2. Doesn't look likely. You see Daniel hesitating back, and Arsenal has to make a big read. Huge stop there for SSG. They, again, are being smothered, though, from G2, who are honestly reading the ball very well.
Reynolds was hoping that boost would be there. It was not. And now Atomic and Arsenal are right there. JNaps shots wide, and Daniel had to be sure not to give an easy rebound, as he got that around Chicago and Atomic. JNaps up, that's a double commit. This is dangerous. SSG trying to get to Champions Field, and Atomic with a save at the end.
Oh, that was so close.
Oh,
just barely. JNaps misses. What are they gonna do? Reynolds again flies it over, but no one away from Space Station Gaming. They have to try again while G2 are barely uncomfortable. They're boosted up, and it's only a matter of time before they break out.
Atomic up the ladder. He's been so quiet. Could he play hero? No. And now Arsenal with Chicago and JNAPS retreating. JNAPS off the respawn. It's Chicago sending this one out. Right there is Arsenal, though. Full control for SSG. Try to lock down G2 in their own half. And Daniel, he's been a little hesitant here in this overtime. Sometimes for good reason. It's in front, and JNAPS secures it. G2 takes the Verizon Ultra Cup.
It comes down to this. The backboard read. Reynolds under pressure, and he can't connect with the ball. It's a simple follow-up. JNAPS ends it. G2 win the Verizon Cup.
5 goals for JNAPS in this best of 7 to go with the 6 he scored in the first. You talk about an MVP effort for the grand final series. He was oh so quiet coming in. Averaged about half a goal a game, while his teammates like Chicago were up over 1. Atomic came in, averaging a boatload himself. He only scored 1 when all was said and done, Daz. But there is a victorious G2 squad and a lot of relief on the face of their still rather young coach, Sathu.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it to G2, right? Still consistent. They end up dropping the first best of 7, but of course they finished this one in 6th as well. SSG fans are heartbroken right now, but for G2 fans, they're still on top. And this is, I mean, this team is so consistent that they end up forcing people, like, again, forcing Reynolds to make that really uncomfortable read. They are challenging anybody who wants to step up to the plate. And it's up to those guys to be able to compete with the standard G2 have set.
Everybody is chasing G2 Esports. And why wouldn't you be? They have set the standard for everybody else here in North America. And dare I say, with the pitchforks over across the pond at the ready, maybe the rest of the world as well. G2 take down the Verizon Ultra Cup, Daz.
Yeah, they do. They take them down, and before we send it back to the desk, Stacks, we got the bracket right. That's right. So
we did.
We're gonna leave it to the desk though to get finished talking with that. We had a bunch of flippers, and let's just see what everybody had to say.
Well, Daz, I would have gotten the bracket right if I had a better teammate earlier today.
I don't know what you're talking about, Leaf. That was all you. That whole upper bracket was you. But G2, all we can say is they love to play Rocket League. We've seen them in a 21-game series where they win it, back when it's best of sets. Then we see them in Winter Regional 2 do the same thing, lose, and then win in the bracket reset. And now they do it here again. Turtle, the genius from the start, knew it all along, but G2 prevail again. And it's happened again with the Winter Major. It's happened so many times where G2's like, we want to show the fans bonus Rocket League. We want more drops, and G2 delivers.
Dude, we got everything we could want out of a series, out of a regional event. We got crazy upsets. We got, of course, G2 making it interesting. You said they love to play Rocket League, and indeed they do, bringing it nearly all the way. This is beautiful. Okay, Gibbs, you can't ask for anything more.
But it was crazy. You could, but it was just crazy. Space Station had another blowout win at one point where you're like, all right, maybe there's something here. Yeah. But at the end of the day, they find a way. Like, they don't care about the previous 5 minutes. It's G2. They find a way to get the win no matter what happens. We saw the blowout in Game 7, then a blowout in Game 5 again by Space Station, but G2, they bounce back. They do it every single time. Credit to them, the #1 team in NA with a bullet. They look amazing, Subi.
They really do. You can do nothing other than tip your cap over to G2. And all I'm thankful for is a competitive grand finals. It is so fun when we get those bracket resets and all you can do is pick who you want to win and sit on the edge of your seat. And that's exactly what all of us were doing down in the green room watching this. You could hear me screaming left and right every time Space Station was scoring or getting scored on. It's just so fun to see these teams come out and really show what top tier level Rocket League's all about.
That's what I want to ask. I know Gibbs with Space Station. I mean, this was still a great showing. It was odd. They kind of like ebbed and flowed of like, here's a blowout game, here's not one, here's a blowout game. What do you think is like maybe the next step for this team to maybe hit consistency, or do you think this was a good showing?
I think it's fine for Space Station. That's how they play. They get hyped, and then they can just blow teams out at times, and they got to find a better floor, I guess. But at the same time, they just made it to a grand finals and a bracket reset. So I think Space Station is pretty happy, and that's especially after Winter Regional 2 and 3, where they kind of bombed out early and barely made it to the Winter Major. But then at Winter Major, a solid performance there, and another solid performance here. You definitely have to have Space Station in your top 3 in North America now.
Yeah, and for G2, I feel like, I mean, well, they just won, so they are the best in North America right now. But I think, this solidifies even further, especially after a major win. Do you feel like they're pulling real far ahead? I mean, this was a really close series, but when it comes to consistency and results, do you think, for all of you guys, do you think, maybe starting with Turtle, this is going to be consistent showing for G2? Do you think top 2 grand finals, this is what we're going to see for the rest of Spring Split?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good argument for sure. I think this is a new era for G2. I think that previous major was a huge boost of confidence for them moving forward, and now they just continue to go on a tear. So I don't think there's anybody who can debate that G2 right now sitting at the top of North America.
Yeah, I'll agree with Turtle. And I don't think it's G2 pulling away from the rest of the pack. I think it's them firmly just standing on top of that mountain. No one's taking them off. They're playing King of the Hill, and nobody can take the crown.
And that's outside of round 1 where they played Friends. It was a little scary at times when it went to a game 5. But besides that, they win 3-1, 4-1, 4-1, and now a 4-2 here in the finals. So they did drop one to Space Station, but you expect that at some point there's going to be another very talented team to take them there. But they're starting to win more convincingly, which is a good sign for G2 fans because we've talked about them before. A lot of inconsistencies, a lot of times on the defensive side, but it seems like they're getting it down. And obviously with back-to-back wins in tournaments, absolutely huge.
Well, all 3 players won the Verizon Ultra Cup, but only one player can win the Verizon Ultra Cup MVP. And that player, of course, is going to be Chicago. Congratulations, Chicago. Honestly, all 3 players played phenomenally here, Gibbs, but Chicago's going to take it for today.
Yeah, leading goal scorer across the entire tournament. So this is a tournament MVP, not necessarily grand finals. Maybe Jane Abs would be a little bit edged ahead of Chicago for that, but he led in goals, led in shooting percentage as well throughout the entire tournament. He was fantastic. And Leaf, I think we have him on the line as well.
We do. Thanks for doing my job and bringing him in. I love that. Let's work for me. Congratulations, Chicago, on the dub today.
Thank you, Leaf. Appreciate it.
I mean, this has to mean a lot for the team coming off a major win and then now grabbing the next regional win too. Like this has to be huge emotionally for all the players on the team.
Yeah, I think it's just like solidifying all the hard work that we've been putting in. And again, like just showing like that we like this move was one we knew would work, and we knew it wouldn't work instantly, but over time that was our end goal. And to see it paying off is really good, but it just makes us hungry to keep going because it's not like we just want to win one thing and then kind of fall off and like slowly just go back into the middle of the pack. We want to try and keep getting better for ourselves just because it's a lot more fun winning than losing.
So what is it about bracket resets or just going a very long time in Rocket League? Because we saw a 21 game series with Envy for you guys. You almost pull out a 14 game series here, and you've won 3 bracket resets now where you lose the first one and then win it. So do you guys just like a lot of Rocket League, or do you just know how to bounce back at this point?
No, that's I feel bad for Sathy. He's the main one taking the punch there, but yeah, we definitely got to learn how to close those out sooner. But to be fair, like every time we go into bracket reset, especially today, I think that was the best SSG I think I've personally seen since they formed. And it was good to see them like kind of coming back because their like major there obviously really good, but the regionals before they were starting to tinker off. But I think they really proved, and like Arsenal especially was when Arsenal's playing that good, they're a scary team to face. So again, it was pretty mad because we'd love to close it out, especially in Game 7. That was a terrible showing, but it's not like we're throwing the series to a terrible team. SSG was really good, but we just got to learn how to close those out so we don't have as much stress.
And Chicago, it's like every time you win, we get to talk afterwards. This is awesome. I could get used to it for sure. But you guys have confirmed a spot at Worlds. I got to say, congratulations on that. That is no easy feat. But what's the next plan from here? Do you guys put it in cruise control and just kind of coast? Or are you guys looking to take down Spring Major as well?
I think we're going to take 1 day off. We deserve it for sure. That Monday is going to be a nice little relax. But one thing we've always said, and I think it still holds true, is whether it's the fall major or the winter major, once you get to the major, no one cares that you won a regional. No one cares what seed you came in. It's every team for himself. So we know we making the majors what matters, and no one's gonna care that we won Spring Regional 1, even though it's very nice for us knowing that it's just we tied the bow on it. In our head, we know no one cares about the fact that we won, or no analyst or fan. It's about how you do there. So we're only gonna try and get better and keep tidying up everything we're already trying to practice already.
Right. And I mean, Chicago, you've been playing for so long, and it doesn't even feel like you've hit your peak yet. And I got to ask, you mentioned it earlier, staying hungry. What's the key? What's the fuel for staying hungry moving forward with all these tournaments, all the regional events? How do you and your team stay hungry together?
That's a couple of things. I think RLCS was just definitely like a dark time, like literally completely forgot what winning or like even competing near the top felt like. So the fact that we're there again, we don't want to like let go and slowly fall off. So that's for sure. And then honestly, playing like a team like Queso, Jenny, I've never been the most mechanical like flip reset player like those guys with the stuff they do on the ball, and just new players in general, like Daniel, first killer. So just like honestly trying, that's a new aspect of the game like I can get better at, and seeing myself improve just makes the game like fun when instead of just boring. So it gives me something to practice. So definitely just wanting to keep winning because it's a lot of fun, as well as just trying to make myself better. Just making myself better overall, yeah.
And you guys keep getting better, and you keep getting dubs as a result. As you said, the hard work is paying off. And now, as a result, you get the stage here. Again, I always give it out to the winners. If you want to shout out anybody or any final words, whatever you want to say, it's up to you.
Shout out to Sathy, the boys, J-Naps, Atomic. Shout out to all the fans. Shout out to all my family watching. I really appreciate it. It's probably even more stressful than anyone else on them. But thanks for all the fans, obviously G2 fans especially. Gotta shout them out. But just thank you to the fans, family, team. It was a really good showing from us. I hope we can keep it up.
Well, congratulations again, and I'm gonna let you go so you can start your Monday vacation off early. Congratulations.
Thank you, Leaf. Appreciate it.
There is Chicago, your Verizon Ultra Cup MVP, playing on G2, the Verizon Ultra Cup winners. They grabbed the title, the championship, and it was a journey to get there too, especially during those final moments. As we take a look at that bracket and see how they got to this point. I mean, honestly, by numbers, they made it look easy, Turtle. But if you look at the actual matches, especially later on against Faze, in that overtime's all over the place, long series in that. So it's definitely a journey.
I mean, they got to fight through different types of teams. I mean, the bubble team of Friends, who just recently popped off to make the main event, Complexity, who are on the rise, Ghost as well on the rise. They denied and smacked both of them back down to the lower bracket. Then you get up to the upper finals, and you're up against a team like Faze Clan, who are, I would say, just as hungry as G2. And what happens? G2 takes the win. You go into the grand finals, bracket reset, and they're still fighting here and taking W's. This is such a stellar performance from G2 overall.
And looking at the Stubes, just all the teams, there's so many teams in this bracket. Are there any surprises, upsets? We look at some teams like Version 1 who are doing super well before, but then they come across Space Station and then they get 4-0'd. Anything here that was outstanding, whether good or bad to you?
It's got to be Ghost, right? I mean, that team coming in, making the huge roster move, picking up Hoxer, and then getting all the way to the lower finals where they just couldn't match blow for blow with Space Station Gaming. They thoroughly impressed me. And what's more impressive is just the depth of North America. It seems like any regional, it could be any team's given day, but ultimately G2 looks unstoppable, and I just fear for anybody that's going up against them.
Yeah, like it seems like the top three right now are looking pretty solid, but I think a big surprise, obviously, V1 and Energy. Like Energy, obviously going home on the day one where they get 3-0'd twice, and then V1 as well got 3-0'd and then 4-0'd later. They did advance a little further, so I think both those teams are going to be looking to gain some points back, and that's going to make the race for London so incredibly tight because it's going to be top 5, but Energy and V1 are going to bring it back and be in that race, so it's anyone's fight right now.
Well, it's final thoughts time. We've come to the end of the show, the Verizon Ultra Cup here. Now we've gotten to see North America in our final stretch of this season, the final split, the spring split. What are we thinking, guys? We'll go down the line. Turt, Subi, and then to finish us off, Gibbs.
Oh man, this is just a reminder. I mean, it felt like I hate personally when we take breaks. Like I'm all about just having event after event. So for the past like month, I've just been super anxious. I didn't know what to do, didn't know what to watch, but we're back. We're better than ever. G2 are on its tear, and I just got my eyes fixated on London.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to take that little handoff from Turtle because I agree. It makes you miss it so much when it's not around. And then the regionals, it's like, oh, I remember this is great. But then going to that event in LA is like, oh, this is what Rocket League is all about. All of the friends under one roof, getting to watch these best teams in the world play. I cannot wait for London again, but we've got this spring split to get through, and it's going to be a battlefield out there.
Yeah, and I can't wait for next week. We got EU, and they just had their closed qualifiers up today, and the 8 teams that were invited to the closed qualifiers, only 2 of them made it into the tournament. So it's a wide open field in Europe, as it always is. So that bracket is going to be nuts.
Yeah, the Dacia Spring Cup is next week for Europe, so make sure to stay tuned. And lots of other Rocket League content always happening on twitch.tv/Rocket League and our other channels. So make sure following and subscribing to every single one of those channels so you do not miss the action. But that's it for us here at the end of the day, at the end of the Verizon Ultra Cup. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we will see you soon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you, driver. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. But if I'm But if I'm Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out of trap I can't see.
I've had 1,000 dreams of you, like scenes I do like. I stop counting, feels I could try. I should try. Hold my breath, I won't make you wait. You're mine for the taking. My eyes on your shape. You're mine for the taking. Take me where your monsters hide. They don't dance in the daylight. Look down, you've got me so high. I think it's safe to say I'm scared. I think it's safe to say I'm I think it's safe to say got me blinded by the what ifs, times I did miss. Broke the silence, perfect timing. Sun is shining, Sunday morning, a house on the lake, far from LA. I'm not the type to obey. I'm not the one you can tame. Yeah, let's get lost in my ways. Ooh, take me where your monsters hide. They don't dance, they don't dance in the daylight. Look down, you've got me so high. I think it's safe to say I'm scared. I think to